Hello everyone. I'll just make sure that we're live and we can get right into it. Just give me something in the chat to let me know if you can hear me and make sure my mic's all right and everything's working on my end. Looks like we're live on my end. So I'll get started, get right into it. So hey everyone, I'm CryptoTex, or I go by Jaren. That's my name, obviously. Now today we're going to be going pretty deeply into the Elrond ecosystem and sort of discussing the space in general, and partnerships and different industries, everything, anything we can think of, anything that you guys throw at me, we'll discuss as well. Yeah, so I guess I'll start with an introduction on myself. So I've been working full time in the space for about a year now, probably a bit more than a year now, but I've always been interested in crypto, and my schooling career was basically a lot of it was on Reddit and just like learning about technology and science, and just in general, just a keen interest in science, tech, and it just kind of blew up from there. I learned about Bitcoin from probably on the news in like 2011, stuff like that, and black market drugs or whatever, and kind of took a liking to the technology behind it. Obviously, the decentralized nature of it, I kind of understood that from the perspective of like learning about it, just from wanting to know. Obviously, back then I was quite young. I'm 25 now, but back then, I was quite young in grade 10 at school in Australia, it's grade 10, but so buying Bitcoin then wasn't really a thing for me, and my mum was really not very savvy with technology, so she didn't trust credit card companies or anything like that with credit cards and whatnot. So a lot of missed opportunities, but a lot of gained ones too. So my job in the space really is basically I just do community management. I did a bit of like trading stuff, and I run a lot of stuff to do with Bitboy Crypto. So I'm one of his researchers. So I do read news articles, and I keep up with space. Basically, it's my job there. I talk about I talk in the Discord that he runs. I'm an admin in there, so I sort of like give people some trades I'm taking or just stuff like that. We obviously being one of his researchers, there's a couple of us in the group there, like that are other YouTubers as well, like Light Liger, and we talk a lot just about the space and things that are coming, or NFTs, just anything that's going on at the time. That's pretty much me. I also do community management and sort of project overrun sort of stuff for two of the projects related to him. So that's DexKit and BitToken, who sort of DexKit's an aggregator, so it basically just goes across all the different chains like Binance Smart Chain, Polygon, Ethereum, and just it'll integrate more and more. There'll be more to come for that anyway. I won't give away too much or anything like that, or I won't rattle on about stuff that I'm involved in personally, just as conflict of interest, stuff like that. But then also BitToken is just his community token. There's NFTs going on, and they've got partnership with Chain Guardians and stuff like that. Really needed extra furniture. This is clearly, I've got 4 bedrooms pretty much just to me and my partner, and we don't really have that much stuff. I'm a minimalist, like keep my stuff pretty small. But it'd be nice to have some furniture in here, I guess, but it just is what it is at the moment. Right, well, I'll start off by sharing my screen, and I'll go straight to, if I can add it in here. Also, we have Wesley coming in. He'll be in at 12 UTC. So for me, that's actually 10 p.m. Because I'm in Australia, Eastern Standard Time. Here we are straight on the Elrond partners page. There's a lot to go through sort of with all their partners, and we're not obviously going to cover all that just so much today. But we'll go over quite a few. As you can see, I've got a lot of tabs up here to talk about lots of things, some questions people have pulled in, and some sort of stuff to talk about there. the first thing I suppose to talk about in general is the my upcoming exchange. Now, the exchange is a very interesting sort of topic to cover because of just how much, like how broad the implication is actually for the Elrond ecosystem, and obviously for the Maya app as well when it gets integrated into there at some point. But some interesting points for it is the fact that it'll have 300,000 users from day one, which, you know, as far as everything goes, it's quite amazing to know that the Elrond community is so strong. And yeah, thank you guys for being here. And Elrond posters, yeah, for sure. But I'm not sure who Lucian Toad. Oh, is that? Oh, okay. So from the Elrond team, you mean? Anyway, yeah. So obviously the community, the tokens are going to be 100% owned by the community. And that's due to the airdrop going not to any exchange wallets, not to any team wallets, but just to us and to staking providers. So us as obviously community members and holders. The airdrop was obviously the period for it has, well, it's not really an airdrop, it's a claim, but so the earn period for it is already over. So there's not really any opportunity to earn any more right now. But that airdrop being locked has that bootstrapping ability. The fact that no one will sell it means that, and if you might have seen it before with other exchanges that have launched, but their tokens just go downhill straight away. Every single one, like PancakeSwap even did from day one. Every sort of exchange token has. The only one obviously is Uniswap, but it was an airdrop itself that that a lot of people took to because it was just governance. It wasn't used for liquidity. There was no rewards. It was just it's there and it's going to continue to be sort of utilized. But obviously nothing's really come of that yet, but I'm sure that will at some point. So, but yeah, so one thing notable is obviously just token bridges in general. On Elrond, there will be token bridges to, audio's good? Okay, cool, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so there'll be token bridges from obviously ERC20 and BEP20 tokens, and there'll be more as well. There's other chains out there. There's, you know, Elrond's super interoperable. There's nothing really that it can't do. It can really connect to basically any software. Really, at the end of the day, using WASM WebAssembly is just enables everything to be able to communicate together. Any sort of system that runs on any sort of normal programming language, anything that's mainstream, can be compiled to WASM, which is just basically a lower level framework that can sort of process all of these different smart contract programming languages, or just languages in general that are used for software. So really, there's no limit to the bounds for that. And there's also, you know, some other chains that implement a similar thing that like Cosmos, for example, but they use their interoperability is based on the substrate frameworks. Sorry, that's they're based on the Tendermint sort of protocol there. So it's almost a limitation, but there's probably workarounds to that in the future as well. So, you know, we're heading to an interoperable world where all these sort of blockchains will connect together, talk together. They'll all, you know, share different ideas and, you know, have different, you know, DeFi protocols and total value locked, everything like that. And on top of that, there'll be, you know, an ecosystem of DApps that sort of aggregate all that and run everything. And, you know, we're heading into an automated world of finance. So there's a lot to go on off of a sort of interoperability, and, you know, you can talk about it for days really. So yeah, more about the exchange itself. One of the mechanisms, well, the mechanisms being lending, borrowing, options, margin trading, zero loss lotteries, they'll all be able to be integrated into the exchange. So basically, you know, just like PancakeSwap has lotteries and, you know, lending and borrowing options, margin trading, everything will be able to be there. You'll be able to trade it, you know, eventually, as they've said previously, you'll basically be able to trade anything there. I mean, they have the partners for it, and you'll see that soon. Yeah, I'll talk more about that in a bit. So here is the tokenomics, the interesting thing here. Now, the distribution initially, eGold holders, 604 million. And remember, all of that is locked MEX. You can't sell that. I can't go and sell my locked MEX. I don't want to anyway, but I mean, some people would. Obviously, getting an airdrop, you just want to dump it. You want to get your money and leave. So that being locked is incredibly important, because then you'll be able to go and just earn rewards. And the rewards that you earn, you can choose to be locked, but you can also sell those. So there is a great way. How often do you stream talk yourself? You seem like you've done it a few times. Oh, thanks. No, I've never done it before. So yeah, I mean, first time for everything, I suppose. Thanks for letting me know that I'm doing a good job, I guess. Thank you. Yeah, so this unique sushi cake holders, this is all going to be unlocked, I believe. I'm not 100% sure, but it'll be claimable by uni token holders, cake token holders, and sushi swap token holders. Now, I'm not exactly sure how that's going to happen, but obviously there will be the infrastructure there. You know, that, like I was saying about interoperability, there's so much that you can do with interoperability in general. There's just so many opportunities there for just even things like streamlining the process of just DeFi in general, having it, or just finance in general, having it seem like you're not even using a blockchain, and you won't even care what blockchain you're using. You're just using an interface on a D app that just uses whatever blockchain is most efficient, whichever one can handle the transaction power, whichever one is sort of best for you in your situation, or for what's going in the market, what the best opportunity for you there is. Via automation, there'll be protocols that will sort of scan the market and see what's best for you to sort of choose from to get the best yield, or there's protocols that do stuff like that. So but yeah, so you can see a more detailed documentation here, but you can see the initial liquidity here is 250 million. Now, obviously, most of the initial supply, which will be 250 million plus that 80 plus that 600, is not going to be tradable. This is not going to be tradable. This initial liquidity is obviously what will go into the initial liquidity. So the initial liquidity supply is quite low. If you add tokens to that liquidity with locked MEX, then obviously that sort of can be traded because it's just being used as liquidity. It gives sort of tighter spreads. So basically what that means is the ability to trade without as much slippage, and slippage is just the amount you lose by not transaction fees necessarily, but how much is actually tradable on the market, how much you move the price in the liquidity pool itself. Audio is pretty bad. Is anyone else having that issue? I'll continue, but let me know if anyone else is having that issue. It should be fine. I've got like a pretty decent microphone and stuff like that. So yeah, let me know, I suppose. So yeah, that's 604 MEX to token holders. That was the schedule for it. Obviously, we've passed this quite a while ago, and there's been pretty significant, I suppose, delays in the exchange. But that's obviously due to the fact that getting something perfect is not easy the first time, and it's important the first time, especially with something that can scale as much as it could with the potential that it has. If you have a bad name from launch, you're gonna have a bad name forever. So it's very important that maybe it's because of the echo in the room. Oh, okay. That's perhaps the case. I don't think I can do much about that. I'll try to talk a little bit quieter, maybe see if that works. Because I could probably turn the mic sensitivity down as well. Podcast audio quality, yeah, perhaps. Yeah, it is a decent microphone, but it's not the studio quality one. It probably just needs some like some touching to it. I actually used to do sound production. It's a decent microphone. It just probably needs some just a tweak to it, which I just haven't done. I didn't think it did, but apparently so. All right. It also might be compression of audio on YouTube as well. So all right. So here's saying obviously all MEX will be subject to an initial lock or vesting period, and that 10% of it will be unlocked after 30 days. So after 30 days, you better sell 10%. And I'm assuming at that point, probably there's going to be 50-50 people that do, that don't. It's not a huge deal. It'll be 5% of the initial supply, but that's not even of the actual supply. By then there'll be some rewards and yeah, thank you. High throughput will evade workmen to sell transactions behind bots. So with low transaction fees and high throughput that Maya DEX will have, will they evade what happened to Sol with transaction spamming with bots? So essentially, initially, I don't think that's going to be a problem. I don't think there's really too many people that have currently developed bots just because of the underrated nature of Elrond in general. But I think even the team obviously know this, but in the future, there's going to be more bot transactions than human transactions on any network, even if it's every single person in the world's using it. There will be bots. There will be people running multiple bots. That it's going to happen. They know that it's scalable. It can handle it, essentially. It'll be able to continue handling it into the future. It's it's as scalable as you can imagine it to be. So it will get there, and there'll be like, I don't expect anything to go down because of it, put it that way. Like how Solana has recently with, they had to restart the entire network because essentially what happened was its minimum specifications for RAM for a validator is 128 gigabyte of RAM, and they recommend that minimum. That's just the minimum specs, and some of them, maybe half of the validators have that, and half of them have more, to up to 256. But essentially what happened was most of the validators that had 128 were actually getting out of sync, because what happens, how the network syncs itself is it uses transactions between each validator node constantly to be able to communicate. So what was happening there was that there were too many transactions in general. Those validators couldn't process that information. So essentially they just fell out of sync with the other ones, and the whole network just really broke. If it can't handle it, it can't handle it. It just stops, basically. So what actually happened was that it was a network fork, and they just had to reset the entire network. There was no way to be able to reconnect those nodes together because of the fact that they didn't have a system for it, I suppose. And the reason that Elrond wouldn't do that is because of the way that transactions are processed. Now they have network or adaptive state sharding. So adaptive state sharding is essentially combining all three types of sharding. But the important one is state sharding, which means that they don't need extra processing power. But obviously, with that, there's the other two types of sharding also kind of bring that in together as well. But they don't shard they don't generally have the ability to shard the actual state of the blockchain. So the state itself exists on each validator node. So the state itself, so long as validators can communicate, which isn't through transactions, it's through just an internet connection, basically. As long as they can talk to each other, they all have the state of the network itself within their own rights, can sort of, they don't need the processing power. They use each other to bounce off of each other and use each other to sort of just increase the throughput. It doesn't require you to process every transaction. That's, I suppose, just a general thing about sharding. It's probably not the best explanation, but it's rudimentary. I try to keep it at that. So that these Unicake and Sushi tokens are really interesting, because these people that are receiving this token that can be traded, are all sort of liquidity people. They're all within liquidity provision. They're all within sort of the space of, within the in their best interest to be providing liquidity, because or like they're interested within decentralized exchanges. So they'll be interested in getting MEX and wondering what is it, and start to discover it. It's almost a trick to force them into looking at it, if nothing else, which is great because they'll love it, honestly. Especially with that bootstrap liquidity for, me personally, I'm going to be providing liquidity, because if I'm, it might not be initially, there might be some periods of volatility that could be something to look out for, and permanent loss is a big issue, but I'll be providing liquidity at some point. I'm going to be, whether I will initially with some of it, but it's not going to be all initially. I'll be staking to begin with, but not obviously, like I said, not 100%. It'll be a bit in everything. So yeah, the MEX used to provide initial liquidity after the Telly value locked is considered big enough and things stabilize. The remaining MEX and MEX rewards earned from this initial liquidity will be burnt. So coming back up to here, looking at this, the initial liquidity, all of this will eventually be burnt. So basically, your initial supply is going to be 100% just owned by the community. So this initial liquidity, after it gets burnt, it's just off the market. No one can do anything with it. Obviously, it's burnt. It's gone forever. So that in itself is also great for bootstrapping that initial liquidity as well. I'll be able to log in straight away, use the exchange, buy some eGold. Or MEX, I suppose, really, because you already have the eGold to use it. So, buy some MEX initially. And yes, so obviously there's collaborations with centralized exchanges that will be considered to list MEX. eGold's there's no sort of secret that eGold is what was launched on Binance. So you can imagine being launched on Binance, partnered with Binance, actually in an alliance with Binance, or with where is it here? Research partners? No, sorry. Whoop, I can't get this across. In collaborative consortium. So the Binance Chain Alliance is sort of a place where Binance partners all go, or not a place that they go, but like an alliance they have to sort of work together to make the whole economy, the whole system of crypto and just everything just as efficient as it can be. And it's mainly to do obviously with the Binance Smart Chain, and obviously Elrond are all for inclusiveness, and Binance Smart Chain is going nowhere. It's going to continue to exist. There'll be DeFi opportunities there. So what is not smart to provide liquidity in the first? So is it not smart? Well, yes and no. You can say that it's not smart to if you think that the initial volatility, if you think that eGold's going to go up really high, or you think MEX will, or you think MEX will go down really far, or you think eGold will. The thing is, though, is that you're getting that locked MEX initially. That MEX can't be traded anyway. So essentially, your impermanent loss is mitigated by that, as well as the fact that you're getting staking rewards. You're essentially getting, really, if you have that locked MEX, free tokens. But obviously, if you're buying MEX itself, there might be an initial demand which will send the price soaring, and then from there you might buy in, and then when you go, oh, I want to cash out, I've had this in liquidity or whatever, you might go, oh, I want to cash out, the price might drop, and whatever, anything like that. Then by then the price could go up, and you've provided liquidity. There's been maybe not so much movement with eGold. Impermanent loss is a funny thing. There might be not so much movement in eGold or something, and essentially you end up getting sort of not charged, but you sort of end up selling MEX slowly over time for eGold. So because of that, if the price of MEX goes up, you're selling it slowly over time. You don't get to sell at the top. You end up selling sort of at an average. So it's not necessarily a bad thing either, because if you don't know how to time the market and you want to sell at the top or whatever, like you're never going to really be able to. No one really ever buys the bottom, sells the top. So yeah, that in itself can be also just be a good thing, that you're slowly getting rid of some MEX if you bought it or whatever. But not that I'm saying that will happen. I'm not sure what's going to happen on launch, honestly. I think it'll be crazy to watch. I think it'll be very interesting to see what happens to begin with, because obviously that Elrond have a bunch of partners, and there's a bunch of them that are going to launch ESDTs, the tokens on there. So it'll be very interesting to see how that sort of initial phase of their partners sort of coming onto the scene with MEX and how its utility sort of grows is going to sort of play out. So yeah, these obviously, like I said, there'll be collaborations with centralized exchanges, and then those exchanges, as you've seen probably, Binance have sort of launchpad sort of projects where you can chuck in some BUSD or some BNB, you stake it, you get the IDO. Same thing happened with eGold. That's how it launched that's how it launched through Binance Launchpad as ERD. So they get opportunities for people to be able to farm MEX as well. So there'll be probably some rewards in from the supply into that as well when they go to list on centralized exchanges. One cool thing is obviously that they partner with Binance to an extent. Don't know how deep that partnership is, but obviously they have worked together in the past at the very minimum. And KuCoin obviously just announced that they're going to be integrating the entirety of the KuCoin sort of ecosystem, of the ESDT tokens. So they'll be integrating pretty much the whole entirety of the Elrond ecosystem, and you'll be able to, eventually, I'm assuming you'll be able to trade Link on there, because Link's an Elrond partner. Link's also a massive token, and the way that everyone trades Link at the moment is really through centralized exchanges, PancakeSwap, or through Uniswap, which has incredibly high fees, really. Also, it's relatively centralized, which isn't great. So yeah, opportunities for people to be able to earn through that as well. So they'll sort of have their own sort of initial supply to be able to sort of go on as well. And then obviously MEX is distributed by emissions per block. It's distributed per pool by a vesting schedule. And there's also burning functionalities within that. Also, there'll be obviously voting, and there'll be community governance. So there'll be a governance platform. You'll be able to vote as to what you want to be listed in there, and I'm assuming pretty much, most things are just going to pass, if not everything. So yeah, that's the exchange in general. I'll just go back to that because I'm not just ready to talk about that quite yet. So obviously, what's coming for Elrond itself within obviously just mechs in itself, but what else is coming for the team from what they're building is obviously the My Exchange and farming within that. Then there's also MPAD, which is their Launchpad token. So they'll have projects that they've been working with over time, and they have great products. And obviously the team are amazing. They'll vet everything. The projects will just be top class. I mean, you've seen some of the partners that have come out of it recently. If not, we'll go through some of them soon too. But yeah, I'm excited for the Launchpad. That'll be integrated within the My Exchange itself as well. So that'll be really cool to sort of look into that. And then they've also, Benjamin recently on a stream mentioned that he has some compelling identity solutions coming up. And those identity solutions are incredibly important for the space. Obviously, we need to comply with regulation, but then if you can make a compelling identity, perhaps you get paid for it or something like that. I'm not sure, you get obviously paid with a token or something like that, but I'm not sure how it's going to work, but it'll be compelling apparently. So identity is going to be a big thing on chain, and it's, security for everything, everything in the world, security for everything, anything online. Just security has changed with blockchain technology. I mean, obviously there's bridges coming, and there's so much. All right. Yeah, so there's been sort of tidbits of info that the team have talked about within different interviews as well. Just recently, Seba was on an interview with CryptoDiv, yeah. And he talked about they have a sort of a circle of partners that they've sort of obviously been working with, but then also got, oh, you should be working with these guys, and sort of built up this circle of partners that he mentioned. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what comes of that. And I've always kind of, you obviously know that if the team have been talking to other people, there's other people that have been talking to each other, people who are interested in building on Elrond, and why wouldn't you be? Would be working together to build, better products in general, stuff like that. So he's also mentioned that there's going to be some large partners coming, like institutional grade, bigger than institution even, like conglomerate grade. I don't know whether, that could be up to Google or Facebook or, I mean, he's already said he hasn't talked to Apple in an interview once, but, it could be anything. You can't say it can't be anything, but you can't wish too high to Google, but you can't wish too low either. He said they're going to be big partnerships, so it'd be very interesting to see that happen. He's also apparently talked to banks about the Elrond infrastructure as well, which he's mentioned quite a while ago in a live stream, just a community sort of update live stream, which also sounds very exciting. But you never know with banks. It's you have a talk to them. It's regulation. It's you never know what they're thinking. Low screen resolution. That might just be my internet. Australia doesn't have the greatest internet. Yes, governments as well. Governments is a big one, really. Like governments in general are gonna do what they can to stop what they don't want to happen. That's just pretty obvious in the space. But I mean, Elrond stayed compliant as they possibly could, and compliance is a big thing. Compliance is, you can't run a chain without compliance. You just can't. It's gonna get shut down. There's obviously Coinbase recently tried to offer a DeFi product, but they just pretty much got shut down and got told that this DeFi product is a security, which makes absolutely no sense because by definition, it is definitely not a security by what the actual code does, how it works. Thank you for the video. I do agree the volume's like you're in a tunnel, maybe soundproofing the room. Yeah. Yep, I can definitely do that. Some soundproofing in the future. Yeah, being in a tunnel isn't great. I might just open my window and see if some of the sound just dissipates out. It might help a little bit, but you never know. How fast the exchange should add new tokens to keep momentum? Well, honestly, it really depends. But if you added a token a week, that wouldn't be bad. Like anything is going to be good. The exchange itself is going to be good with the tokenomics that it has, with obviously, as demand comes in, demand will come with more partnerships, obviously, with more tokens launching. One thing I will say to everyone as well is make sure to use the governance platform. If you know how to, even if you don't find out how to, just have a look at it, but use it. It'll be very, very instrumental for moving everything forward. If the more participants there are, the better the whole network is off. So yeah, we've gone for 30 minutes already, and we hardly really gotten into anything. So I'll try to be a little bit brief, but so I'm just going to go straight into some partnerships here. This partnership is with 2Key, which they've had for since public since the October 7th, 2019. So a long time now. That's pretty much 2 years, really. I mean, 1 year, 11 months or something. So yeah, it's been a long time coming, but so they basically are a layer 2 solution, and they want to enable the execution of smart contracts in a browser-based network where clicking on a link turns the browser into a blockchain node with a non-custodial wallet. Now, I've tried it before, and it's relatively good, but it runs on Ethereum at the moment, so it's high fees, really. But yeah, so bridging, obviously, when I say it runs on Ethereum, token bridges run from Ethereum to it. So yeah, it's a great little invention of like having a link turn into a blockchain, almost like it creates a graph. So if I create a link and you click on that link, it creates a graph that sort of enables you to have almost monetization of advertising for that link and stuff like that. So it's really about putting money in the hands of people who sort of maybe advertise for certain people, but also just creating, like it says, sorry, pardon me, the execution of smart contracts in a browser-based network. That's huge. Like, you need a browser-based network. That's how the internet runs. You need to be able to run your economy on the internet. And then obviously clicking a link, turning into a browser into a non-custodial wallet, super big. Like that could be, the potential for that could be massive. We'll see what comes of that. So that'll be interesting to see. And obviously, it'll be the first layer 2 solution to be built on top of the adaptive state sharding and secure proof of stake consensus, which is what Elrond runs on to be so efficient and to be able to run so many transactions per second. And yeah, that's that one there. Now this one's interesting because it's a health provider, like an e-health provider. So Feel is like it wants to connect basically you or anyone in general to a more efficient, sort of cheap, easy to use health platform that allows you to talk to almost like an AI or something like that. That AI is going to be big in the future as well. So be able to find out, maybe diagnose yourself to a degree as to whether you need a doctor or not, and stuff like that. And it'll connect you to the right doctor for your certain condition if you have a condition. And it's just in general being able to connect you to the sort of right place when you need help. So it's interesting because the two companies will work together to advance e-health practices at the European Union level. So the European Union obviously is just massive. And then obviously these e-health practices at the European Union level, this Feel company working with the European Union and then Elrond working with them, is just really a big deal. And this is how old now? This is 12th of March 2020. So, you can imagine what's happened in a year and a half as to do with this. Probably at least something, There's definitely something there. A year and a half of building, it's quite a lot you can do there. So yeah, they aim to be the medical Facebook, give instant access to personal medical advice. The size of the e-health market was 3 billion 2020 to get dropped. Oh, I'm back. That's in spite of the fact that there's a lot of barriers, and those barriers are solved by privacy and security that blockchain gives. So, solving those problems obviously just opens up that market. It opens that market massively. It creates digitization and automation within the health field, within the health space in general, and exchanging health information for better patient care and medical advancements. So that data can also be used and be confidentially, because obviously it helps to stay compliant with data. You need that compliance. That obviously health is a big thing, but as soon as you go to a hospital, you're giving up your health records. So you have rights, but those obviously you also have. Well, people should generally, depending on your take on everything, but people should generally be able to learn from other health sort of other things that have other advancements that have happened, or other events, to be able to get more data and to be able to communicate and share and have the medical space just advance in general. So big data, using that data to be able to even for scientific studies and to verify that that's proven, that's actual information coming from a hospital, and data that hasn't just been made up. Okay. Of the projects, okay, so where am I up to on the comments here? Providing liquidity of 2 e-gold and equivalent like MEX, for example, and leave it in for years, could you suffer a loss not monitoring it? Well, after 2 years, I would assume you probably wouldn't, unless something ridiculous happens, like the fact that maybe e-gold goes to like $50,000 and MEX goes to like 1 cent. Then maybe you wouldn't, but the MEX rewards are supposed to get that sort of aspect out of it, so that you're getting rewarded for that impermanent loss. So in general, 2 e-gold with equivalent lock MEX over a few years, you're not likely to, especially. You can choose when to sell your liquidity tokens. So if you sell your liquidity tokens, you buy it, you say MEX is 10 cents and then e-gold is $200. And then by the time you go to sell it, MEX is $10. Oh, sorry, MEX is $1 and then e-gold is $2,000. So they both 10x'd, and you'll end up with the exact same dollar value, well, the exact same amount of tokens. Obviously more, because you get liquidity providing fees. There's fees for using the exchange, 0.05%, and you'll accumulate those over time, and you'll end up making money off of it, basically. Will a bridge to Ethereum give exchange access to all coins on ETH? It certainly can. So a bridge to Ethereum will basically mean that any token can be put into a smart contract and locked up, and then issued as an ESDT on Elrond. So yes, it certainly can mean that just any token, every token on Ethereum could be, and that's the same as with any other Ethereum compliant, Ethereum virtual machine compliant chain. Yes, it can be. The bridges are there, and there's already teams doing it. It's sometimes not an easy process to do, and sometimes it is, but yeah. What's the benefits of it running on blockchain, this eHealth platform? What does the blockchain add that isn't already being provided? Security for one, assurance and provability, and also just for anything to do with data can stay in the hands of whoever's supposed to have that data. Proof of human is going to be a big thing soon. So being able to prove, obviously you've seen like recaptures, and you have to click on the different pictures to prove that you're a human. So having a streamlined version of that and knowing that information is true and has been proven and validated is incredibly important for just eHealth in general. The efficiencies come from the automation side of things. Having that security, that humanization means that the data can't be manipulated. So therefore, you can know that you can more efficiently use that data and things like that. At the moment, the main thing is just fraud. Everything you can do with fraud is just a big deal, just within the whole of the world economy, everything like that. I think you just answered the question with your recent comments. Cool. I did just then as well, I think. I'm still having a hard time understanding permanent loss. Sure. So let me just get something up I wrote before. Just ignore that for a second. That's just the Discord I'm in. I actually wrote something for someone to do with impermanent loss recently. So I'm just going to go ahead and read that. Sorry. So I wrote, yield farming is the process of adding liquidity to decentralized exchanges by pairing equal value amounts of 2 coins. So you might add Ethereum and Link, or eGold and Link, for example. Or eGold and MEX even. This allows other people to swap MEX for eGold, Link for eGold, Link for ETH, because you're allowing them to buy or sell either asset. And because of that, you're accepting that you'll end up with different amounts of both tokens over time. That's because if the demand of Link is high over time, you'll be selling Link slowly. Like I mentioned before, because you're providing liquidity, if there's high demand for one token over another, or the price changes from one token to another, then you'll slowly essentially be selling that to liquidity miners or traders, just to the pool in general. You'll end up with eventually, say, if the price of Link goes up when you're trading Link and eGold, you'll end up with more eGold. If eGold's stable and then Link is going up in price, it's got more demand. So it brings up that brings up the impermanent loss. So the impermanent loss is essentially just the difference that you would have had from holding those two tokens. The price of ETH remained roughly the same while Link was in high demand. The price would increase because you're selling slowly to the Link over time. You're losing the potential gains you could have made by hodling that Link and selling it at that point, rather than selling it over time, which is what you'd be doing, and you end up making less money because of that. The end result would be that you made money in that situation because one of your assets went up and the other one stayed stable, but you would have made more just by holding that. The difference, what you would have made, that's what's called impermanent loss. To mitigate that impermanent loss, yield farming allows you to stake liquidity tokens. So you stake your token for the liquidity that you have, and with Elrond, or that's an NFT. So I'll go more into NFT soon. So you have basically a proof of ownership in your share of that pool with that NFT. You receive and get rewarded for doing so by getting MEX because you staked it. So for example, on PancakeSwap, you get a generous APY paid in cake for providing liquidity. Obviously, it's important to remember that both of the assets are volatile and can both go down in price, and that cause a higher loss if that happens. That's in general because what you bought has gone down in price. And obviously, one could go down while the other goes up, and you'd end up with one that, if eGold goes down and then Link goes up, you'll end up with more eGold and less Link. But it'll end up being the fact that you sold it over time, and there's a neat little graph that displays all that sort of information as well. How to understand permanent loss? Okay, yeah, there's a chance for you probably build an Elrond drop token. Yeah, so I'm expecting there to at least be some projects that will airdrop tokens to staked users, especially there's a few staking providers that have already stated that they're going to release a token and a product and a platform, and that if you're staking to them, you'll receive that. I won't go over all those or in detail or anything like that. That's something you can find out for yourself if you go to each staking provider's page. I know there's a few of them that are doing it, but yeah, I'm not sure about all their plans. What do you see in Elrond that you would put at the top of your list of concerns, and what do you consider the best areas you said? So as far as concerns go, would probably be just the time frame in general that things have been released, but I wouldn't really do anything about that. So obviously they've stated that they wanted to release the exchange quite earlier this year, but I wouldn't have wanted them to, because it would have just been not as user friendly, or not as good in general. It wouldn't be as secure. It would have gone through just so much of a harder process. It would have been less efficient because they're making efficiencies to this chain in general. How does Elrond compare to Elrond? Let's say there's a few differences there. Elrond can't generally scale right now, but I know they have a scaling solution in mind that seems to want to work, but they can't scale to the point where Elrond can. Whereas Elrond can literally, given the parameters of enough validators, which at the moment I think you could do probably 500,000 transactions per second, if not more. But the test net's at 260,000, so let's call it 100,000 because some people argue test nets, whatever. So Elrond can do 100,000 transactions per second now, whereas Elrond can't do that. There's also other chains I could make comparisons to. I'm going to do one probably. I can do it now if you like. Actually, had a community question, one asking, not that, I didn't even can post that. Whoops. One asking somewhere. eGold versus Avalanche, and the main thing is obviously scalability. Again, AVAX can't scale, but they're also sort of a layer 2 solution within their own self, so they're not exactly a layer 1. They have a layer 1, they are a layer 1 as well. Sort of a complicated network. Wouldn't recommend it to beginners, but also at the same time, it's getting a lot of hype and total value locked and stuff like that at the moment. They got 60% of their stuff locked. But one thing to mention is they only have 16,000 delegators, which I don't know how that really happens when you look at Elrond here in staking metrics, and you can see it has, I'm not sure where the number is. Oh, here we go, 82,500. So that's like a sevenfold increase or something. Yeah, in general, that you know, there's a lot that you can sort of compare each chain to each chain and sort of understand each metric of like interoperability, which one's more interoperable, and you know which one's more scalable, decentralized, which one's more secure. Yeah, another funny thing I found about AVAX is they claim to have the most validators for a proof of stake network, which actually isn't true, but that's all right. Like they can say what they like, I suppose. Yeah, so here, Neurolabs. So this is retail automation solutions using computer vision and blockchain technology. This boils down to basically reducing in-store checkout times, as well as shrinkage and increasing efficiency. But it also goes into supply chain tracking as well. So this will enable you to basically go into a store, pick up what you want, and walk out. Essentially, you pay for it, obviously, but essentially just not having to go for a checkout, not paying for it there. It comes out automatically. You know, there's obviously retailers that have done this. You know, with say Amazon, 7-Eleven, Alibaba. Yeah, just there's a bunch of people that have sort of started to do this, but it's going to sort of become a bigger thing over time. You know, creating efficiencies in the world is where humanity is headed. You know, creating more data streams and AI in general, that's where humanity is headed. So automated kiosks are estimated to grow to $34 billion by 2023. That's massive. That's a big market. So, you know, I'm not sure what it even is at the moment, but that 34 billion is huge. I'm assuming it's probably only something a couple billion. Telepath, this is also just manufacturing, shippage, storage, retail acquisition, you know, anything to do with supply chain tracking and management. So that's another partner for just supply chain in general. And, you know, supply chains are a big deal, everything like that. So, yeah, I'm getting a lot of, so how's it convert algorithm? What do you call it, other projects? What's my favorite project in Elrond? Might touch on that at some point. Layer zero projects like DAG. Yeah, I mean, like you can say anything can act almost as a layer zero technology to a degree. Not anything, but certain things can. Like there's no reason why we couldn't use them. They're going to be used. Then there's no reason why sometimes to use them even. It's just a matter of, you know, obviously some of them don't have transaction fees and stuff like that, but if you're going to use a layer 1 chain that can scale anyway, why bother using a layer 2 if you have to pay slightly more on a transaction fee? If you did, I suppose, if you're using a platform on another chain or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, layer 0 solutions are a big deal, and like they're definitely going to continue to be a thing. They're not necessarily going to be able to incorporate everything themselves. There'll be bridges from, say, you know, DAG that you're mentioning. There'll be sort of bridges from that to another chain to be able to sort of all connect together to some degree. But yeah, there's definitely potential there for that, and it'll definitely sort of be able to contribute to the entirety of the ecosystem of cryptocurrency in general. Oh, sorry, I do mean to share my screen there. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I'll just go back to here. So yeah, this supply chain automation, yeah, using computer vision to be able to see what you pick up in a store and stuff like that. You know, feel free later to pause any of this, or you can obviously just get the article up yourself. Best way to find it, go to elrondpartners.com and just go to basically any of these tabs, or just search whatever product, you know, Neurolabs, just search whatever you want. It comes up, you click on it, and then the blog is probably the best place to get the information, which comes up just there. So yeah, highly recommend doing that. So yep, Telepath, supply chain tracking. So this is very interesting. This is AI generated media content. So being able to basically talk to an AI that can create media for you. So for someone like me, I suck at art. I'm just not an art person. That's just me. One thing to know about me, but basically using AI to be able to, for me to be able to sort of create art, and it comes through what other people support and what they put on there themselves. So you know, this is useful for production studios, ad agencies, content creators. It's good for licensing as well, because obviously you can, like it says, licensed digital genome. So what they're calling it here, the terminology, digital genome. So it's basically like a digital identity of your own that sort of lives on the blockchain, that you can lease out stuff or autonomously. So you can create content and maybe it gets used for someone else's content that eventually gets monetized, and then you get a share of that money. So you can publish and monetize AI technologies, like I mentioned. It's environment that handles data management, integration, and sales process, so automated sales for that sort of thing if it gets used. It can create it, like it says here, allow the creation of videos, games, creating games through AI, vlogs, news programs, any media. So yeah, and it learns from whatever you put into it as a human, and then this proof of human verification means that the media that gets put on there, you can tell if it's from a human or if it's AI generated. So yeah, real people playing a role as validators is crucial to that. And it's designed to keep AI honest, which is great because obviously there's a lot of AI concerns coming into the future. The AI entities are generated by the protocol and then made into NFTs, which can be managed as companies. So like I mentioned before, for these AI genomes, these AI not beings, that's a bad word to say, but these AI sort of companies that you create, I suppose, will be NFTs that you can own in your wallet. And I think that's great also for ideas sharing, because if you have someone who has brilliant ideas, they can market those ideas, and people who use those ideas, it's great for patenting, it's great for copyright, because if you have an idea and you put it onto paper and it gets used and you have proof of that paper. Elrond Phantom, yeah. See, I'm not going to go into that too much. I could and I will at some point. I'm sure we'll have another discussion at some point, and I will, but just not today. Sorry about that. I love Phantom as well. Phantom's great. I love Terra. Terra's great. I can talk about them as well. But yeah, so that's enough of that one, I suppose, for now. One big thing, cloud computing. It's massive. It's going to continue to be massive. Anytime you have Amazon Web Services, anytime you want to host a website, for example, and this is what's sort of used now, anytime you want to host a website, it goes through cloud computing. So different to cloud storage, where cloud storage is you might make an NFT and that needs to be stored on IPFS, which is Interplanetary File System, which is basically just an infrastructure, decentralized infrastructure for storing data in general. And that's where most NFTs sort of on Ethereum are stored. That's not this. This is actual compute to be able to maintain servers and stuff like that through using other people's hardware, because you don't want to sit at home running server to run your website all day. That's why people get these services to be able to run their website for them. So this sort of does that as well. But it's obviously for Elrond apps. So being able to have applications running in a decentralized network. So running on the computation layer, we'll be able to connect Elrond as a settlement layer. So this basically what this is saying is any application that's running on Kudos will be able to also will be able to connect to Elrond as a settlement layer. So they'll be able to use Elrond to settle any disputes, any transactions, anything that happens on there. Obviously, it's just infrastructure for the computation of these sort of dApps that are going to run. There's a big problem in Ethereum at the moment where it's quite centralized because everyone uses something called Infura, which you can do some research for yourself and find that out. So yeah, true decentralization needs to happen both at the settlement and at the compute layer. Obviously at the storage layer as well for things like NFTs. That's why BlueZell comes into it, which is a decentralized database for Web3. So it's a database for cloud storage rather than cloud compute. So another thing to mention about cloud compute actually is the fact that cloud computing is going to be a big thing too. So imagine you have a VR headset, but it sits on your head. It's quite clunky. It has a screen or whatever, and it might have a processor in it, and it has cords coming off it. Goes into your powerful PC to be able to run it. You really don't want that. And what you really want to do is have that PC be wireless. And they have solutions for that as well. Obviously, Oculus, Facebook Oculus has a wireless solution that sort of connects to your PC wirelessly and stuff like that. You get compute wirelessly. But to take that a step further with 5G, if you don't have any latency, which is what 5G aims to do, bring very, very low latency, is you can connect any device to 5G and essentially run it as a gaming supercomputer. So, my computer sitting right next to me has pretty decent stuff in it. It's not amazing. I actually gave away my graphics card to my brother because I just don't play games. But yeah, it has a graphics card in it. It's just like a pretty relatively bad one. But So yeah, just being able to, for me, having a bad, my graphics card can't even run VR as far as as far as HTC Vive goes. So if I wanted to, I'd have to connect sort of to the internet, to a cloud infrastructure, to this computer that can run it for me. Yeah, so also soon we'll be joined by Wesley, and we'll be talking more about, I suppose, probably the economy at that point, which is great because he's an amazing economist, awesome. But yeah, the integration between the two decentralized layers will act as a database service. So for NFTs or for just any data in general, there's privacy and availability to anyone. And obviously it means that truly decentralized applications can be stored on it. As far as, obviously they need computing and they need storage, these DApps. So, having both a partner for both of those, and also, both can sort of, you end up getting computation and storage providers sort of being almost the same thing in a lot of cases. One might focus more on storage or whatever, but they end up basically wanting to do both as well. So the smart account features will also provide synergies to unlock innovative use cases for blockchain technology. Don't know what's coming from that, but you never know. It sounds good. Now, Orion is an interesting one because a lot of people are wondering what's happening with it. So initially what had been happening with it and what they wanted to do was launch it as a decentralized exchange to bring together order books from centralized and decentralized exchanges, which is great. And the system they have for that, called Brokerage, highly recommend reading into it. It's awesome. It's basically being able to trust someone, but also use sort of their Binance account almost to be able to trade on Binance if that's where the best liquidity is, or their another person or their KuCoin account if that's where the best liquidity is, the best price that you can get for that token. And also it does all of that in a non-custodial manner. So you always have the tokens as wrap tokens, and it works at the moment on BSC and Ethereum. They've integrated that with sort of like a synthetic bridge sort of thing. They have their own sort of technology for that, which is really interesting. I can't wait to see that on Elrond because I think it'll be pretty big, pretty awesome to see that. But obviously their roadmap is just well off at this point. Well, to a degree, because obviously Orion Terminal deployed on Elrond, that hasn't happened. Maybe it has to a degree with on the back end. Maybe they've done that for a bit, but Elrond's just not ready for it. And that obviously Elrond is still doing lots of updates to everything. So yeah, one awesome thing about it is signed order messages. So like I mentioned, I work with DexKit. So what they can do, what we can do with the technology on Ethereum is we can provide you the ability to place limit orders, which this will be probably the same thing, but also potentially more. So provide the ability to place limit orders essentially for free with no gas fee. But the catch there is that even though you don't pay the gas fee, you end up having to buy it at a higher price than what the market price would be, depending on how much you buy, obviously, but someone needs to pay that gas fee. Essentially, you can't avoid gas fees. So that gas fee gets paid by basically an arbitrage bot, which just looks at the pool of transactions that are there, things that it can do, and it automatically does those things if it can profit off of it. So it'll basically just fill that limit order for you and pay the gas fee for you because you end up getting less tokens. Essentially, someone has to pay the gas fee. They do, so it gets passed on to you with less tokens sort of thing. All right. Oh yeah, Orion Brokers. That's the thing I wanted to just say. It's something to look into. It's interesting how it works, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. So it says here the two partners are looking to experiment with an IEO-like fundraising platform. They already did that. That was back in something like October. I'm not sure exactly when it was, but yeah, Elrond basically had this thing where you would stake some e-gold for maybe like 14 days, and after that 14 days, you got a bit of a different token to sort of compensate for locking that up for staking it, which was really cool. And you get a few cool tokens from it. And one of them was this, which is Dexy Network. It's copy trading. So it's basically so it's basically being able to copy someone who is a good trader by looking at their wallet and seeing that they're making money, and then being able to copy their strategies and sort of just automatically make the same trades as them. it was very interesting reading this, because the actual white paper for this, because it actually has sort of like an insurance inbuilt into it. So if you basically end up losing a trade because of someone who you're copying, you sort of get a little bit of that back by getting DEXI tokens sort of gifted to you. I'm just going to quickly check on Twitter that we don't have any messages from Wesley. Not yet. Okay, cool. So yeah, essentially there's sort of like a mitigation of loss where you get some of that token back, but then there was also the counter balance of that where you pay a small fee if you make money. So essentially, if they make money, you pay a small fee to the network that actually ends up getting, there's a burn mechanism and stuff like that. It's interesting to look into. So yeah, they also partnered with Orion to be able to sort of work with that. And that sort of ties into what I mentioned at one point that Seva mentioned in the recent live stream with CryptoDiv, that they have this sort of circle of partners that's going on, that they're sort of all building on Elrond together. So really interesting, will be interesting to see that. So they mentioned here that Elrond's Wasm VM offers inexpensive contract execution, making their business, so we're addressing our business issue represented by Ethereum transaction cost and times. And I think a lot of sort of platforms are going to find that using Elrond is just going to be a better version of Ethereum. I mean, literally the technology behind it is basically just an all-around better version of Ethereum 2.0, because it essentially does the same thing, but in almost every way has a better security system, a better interoperability system, a better decentralization solution. Well, security sort of ties into decentralization. Won't go into that. Yeah, there's a lot to go in with decentralization that you can't argue very easily that one network's more decentralized than other. So the collaboration is an important first step in Elrond's development of the finance vertical. Don't know what the finance vertical is, but it debuted with Orion's strategic partnership. So that also probably ties into what Seva was saying to a degree, maybe speculation, you never know. Knit Finance, tokenization of everything is going to be huge. NFTs, this is where the NFTs come into it. Tokenizing anything, everything. From supply chain tracking, like we mentioned before, if you want to buy a sweater and you've ordered it online, what you'll receive is not a receipt. The receipt will be an NFT. So that NFT will have basically the ability to track and have your receipt on it, everything on it for you to be able to receive that sweater. But obviously that's just with, retail sort of things, with supply chain tracking. This platform in itself goes into stocks, property, and cryptocurrencies. There's no reason that a mortgage can't be an NFT, or sorry, a deed to a house can't be an NFT, or you can't have debt as an NFT like a mortgage as well. If you have an NFT, it can have value, but it could probably, there's no reason why it couldn't also have a counter value of debt to it. There's no reason you couldn't create a sort of system of debt loaning and what am I trying to say here? What's the word? Credit history, credit record, and stuff like that. And then obviously, being able to tokenize stable coins as well. So yeah, just having an easy transfer, fractional ownership of anything. You can do gold, which is coming up as well. I think I've got it up in the next bit. But yeah, stocks, property, cryptocurrencies, and also commodities. Not necessarily that stocks obviously are NFTs, but liquidity for stocks can be NFTs in Elrond, which is amazing that you can get collateralized loans off of that. Huge finance vertical there, huge. So obviously it says here, the catch is that the interactions are confined to the respective blockchain that the asset was issued on. Now this platform actually has lots of different partnerships. I'd recommend just looking at just the partnerships of it. I'm not saying, by the way, to buy any of these coins or anything. I'm just sort of going over the ecosystem of what's there. Most of these coins, I probably have some of, like at least some of them, but not all of them, but some of them I do. Maybe probably most of them. Yeah, I'd probably say most of these ones. But there's so many bloody partners that I could go over, and you can't own them all either. And I don't own all of these ones, so yeah, I can do a disclosure of the ones I own if you like, but I'm just not going to get into that. Tokenization of everything is an emerging mega trend that will engulf all business verticals. very true. It's going to engulf every single use, every single transfer of value in general. So trading, lending, and margin services with these tokens is going to be incredibly important. Obviously, you need that. It's just a thing, it's just necessary, basically. And yeah, obviously, being able to move from one chain to another, different tokens and stuff like that, using bridges. Using it. So basically, it effectively creates a liquidity pool spanning multiple blockchains, which is great. You need liquidity everywhere you can. The more liquidity, the better. Outside of, so what did it say? It says tokenizing asset organizations on other chains or outside of the blockchain space completely. So yeah, it's not confined to the blockchain space. It can be literally anything. Onwards from that. Also tokenizing anything, real world assets, is Oro Pocket, which also have a launch pad and stuff like that. They're relatively interesting, something you can check out if you want to. But just to be here, just to reiterate the point, maintaining a diverse portfolio of real-world assets is a lucrative strategy for wealth creation. So making sure that you're diverse is obviously a very important thing to mitigate risk. Such practices are enhanced by blockchain technology, which decreases the associated costs and increases the security and speed of asset management. So yeah, just if you've ever used the financial system traditionally to buy gold, you'll know it's so hard. Whereas you can literally you can do it on a blockchain it's just so much easier. So if you've got an account, you can buy gold if you have an asset that you can swap it for, so long as it's tokenized and it's on that chain. So it'll be an incredibly good way to, and you can provide liquidity with it. So if you wanted to, you could lock up US dollars and gold. Gold's relatively stable some of the time, so getting MEX perhaps for doing that. Why not? And then transferring them these NFTs with to other people. So like having gold and also spending it on a debit card, which you can't even do at the moment. It's just not possible in the current financial system. So it's just some of the doors that are opened up within DeFi, within what you can do with NFTs that represent real world assets. I've noticed that this company, at one point I saw that they were also doing tokenized whiskey, which I thought was kind of interesting. I like whiskey as well. I'm a whiskey drinker. Whiskey and beer is pretty much my drinks of choice. So yeah, basically it just gives a mad amount of access to the financial system that of assets that sort of wouldn't normally be available in DeFi potentially. I've got a message running 5-7 minutes late. No problem, man. We're still good to go here, I suppose. I'll see him when he pops in and I'll be able to let him join in. Insurance, also incredibly important. Now, total value locked is something that is always discussed in this space as a metric that just basically increases the value of the token of the blockchain that you're on. If there's more value going to that blockchain, generally people flock to that chain and buy the coin. It's just how it's always sort of happened, and you've seen it probably with Polygon and recently Avalanche, Solana, and I believe Phantom also have been just adding sort of ways for you to just DeFi funds for you to be able to earn money for using the chain. And you've seen recently Phantom did that, and recently their price pumped. Recently Avalanche did that and their price pumped. It's just a metric that a lot of people use to sort of value a chain. But obviously at the moment it's at $130 billion. Well, this was as of May, so it probably was more at some point. I'm not sure of the exact number to have in front of me. And that was up from $1 billion in 2020. So in a year and 5 months, 130-fold increase. And that's going to probably continue. There's no reason it wouldn't. It's using this technology is the future. It's going to be how people are going to make money into the future. So yeah, obviously just being able to have having protection against vulnerabilities and bugs and hacks, and it's applicable for decentralized exchanges, automated market makers, swaps, liquidity pools, or even any IDOs. So just basically insurance for anything that could possibly go wrong with your funds. If something does go wrong, there's a platform there to allow the insurance to mitigate that. So I mean, these insurers have said, they like the Maya app and they think it's a great place for crypto users, and they look forward to further enhancing these new users' experience with insurance products. so that it strengthens their confidence in the Elrond DeFi ecosystem. So having this is really important because, and there's a couple other insurance partners, and there's a couple other partners for this as well. Look into it. There's what can I think of off the top of my head? I can probably just go into DeFi and have a look. I won't bother, but you can go, you can look, you can just do this and search insurance title. I mean, I guess they're what come up if you search insurance, and Insurace doesn't even come up. So there you go. Now, automated like finance in general, being able to sort of always have access to the best situation for your money. That's going to be incredibly important and a massive thing. Are you in MTV? No. Sorry, I'll answer some questions in a second as well. I'll do it after this. So yeah, interoperability. So it's an interoperable platform that tracks the best yields across different blockchain ecosystems. Having that is important, and there's a few other projects that are also doing it. There's what do you call it? An automated finance sort of AI that is being developed by a partner called an Elrond partner, but also just some other projects in the space as well, called Cyberfi, and they're basically just this automated protocol for you to be able to, as Wesley now, add them to the stream in just a second. So yeah, focusing on simplifying decentralized finance, offering savings, loans, investment funds and swaps, everything like that. It's a big financial platform that sort of is going to engulf the world at some point. Whether it be this platform or not, I'm not sure, but this is just a platform that is on Elrond in general. And then obviously here, advanced arbitrary messaging bridges capabilities through Elrond and Ethereum. So it's like it says, to be announced. So we don't even really know anything about that. But the arbitrary message bridge is basically XDAI stake technology that's open source, and they've decided to implement to the existing bridge to support the virtual machine. I'll just add Wesley to the stream right now, but there we go. Hello.
Hey, CryptoTex, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you doing, Wesley?
Good. Can you hear my audio pretty good?
Yes, I probably actually accidentally have you put through my microphone as well, so I might just have to change the speaker settings on here because everyone else will be able to hear you if I don't. Through my microphone as well to get feedback. All right, try that there.
You can hear me now?
Yes, perfect. And no one else will be able to, so welcome. How are you?
Good, how are you? I was able to catch just a little bit of the earlier part of the stream, and it was fantastic. So thanks for going over all those.
Yeah. Thanks for the compliments. It's my first time doing this, so it's kind of interesting and new and fun. So yeah, I'll probably be doing it more in the future. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Awesome.
Now, obviously, you're very much to do with the traditional finance space as it relates to sort of cryptocurrency. Like just before, I was going over NFTs and their sort of applications for the Maya exchange that have been mentioned by the team for liquidity providing and stuff like that. For being able to take out a loan against collateral, a collateralized loan against the liquidity that you provide for. Whilst you're getting rewarded whilst you're providing liquidity, but then you also got a loan, and then perhaps those rewards can sort of mitigate the loans fees, and you'll sort of end up having this profit generating ecosystem that just ends up growing as a massively across the world. And then obviously having NFTs, there's just so much you could do with them. You can tokenize anything and everything with NFTs. So yeah, that was one thing I mentioned before, but do you have anything to add to do with NFTs and your thoughts on them?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, some of the interesting aspects of sort of creating the financial world on the blockchain itself is that, if you're early, like we all are with regards to the ecosystem, you're going to be rewarded the most. And that's just the nature of how bootstrapping works with respect to, needing to attract liquidity, because that's obviously sort of like the oil that runs the machine. You have to have it in order for financial transactions to work. It's sort of what
you need a
differentiates.
lot of it. Sorry, you need a lot of it for institutions, for big money
Yep.
players. That they're not interested unless there is really. They can't do anything with it. It just ends up being that they just get too much loss from every time they trade. Or
Yeah, exactly. And that's essentially why it's so essential to begin with. I mean, you could kind of think of like why institutional players didn't actually dabble in Bitcoin early on. And it was just because there wasn't sufficient liquidity. So they would move it too much in order for it to make any sense. You heard it when Tesla started accepting Bitcoin. They essentially said that the financial guys wanted to test to see if the liquidity worked. And there was a big old news article as, oh, Tesla sold their Bitcoin. But that's not actually what happened. They were just simply trying to see if there was enough liquidity so that they would be able to get out of the position if needed. And obviously, this is such a new asset class that it's it's something that the big players, institutional players with large position sizes, they're not going to be messing with like smaller stuff initially, but that allows for the everyday retail investor and so forth to be able to get into the space. And actually, I think someone on one of the podcasts talked about this. It's sort of the golden age of the retail and individual investor. So for every little guy, if you're willing to do a lot of research, you're willing to do a lot of work with regards to finding the right projects, such as you do, CryptoTex, with all your research and so forth, then you're going to have an advantage over the larger players, over the institutional buyers. And but that's part of the reason like I even got in the space was I realized that there wasn't really a lot of traditional finance guys in the space looking at it and also, giving analysis and comparative elements. So by jumping in and trying to understand the space, I think that it allows the everyday person, the little guy, to have an advantage, which is kind of polar opposite of what we see today in the traditional financial world, where they're at a big disadvantage.
Especially now, considering, like I was saying, just there not being enough liquidity really for these institutional players to get in. Whereas for you, you've got perfectly enough liquidity for your retail investor to get in before they can. And then, obviously we create that liquidity for them, and essentially they're buying it off of us. Which is something that they'll have to do if they want to get involved in the space. So there's just a quick question here. Can you elaborate on what will need to be done to claim and stake MEX once live? The exchange is super, super easy to use. You won't have a problem doing it. Basically, that's the end of the story. You just click claim, it'll be there. Yes.
One thing, CryptoTex, also, you were mentioning about the borrowing lending aspect. One of the unique things of bootstrapping a borrowing lending platform is I've used Aave, and when they integrated onto Polygon, they initially used all the Matic token in order to attract a bunch of liquidity. So they paid you to borrow, right? So normally, like in the traditional world, we'd have to pay, say, a 7%, or maybe if it's credit card, 20% loan. In this case, it's the opposite, because in the initial periods, they need to attract the liquidity because there's no intermediary. We are the ones providing it. So you need to attract that initial base to allow for that liquidity. So if you borrow, say, I don't know, 20,000 against collateral, you would be getting paid, while you could also take that and go put it in a liquidity pool and or stake it in a farm, and you're earning like insane amounts of compound interest, because you're earning interest on what they're paying you to borrow, and you're also earning interest on from both the trade of liquidity pool, which is like, I think in the MEX exchange it's 0.25%, and then you're also earning the liquidity mining rewards, which is the bootstrapping. And in the beginning, it's all front stacked. So, the people are going to make the most amount of money and yield in the beginning. So it's really worth their time to participate, even if the volatility is a bit high in the beginning. It's still worth it because you're earning such a high percent of the liquidity mining rewards in the early stages.
Yeah, for sure. What else have we got? A question here. You should do a thread about fitness. Look at that jawline. that was one aimed at you. Yeah, no, for sure. Like the ability to sort of take out collateralized loans within that sort of space. It creates, like you said, that compounding effect of more and more value getting locked, and you see stuff with the reason why Luna, for example, has such a high valuation, and sort of I don't know if you know the sort of incentive behind minting some UST from Luna and then using that within the ecosystem to just get stable interest, and then also with Mirror Protocol. I won't go too much into it, but it's a cool ecosystem that sort of creates rewards on itself for lending and then sort of over collateralizing loans and stuff like that. There's some really ludicrous stuff you can do with making money and on things like that. So it'd be really interesting to see that sort of thing also play out on Elrond, and also it's been interesting to see it on other blockchains as well that have released come out recently as well. So we got a question also from the community. What are you most excited about for Elrond?
I think I'm most excited just about the first time people really that are outside the crypto world that are so enthusiastic might actually start to interact with this technology. When I was doing like initial studies back, I think the data showed that like there was only like individuals, it was only like 16 or 1800 I think it was 1.8 million people had interacted with smart contracts in the world. That's such a small number, right? And like that's part of the interesting element of like Celsius is like, you just deposit, they actually do DeFi and all these other, yield generation through lending through institution and Bitcoin mining and stuff like that. And so you don't even worry about it. You just deposit and it automatically earns yield.
Just the impact of just decentralized finance being automated in general, whether it be through a CDeFi sort of platform or just through DeFi itself, through AI, which AI brings up centralization arguments as well to some degree. And there's a lot to go into in that as well. But just the idea of having this sort of automated platform for you to just be able to have and create wealth for yourself is just nothing that the traditional finance world can see at all. It's just not possible.
Not possible. And the Meyer app is going to, really, I think people are just like, it's so funny because I think that when you are in a disruptive technological cycle, the initial people are so blinded by, sort of working on the things that they think that matter. But like, just to be honest, and as an analyst, like, there's a reason it hasn't made it to mass adoption. I mean, it's been 11 years now, and it all has to do with like the everyday individual, like, who's maybe not in crypto right now. They do not care whatsoever as far as the tech, the decentralization, like all of these components are sort of discussed. That's not what they care about. And so the funny thing to me is like Elrond's being entirely ignored, and they are actually solving the things that actually matter for mass adoption. And
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's because not only it's the first time you're combining the two, right? Binance Smart Chain, it has low fees, right? But the user interface is horrible. You got to use, in certain countries, you got to use a VPN, like here in the US. You got to have all sorts of different elements. And then, Polygon, it's like really difficult to get into that ecosystem because you have to go to Ethereum, bridge to layer 2, and then, as crazy or as interesting as the low fees are on Matic and Polygon, like I've used it a number of times and it gets congested and it just like spins and spins, and it's because
sort of fails. Definitely the reliability there is something that needs to be increased. And even BSC has gone through its point of reliability where at that crazy point where so many people were using it that everyone wanted to get into IDOs and things like that, that the network was congested at like 120 TPS or something, and that was causing issues for everything at the time. For like people couldn't really do anything, and it was sort of like a thing for, I was thinking it was only like an hour at one point in March or something, but it was still something that it couldn't handle it. It was a very small amount of users that it couldn't handle, which is just not really a good show for the space really. And obviously that throughput is something that needs to be solved, and it's crucial to an extent, but there's also obviously layer 2s as well that come into it. But the very big thing, and obviously I even discussed one partner that there's 11 different partners that have layer 2 solutions for Elrond. Not necessarily that they're building a layer 2 on Elrond, some of them are, but they all have sort of layer 2 technology that can go over the top of other blockchains that are interoperable, that can sort of allow that to happen. So at the end of the day, it's not really even going to eventually be what blockchain are you using necessarily. You can obviously choose to use certain blockchains, but it's going to be a cross-chain world where everything's sort of plugged into everything else. And where, total value locked is going to be a, relatively big thing, but it's not the biggest thing. One of the biggest things to me is compliance. I think that is what really is going to set something apart from something else, whether it can stay compliant. And I think compliance very much matters for the technology that you have. If you don't have a network that can scale, a government's going to be like, we're not going to integrate you. You can't demand that. You can't take the demand for it. You're not reliable. What if you go down for a day? What if you have to do a chain restart? What if this or that? Or whereas obviously Elrond has that provable security, the decentralized nature of it, where it has the most validator nodes of any network, any proof of stake network, which I actually mentioned before that Avalanche actually claims on their website that they do, which is quite funny because they have something like 1,200. It's quite, it's quite good, but it's not the most. So it's just a funny thing to comment on. But yeah, just that security and interoperability, being able to have that just integrate into pretty much any software at this point. We use WASM every day. You don't notice it, but it's on your, everything is going through your web browser, is compiling into WASM code to give it to you. And having the ability to sort of integrate that within DeFi, within the chain itself, and even the partner that we mentioned, it's called 2Key, and they have basically the ability to be a layer 2, but also to turn any browser into a blockchain. And they're building on Elrond, which they have been for like a year and a half. So, I think there's a lot in store for us that we don't even have a clue about yet for Elrond as well. And I think it'll just be the point, you can't ignore it. Nothing can compete with something like that. I mean, of course, other chains have a similar thing as well, but yeah, I think at the end of the day, you need, that base foundation. You need this sort of easy onboarding, not just for developers, where there's projects that have the ability for you to code on one blockchain and essentially you're coding on all of them, stuff like that. And also just, being able to bridge your token and instantly have liquidity providing solutions. There's projects that can do stuff like that as well. So just the ease of everything for everyone involved, no matter what skill level you have. Yeah,
I would say it's even, and to be honest with you, you're touching on a lot of really good points, CryptoTex, because like in all reality, like the people that are going to be the most frictionized to get into crypto and blockchain are the end user, right? Like because at the end of the day, like the people, the developers and stuff, they're intelligent enough to figure out things. So if the incentives are high, like in the case of Elrond, they have the highest 30% royalties that are paid to developers. And there's so many tools that are going to integrate with Elrond. Like for instance, Moralis, which is one of Ivan Tech's main products. It's going to integrate with all the blockchains, and it makes it super simple and easy for people who are non-developers to develop super cool applications that you were just impossible to create as easily and seamlessly as that. And so, yeah. And then, I mean, at the end of the day, like we right now are like obviously using web apps and websites. We don't care about the underlying tech. Like we just care about like the features. And so the fact that everyone has such high throughput, people like maybe like are asking about finality as it relates to Avalanche or, Elrond, it's like, to give an example, like on Robinhood, like Robinhood's an app, right? That's built onto the internet. It's integrated in mobile and web device, but like, in the traditional system, the way the stock market works is the finality is like T plus 3 days. So like, or T plus 2 with certain instruments, but that means it doesn't like, it's not
T plus 3 months for a bank.
Exactly, for days, right? So like the fact we're comparing finality between seconds and it doesn't make any sense, right? Because at the end of the day, like the end user, and the technology is building on, they just need to know that it can scale. Like, because they're going to show confirm, like on your Robinhood account, when you sell the stock, even though you didn't get it, it's not final, like it's not settled in your account. Like it shows that you have it, right? And it's like, it's just going to say like transaction failed or not. So it's not like the end user, like per se, like the finality element, they keep arguing about it. And it's crazy to me because it's so, the blockchain as itself, like whether it's an instant or a second, like what matters so much more is like the underlying processes of being able to integrate it. So like, I know there was discussion about cross composability and atomic processing and stuff like that, but it's like Elrond's architecture allows for pretty much everything that would be necessary to build in those same capacities. And like the finality is irrelevant because it has to pass through the statelessness of the VM, and like it can't go back. And so like the way they designed it maybe is, you know, different than, you know, you would need it if you were atomic, you know, composability or whatever, but it doesn't matter. Like that's the thing. Like some of these things that people are analyzing, it won't matter.
Yeah, I mean, like they're going to Ethereum 2.0 obviously at some point, and people aren't complaining, oh, Ethereum 2.0 doesn't have atomic composability. Right. No one is. No one's even talking about it. That's not even a discussion that anyone's having. Yet here we are talking about it, and the transaction times for Ethereum 2.0 I think are going to be quite significant.
Yeah,
obviously that
very significant. The number one thing is security. That's why Ethereum is still like valued so heavily. And Elrond actually has, you know, the best security. So like the reason they designed their architecture the way they did, and they had some of that latency that's built in, is all to increase the security of the system.
Security, yeah. And essentially it's provable. It's 100% provable of how the infrastructure runs through the fisherman nodes, and then the chances of you actually succeeding in attacking the network. Only a few validators could even possibly have the ability, if at all. And so yeah, even just having that ability to begin with is incredibly low, and people would, you know, you'd know what to look for, and that's what fisherman nodes do. They look for that. They look for that collusion to see if there's anything, you know, through that to make sure that you know, doesn't happen as well. There's also obviously for finality. If you want finality, you can just use layer 2 as well. What you want is security. To use finality, a layer 2. It's just that simple. It's what's going to happen on Ethereum 2.0. It's what Cardano is. It's Cardano's entirety. That's what Cardano is trying to build. They're building a layer 2. You know, that's their entire blockchain.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's funny because like I want to just explain to people real quick, like as an analyst, like it's, or like an investor, or, you know, people, and, you know, of course, everything I say, none of it's financial advice, but it's just educational for people to understand or grasp. But like, I've been analyzing things for, you know, 17 plus years, and it's our job as a researcher, an analyst, or, you know, investor, to decipher between what is marketing and what is reality, because like that's what differentiates like your investing style. Is like you have to, just because something is being said or marketed, and of course, you know, most companies aren't necessarily making false claims, but they're distorting the way things are being perceived. So like this idea around like the way Avalanche like advertises is like they are the fastest scalable blockchain as to finality, right? Like, but they're not actually the highest scaled blockchain because it can't scale the way Elrond can in terms of throughput, right? But finality, yeah, they have like what, 4,500 TPS, but like then if you think like, take the bigger picture into consideration, and I think you may have answered this to someone within one of your threads, the throughput matters more because like once you increase that TPS, how long would it take Avalanche like eventually to run 100,000 TPS, to run 200,000? Elrond would actually be faster, you know, because they can handle higher throughput. And so when you take the bigger picture, that's actually what matters. And then they argue on decentralization, but they're arguing as it relates to consensus participation, not actually decentralization in terms of topology, which is like the nodes on the network, right? I think you said they have 1,200, right? So it's
over 1,000 somewhere, yeah.
Or 1,000. So but that's the interesting, like everyone's marketing in a specific way, but they're not necessarily, and again, it's not their fault. Like they're trying to differentiate themselves, and like that's what marketers or people do. But as analysts and researchers, it's our job to decipher like what really matters and what are they really communicating. And that's really all the research you do, all the research I do, is like there's so much marketing within the space, and none of it's like it's maybe down the road, but it's not live today. So it's like there's so much theory and possibility, and
that's it.
That still needs to happen, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Someone in the community has also asked, will it ever be possible to transfer staked eagle from one staking provider to another without the 10-day waiting period? I think that's been mentioned before that I remember, that it will be, but that will probably be within like the next phase of decentralization, or or something like that. I don't know of anything happening very immediately.
So what I'll say is that there was a post by Robin, one of the Elrond community team members. He was mentioning some different discussion. What I'll do is I'll just sort of discuss like other blockchain architectures and what like the options or availability as it relates to that, and then just clarify. Staking is like this terminology of us like basically almost like a security deposit. It's like you're putting up as, understanding that it's going to be locked either for a very short period of time where like you can just withdraw it immediately, or for like in the case of networks, like it's part of the actual protocol security element. So it's a little bit different in the idea that staking is in financial, it's just a mechanism for generation of yield and designing it so that can take place. But when you're staking to the network, you're actually protecting the network based on protocol. And so it's absolutely necessary. And go for it, CryptoTech.
Oh, sorry. There's also just the ability, if everyone could transfer from one staking provider to another. There's also the fact that one staking provider could end up getting not enough stake because they don't provide the APY, and they end up having to drop out and not be able to provide a node as well. So if everyone's racing to get the best APY, it's just this constant movement of change that it's not really sustainable either. So that 10-day period is actually a benefit.
Yeah. Mathematically, even the small percent that you see in difference, like even let's say you were at 10% or 13%, and you kept switching, like you wouldn't be able to make up for that 10-day period. And that's part of why they make it, is mathematically, like people saying like, oh, I'm going to unbond because this is like 1%, 2%. It doesn't make any difference because like what matters is the compounding. So you take that 10-day period where you're not earning anything, and that unbonding period, and you're the one losing. And then every architecture is different, and I think it'll be differentiate over time. But like Polkadot, it takes 28 days to unbond.
Same with quite a few chains like Cosmos, anything Cosmos related, anything IBC.
Explain a little bit of why that. Do you have the idea of why that differentiates?
Of why there's different staking times?
Yeah.
It's basically just a choice of the chain, because they want to make sure, essentially, when you're locking tokens, you're providing security to the network. So they just basically want to make sure that, you are providing that security to them. Essentially, they don't really want you to unstake, and they'll reward you as much as they can for you not to. Because if it was a mass exodus of staking, it would obviously not be very good for the network. 99% of the time the network would go on, it would continue, and just in general, it would just be less decentralization security, depending on the chain, obviously. So it's just a matter of reducing that. You don't want that.
Yeah, that's one of the key. I mean, so the way Polkadot actually what they did is they built in this mechanism of liquid dot, and I had on CoinTalk. One of the guys from Akala who was on, and he was just discussing how they were using that. And that feature is something I think other blockchains will implement down the road. But like right now, they actually have it on their testnet and so forth. And it's just this concept where the individual doesn't necessarily have to unstake from the network. They get essentially what we consider a derivative in finance, a derivative of that, staking or collateral, and then you can utilize that within the ecosystem. And so like if you go to Akala and like Polkadot, like online, you'll be able to see like they talk about the mechanisms of this element where you're using a derivative. And what that does is it creates a win-win, right, for the user, because like the person who's staking doesn't necessarily want to unstake because they're earning yield. And Elrond's architecture allows for this. And this is some of the interesting elements of like why I'm so bullish on Elrond, right? Is like they're account-based, and Cardano, they're building this sort of like Hydra Heads layer 2, but it's a extended UTXO model. And there's limitations out of far as like design due to concurrency issues and different elements that would require like DeFi products. And so like, I don't want to like say that like one is per se like, well, from a design standpoint, like for a developer and people trying to design financial products, I would say that the flexibility of account-based model is far superior because all our systems are actually account-based. And so the semi-fungible tokens, which is, couple the elements that will be for the first time on a state-sharded architecture, cannot happen anywhere else in the ecosystem. And like, that's the LP token, right? So like you can borrow against the LP token, but then, all the other elements to the reason to go back to the liquid dot example is like, you'll be able to still earn reward by taking it's a semi-fungible token. It's a derivative of that, say, dot you stake to the network, but then you use that and you're still earning the yield. But in order to get that yield and claim it, you would have to bring back the derivative, and so, but when you're using that derivative, you could put it on, say, liquidity pools, you could put it on like, and then, put it in staking, and you're earning double the yield, right? So like the idea is mathematically of this compound interest. And that's why I was like, once I realized like what was going on in crypto with respect to the end user and the everyday person really having the advantage instead of like these large whale players, I was like, wow, like the value is going to the edges for the first time in history as it relates to finances. And that means that the everyday person has the advantage, almost because like the big whales can't utilize these things as easily in the beginning because of the liquidity issue in terms of what we were talking about earlier.
Yep, definitely. Yep. Yeah, it's a huge thing. It's I don't think people sort of generally realize that one of the biggest issues is liquidity for these bigger players. They think, why haven't governments jumped on board, and what are their plans and stuff like that. But that is an incredibly sort of large barrier for if there was a mad rush that you can't deal with it. So why would you allow even for a government to sort of be like, oh yeah, you can use this as your personal wallet now, and we'll accept e-gold or whatever in any store. It's like there's processes behind what need to build up to be able to allow that anyway. As far as CBDCs and stuff like that, but also just for the same thing can be said for any sort of blockchain itself as well. Like the process to be able to get enough validators, for example, you can't just suddenly be like, oh, we've got 1,000 validators day one, and and then we've got 1,000 projects that are going to launch tomorrow, and then right. It takes time to build all these things. You can't, one day Elrond will be essentially decentralized, completely. The Elrond team won't really have anything to do with it anymore. Perhaps they'll still be building on it, but it'll be a lot more governance based if they are, and stuff like that. It's just not possible to do that from the beginning. There's this sort of like this bootstrapping that needs to be done by developers in almost a centralized way. But then also you need to wonder, do those centralized developers sort of have your best interest at heart, or do they have the world's best interest at heart? And you can almost never know that. But a lot of the time, when it gets to the point of it being decentralized, sometimes it doesn't matter, sometimes it does. Is the network unstoppable? Is there a back end key for something? You almost at the moment can never tell that. So that's also a big thing to know. At some point, there could be any chain that could have some sort of vulnerability in it, like especially ones that don't have all their code public. Like I know Hedera doesn't. Nothing against Hedera saying that, but I know Hedera doesn't have everything, all of their code public. So there could be something in there you just don't know about.
100%. And that's why I don't mess with those chains, is because, and the other thing is it doesn't make sense. So the whole idea of open source is like this idea where other people feel shared ownership. And if there's any sort of opaqueness, like the risk is actually much higher than people understand. It's because of what you're saying. It's the unknown of what you don't know. And so like could be mechanisms on the back end that would be creating, unfairness that maybe is advantageous to the people that understand what's within the code that's not public. And so it's like the reason I don't really interested with that is because that's not going to attract as many people, especially developers, to want to develop on it, because there's less of a shared understanding of what the architecture is that could be lurking in the crosshairs with regards to risk. And and that's, it's just like, this is the complexity of analyzing the space, is that everyone wants to analyze things in statics and not really understand dynamics and how these trade-offs occur. And truthfully, Elrond, the unique aspect is that they've made, they're like the most, when you align all the variables within a and you bring them and account them, say you were to mathematically weight each element in its importance, that's why when you intersect all those value vectors of importance with regards to like the participation of the UX UI, the developers, toolkits, SDKs, things like that, but then also like the value vectors, the 30% developers, like, the staking, elements, and like what you're saying, like, is exactly how I was looking at the space and analyzing, like these projects are like, claiming all this crazy technology, but like the risk is high because it's so hard to do the decentralization, the bootstrapping, getting all these elements to work and then build a community.
Yeah, community. Yeah, community is also incredibly hard to build. Just the level of trust that goes into that as well.
The reason Elrond has a better community, and maybe I don't do the great job of explaining this, but like them not distorting the valuation by bringing in big players and like saying, oh yeah, you can buy, it meant that the price didn't like react the way Solana or Avalanche is, but that's a good thing because like it gives more people the opportunity to get in and get like decent sized positions and then have life-changing wealth. And then all those people essentially become almost like active, endorsers because, and that's a really powerful marketing mechanism, right? When other people are simultaneously sharing or have that value versus like these big hedge funds who maybe aren't even really caring about the ecosystem. They're just trying to make a dollar. They're not going to be on Twitter, like educating like you and I, or they're not going to be doing things like that. And so like, you can't buy those things, and it takes time and that progression of that unrolling of the bootstrapping. So it's like these ideas that people are like saying they're going to have incremental innovations in small like portions of the technology. I'm like, it doesn't matter. Like at the end of the day, adoption is going to matter. And so that's why Elrond is such a unique position. They're in the most powerful position of anyone within the space is they have all of these factors. And we haven't seen all of these factors. Even the ones in the top 10, Solana and Avalanche, they both distorted their valuation so fast. It was like unless you were in like early, you didn't you see those charts. It's insane,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also think personally that they don't have sort of the almost like how the team works with some of the partners, and you can see with all the sort of blogs that you can read that I've gone over 3 of them on the stream earlier, but all the blogs that you can read have statements from either Benjamin or one of the team members, and then also the CEO or another team member from the other company that comments on just why they're partnered or how the integration will look or something like that. It's something I've never seen from any other really like properly from any other actual blockchain, that the blockchain team themselves are actually sort of working with those partners as well, and they have team members for that. And then Seva, actually the other day I was mentioning Crypto Div had an interview with Seva, and I watched that, and Seva mentioned that there were basically a group of they've obviously worked together with their partners, and then there's obviously some projects they don't or haven't had any communication with, which is also awesome. That's also awesome. But those these other projects sort of share the same ethos of like creating this world of value for everyone, no matter how early or late you are, and then also creating these financial tools that anyone can use, no matter how early or late you are, and then the more users that come should benefit the system more, the better the better the system becomes and stuff like that. And he mentioned that they work with these partners to sort of say, oh, you guys should work together. Like you two partners should sort of work together and do something together to sort of make that a reality. And we know people that can help you and stuff like that. And then also just the fact that they sort of are working with regulators so well as well, I think is incredibly important, because you don't really see other chains, you don't see much evidence of other chains or saying or doing that. Not that I don't think it's a massive issue. I just think it's going to end up being a problem for some projects within those chains even, or potentially the chains themselves. It remains to be seen that the governments just won't like what they don't like, and then obviously they can't stop a lot of things. And there's too much to go into with that as well. So
100%, and that's all the design elements of the architecture. And I think that Benjamin says, right, I posted it yesterday, like transparency is this superpower for doing good. And I would even say that extend that transparency is this like superpower for collaboration, and Elrond communicates better than anyone. And you're bringing up an exactly a great point, is like that level of communication with regards to talking about the integration of the project and then like how it will benefit each ecosystem is very valuable for, you know, people looking or thinking about the ecosystem in terms of how they can add value, right? So like communication of transparency, they did those updates, and I know other people like do updates, but Elrond, like the team is out in front, and they, you know, do it through Twitter. Their engagement is just unbelievable, and that level of attention is unreal. I've never seen it in space at all.
Oh yeah, just seeing their weekly tech updates, and just you can see the amount of progress they make each week. It's ridiculous. No other chain has anything like that. You can't even, you know, obviously it's to some people jargon, really, but to, you know, to people who know, like, that you can see the progress they've made in such a short period of time, and every time it's something you're just like, wow, okay, well they've done that, they've done, you know, it might only be one or two things that are really groundbreaking because, you know, they're working on something for a couple of weeks, but then you're like, wow, that's like, I didn't even know you would be able to do that with like another chain. I wouldn't even thought that would be a thing. And you're just like, okay, well, you know, that brings in, you know, other, you know, just more efficiencies and just other things that you can be like, well, what's this chain doing about that? And, you know, just seeing the amount of progress they're making, the updates they're doing, and just like, you know, is Cardano bringing this sort of thing? Have they just thought about this topic? Obviously, they probably have, but, you know, how can I go and read every one of their scientific research papers and then like understand when they're implementing that and how they're doing it, and you know, even design choices behind that of like, there's limitations to some things, like hundreds and hundreds of elements put together, and some of those you need to sacrifice some things for other things, right, and what those things are, and just things like that as well. And there's, you know, really when you get into a sharded ecosystem, it ends up being that there's less and less of those things. Like, you don't need as much compute power per validator node and stuff like that. So sharding is definitely it's how we do databases and stuff like that now, because it's efficient and it works, and that's going to continue to be how databases work. And
yeah,
one question
element too is like transparency. Like what you're describing is like, as an investor, like there's something called, like a traditional investor, there's something called like information cost, right? It's like this idea of like, you know, how much you don't know. And that's why, like, in traditional investing, you have like 4 quarterly reports, and then you have like a 10K. And these are just reports in which an investor can start to get a grasp of what's actually happening. So the lower or the higher that information cost, meaning the less you know, the higher the risk premium investor would demand. And so like, it's so weird because like being in this space and being more of a traditional guy is like, you know, the projects that are communicating the best are actually reducing your risk the most, because it's just based on how we actually would account for this with regards to risk. And then when you think about risk, you need to be accounted for that risk, or otherwise it makes no sense to invest. And so like, it's so powerful that Elrond has these elements. And I know a lot of people don't know about Elrond, like, but like a lot of the elements that Elrond has really fits the ethos of blockchain in general. So they're not only, in my opinion, going to be welcomed like stronger than say Solana or these other blockchains that don't as closely align with the ethos. And that's very powerful as it relates, because you're basically aligning with both ends of the spectrum, both the new people getting in, and then also the existing people, and there's not like a conflict with Solana. I feel like they thought like, oh, we could just rush and then like buy our way to success, but it's like, it doesn't really align with the ethos. And right now, like you know, they don't have anything special in a UX UI standpoint that like would allow for people outside the space to easily participate. So it's like, you're all talking about everything about finality and all these things. Like the other people like outside, they don't care. They don't even know what the heck that is. They don't have any idea. So like what they would need is like something simple and easy, right? And then like, oh, it does this and that. And they're like, oh, you can earn money on your phone, or like some like, you know, element, but it's like something that they can use, right? Not something that like, you know, has these long numbers and like difficult, like 10 steps to do one thing. It's like, And so they're focused on all those really things that are very valuable to both value vectors and demographics or populations. And so that's so powerful.
There was a question also, I'll just want to answer, is there a NFT marketplace coming to Elrond? A decentralized one, or, you know, obviously, in my opinion, the NFT marketplace that Elrond are building will end up being decentralized as well. So they are building one, and it's coming out relatively around the same time as the exchange, I believe. So, you know, give or take maybe a month, but let's hope it comes out as soon as it's ready and as soon as it's perfect, really. But yeah, there are other platforms that are building, and you can go onto elrondpartners.com, look at NFTs and gaming. There's gaming partners there as well, but One of them that I'll just mention, not for any nitpicking reasons, but just to mention one of them, just so that I have mentioned one. UNIFTY, Unifty. You can find them unifty_com on Twitter. And they're one that's building an NFT marketplace. But I mean, I think we're going to end up seeing a lot of sort of the bigger players like OpenSea, because the question related, is there something like OpenSea coming? I think OpenSea will come to Elrond. I think it's going to be inevitable to see these sort of projects go, oh wow, there's something really big here now. Like, we need to get involved in this. Why haven't we thought of this before? It'll be almost just like, why did we not? How did we miss this? I think at some point it's going to get there. Like, what? Yeah, so how did we miss this?
Yeah. That is the model that Sushi Swap. I don't know if you're familiar with Sushi Swap's project, but like they had new project management or whatever. I think that their model of building on every blockchain is essentially going to happen with every project, because like the project doesn't care. They just want to see where they get the most adoption, and that's where Elrond has the best advantage. Is like Elrond is likely going to get the most mass adoption because the user interface is so much more simple, and so like you're going to attract. Like, and there's nothing from what I've seen from any other project that would like give me an idea. And I don't know all the technical details. I've kind of discussed a little bit with you and Benjamin, just that like the integration of being able to do what they've done with the Meyer app and the hero tags and all this stuff is not something you can just like transplant to another blockchain. So
why haven't Ethereum done that? Because it's hard.
Exactly. So like the fact that people are arguing about these
hero tags,
like, oh, this project has this amount of integration. It's like, at the end of the day, I think all projects are just going to build on every chain, and then like the ones that have the most adoption, and then users and then engagement and stuff, they're probably going to do the best. But like, of course, they're probably going to take elements of anyone. I think you mentioned it in your article that you did just an amazing job of talking about Elrond. Is like you may use the throughput of Elrond, the finality of Avalanche, and like. I don't know, all these other aspects. The underlying elements of the technology of the internet is not something we care about, right? The TCP/IP, the domain service, like all these, like www. Like we just interact with the features. So like at the end of the day, that's partially like what's being built out right now, and like it's just being bootstrapped with communities and like who's going to see like which technology. But like Elrond's architecture and technology, like of all these architectures, they're focused on the things that actually matter the most. And that's like the end user adoption and the usability, functionality, and then all the underlying tech, like the throughputs. At the end of the day, it's going to matter the most. Like if you don't have like, your blockchain will just like bump up against its head and be its own demise. And so you actually have a limitation of growth. And that's why with Elrond, I was like, oh, wow, like they're solving the things that matter the most, in terms of like, at the end of the day, like, the things that are going to matter in the long term, those are the key. And I think that's just because Benjamin and Lucian and all the team, they've been in the space so long, and they were like, oh, these people aren't solving this. And they were trying to work. They were invested in Zilliqa. They were invested.
They were working with loads of teams.
They were helping.
So
they didn't care. I mean, the same ethos they have today, they were just trying to be collaborative. They just realized no one was going to do it. And so they just like, oh, okay, no one's going to do this. These are very hard things. Let's, establish like the best team possible, and then knock it all out and solve these problems that they knew were preventing mass adoption, because ultimately they felt like this was too important for humanity to like not do, and no one was willing to do the things that were going to trigger the mass adoption cycle. And now like Elrond's done it, and now and that's why I say they're like in such a powerful position, because the things they've done you can't just go do. Like it's not like it's that easy. I mean, all the elements that it's insane.
So there was a question: when will the interview release between us on the Celsius network? That ends up just being to do with them. It's their whatever they approve and however they're editing it and stuff like that. We don't control when it comes out. So you'll see that when I suppose
likely Wednesday. We don't control, but I think this Wednesday, like the reason they waited a week is they have like a natural normal release to all these Coin Talk episodes, and so like. The legal team may or may have not already, gotten to it, but like that's just the release schedule of what the organization is. And I don't work for Celsius. I don't, I'm just someone who's super passionate. Same way with Elrond, like I don't get compensated, like nothing. It's just all around passion and really supporting the vision of what they're doing and bringing into the world. And I mean, obviously, the beauty of blockchain and decentralized autonomous organization is we have aligned interests, right? So like, of course, I have investment. In Elrond and, hold things, but like they aren't paying me directly or anything like that. It's just the ability for the users to also be I guess, shared ownership of the architecture. And that's the power of decentralized autonomous organization structures, are these elements. But we don't control, a lot of those things. I would wish, we could push that video up, but like ultimately that's only a good representation. Like Celsius being so focused on the legalities and stuff, that's why I've been so confident with them since the beginning. Is like, I understand actually the regulatory space very well. I used to bring regulators in. I taught banking at the university. And so I really understand the psychology of a regulator. I understand like how the system works and the elements. And, the media is not really an accurate place to get information from, because like they just printing sensationalism headlines of fear to get people to click. I mean, tell me one media news outlet that has like positive news station. They don't, right? And there's a reason our psychology is wired for survival, safety, and fear. And so like we engage with things that are sensationalistic or fearful based, but like it doesn't mean it's factual or accurate. It just means that it's there to get your attention and for you to click or engage with. And that's how they make money. It's through that element of advertisement engagement. And so like I always caution people, like that's why you read all the white papers, I read all the white papers. Again, it's like the narrative is not necessarily the reality of what's occurring.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes it's the opposite extent. They're underselling themselves. So like totally underselling themselves. Like with the same with Elrond, obviously, but they're underselling themselves almost purposely, because perhaps they know what they can sort of do with it, and they don't want anyone else to copy them.
Correct. Correct. And there's a progression. Like once that adoption, and they know when they're in their position, like people like worried about open source software being copied. It's like, that's not what makes it valuable, right? Like part of it is all the pieces that come along with it, right? The decentralization of the nodes, people, like that takes time. The community takes time. Do you think you can just develop that in one day? Like, no, you can't do it. And that's why, like, from a competitive advantage standpoint, like Elrond, because they're the first state sharded architecture and they understand things from such a deep level, like, no, sir, someone could copy the source code, but it's like they don't know how to like actually build on it, integrate, utilize it, this stuff, and then yeah, so like that's something that's like completely not concerning. And that's just the paradigm shift of decentralized autonomous and crypto versus like traditional. People are thinking about things from the same lens of the traditional world. And it's like, it's like trying to think within another language, and like, sure, you can make it work, but it's like some of the elements are overlapping, but they're not entirely so. And so like, you can't think about it from the elements that we analyze traditional companies, organizations from.
I'm just going to quickly mention the fact that there's 53 different use cases that I counted for Elrond partners. And that's at least one partner for 53 different use cases. So imagine trying to get to a regulator and be like, oh, look at these 53 new things we've suddenly built that you have no idea about how even any of it works. And, can you just pass this for us? Be nice. There's so much to consider for them, for everyone, for everything involved. Even for just you guys learning those 53 different use cases and they're relatively broad use cases, and there's multiple partners for them that do different things within that. It's an incredibly complex system. I'll just quickly nick off to the bathroom because I've been here for 2 hours now, and I'll let you talk for a little bit and come straight back if that's all right.
Yep.
Yeah, perfect. I'll be back in just a minute.
Sounds good. Yeah. So I think, I'll go over some of the things that I've been analyzing as it relates to understanding decentralized finance as a whole, and how it might be sort of integrated on Elrond, and how it sort of differentiates from the traditional world. And so I think that in some of my posts, I've talked about like the power of obviously like this whole system being designed for the end user or the people, and maybe to help educate or clarify on those elements of why I'm saying it. All of the things that I'm saying is based off of logic and reason, in terms of like the design of these things is what allows for the replacement of that intermediary factor, right? So like this idea of shared ownership and participation is very fundamentally a paradigm shift in terms of the power of it. Because when you take humans and they interact with like financial tools that have no intermediary, both sides end up becoming equally engaged. And so like the marketing vectors of communication are exponentially higher. Because like if you think about a traditional organization and how they would like market financial tools and so forth, is like say for a bank instant, is like the employees are not also your marketers, right? Like they might, some of them might be marketers, right? Or some of them might have a shared interest because they obviously work for the organization, but it's not like their shared interest actually benefits from like the growth of the, say, the financial institution. And so like the fact that you can take these two sides, right, and make them equally as powerful on a marketing and communication side, meaning like the technology is just the tools at which these parties are interacting. And so like the marketing side of like a traditional financial organization, say like a bank or an investment bank and so forth, they don't like, because they don't have the shared ownership, like say someone providing liquidity pool or being a market maker as these financial tools, like they don't like, they're not going to, you're only going to have so many, because in a financial organization, there won't be like, there'll only be so many people in certain departments handling that. But in blockchain and decentralized autonomous organizations, because the vectors are like, there could be hundreds of thousands, millions of people on both sides who have shared interest with regards to like ownership. And so like they're automatically your marketers, but it's like, or your educators, however you want to communicate it. And that is very powerful because like ultimately we've never seen this in the traditional world. And so like all these ways of changes in organizational structures will have a huge impact on both adoption. And that's why like the growth factors and like me talking about the price targets and stuff that really are dealing with more market cap. These elements are due to the fact that like we've never seen the growth that we're seeing in blockchain and crypto, but it's actually based on logic and reason. And it's due to how these organizational structures are designed and human psychology. And when you have aligned interests, you have basically marketers or shared interests, shared ownership on all sides. And so you might have like the chains that attract like all these people who have like the strongest communities and talent will ultimately end up producing the most value, especially as it, relates to like building financial products or, all the other 53, use cases that you've talked about and all the other industries in terms of verticals. As we would discuss as an analyst, we essentially look at these factors and say, what are these shared synergy? And that's why it's, you can't buy these elements, right? They're shared. All participation should grow organically. And that's why Elrond realized this from the get-go and they didn't want to distort things, is because of these elements. And I'm super excited for that standpoint, because I think people, as a decentralized finances, you're going to get things like, chain guardians who they're using, these DeFi tools in the same magnitude, but they're gamifying it, meaning they're creating games around it that people will engage with. And so you get the best of both worlds, people who are entertained and might never really care about, doing the things we're going to do with the Meyer exchange. But now they're like, oh yeah, I'm totally interested in
play this game, make some money.
Making money and playing games and entertaining myself versus like, and I think Jose or from Poultry or whatever posted the other day, like something on Twitter, just, talking about how like eventually like games that don't pay you, gamers are going to be like, well, like I'm probably going to spend most of my time in decentralized, gaming, where I can actually earn something within the games and get paid for my time, versus just like playing it for fun. And that is going to incentivize a lot of people into adoption of the space. And we saw that with, the recent game. What's the game that's built on Axie Infinity? I think they have like they're built out their own side chain, but that's the beauty is you can integrate these things. And that's why Chain Guardians is integrating with Elrond and, a few other blockchains, but like their architecture is going to allow them to do things that you couldn't do on another architecture.
So I'll just interrupt you, Rich, for a second, because right now there is live on the Meyer exchange this increased rewards for staking on the testnet. So if you guys are in on the testnet, you might want to go in and the MEX staking pool, MEX staking pool is now at 60,000 APY. So if you want to, for the next 2 hours, if you want to go in there and get some more mechs and compete in this competition that's going on, you might want to go ahead and do that. And obviously if you tune in after the fact, then if you're tuning in after the fact, then I guess you'll miss that little bit of chaos there. But I'm really hoping that we see something something more come to the testnet as well, just to test maybe, what happens when more liquidity or like more token pairs come in or something like that. I mean, let's hope something like that happens to throw a curveball in there and see what happens, see what how everything runs and stuff like that. Would be really cool. But yeah, so if you're in that event, you might want to go and check that out now. Yeah, I mean, as far as I see sort of the entire space going forward from here, it's going to be very much the fact of gamification, of making it appealing to people to sort of play these games or engage in sort of the activities that that benefit their ecosystem, so that it benefits you as well. And not just within games, but obviously within just finance itself as well. But I think that the financial sort of aspects of the sort of platforms that start to come out that will end up being successful will be the ones that you won't even know you're using. The ones that sort of are automated to the degree of like, you just go, oh, this is what everyone uses to sort of put their money into, and then you just kind of set it and forget it. And then it's people maybe potentially like us or, AI or stuff like that end up not picking up the slack per se, but sort of finding those finding those opportunities that get almost copy traded by other people as well, as AI and sort of these automated financial sort of tools. So it'd be really interesting to sort of watch that unfold as it relates to everything. There was also a question as to how we see sort of like proper industries coming into this space, how sort of institutions where we see why would they pick Elrond, and like where we see institutions coming in and how they could possibly sort of get involved in this space and like like when the regulations are going to come, things like that. And I think like one of the biggest things is definitely the fact that there isn't enough total value locked, but also just that there's not the there's actually all these projects. There's probably about 5 of them that I can think of that are just literally just focusing only on that sort of compliance for those institutional buyers, so that they can actually have an in. Because if you go to buy gold today, for example, it's incredibly hard, really. Like it's hard for me to make an account to go and buy gold. But if I want to buy gold on Elrond, it's actually very easy when it becomes tokenized and there's liquidity for it. You can use your credit card. You can potentially even instantly, without even buying e-gold. You could just, obviously you can go in and buy Bitcoin from MoonPay or whatever through the Maya app anyway. So and Ethereum and BNB, pardon me. But why couldn't you do that with gold, or why couldn't you do that with something else as well? And then also, why potentially couldn't you have? And there is a relayer sort of interface as well, so that you never even need to actually own e-gold. These systems can be provided to you already by the financial institutions that hold that gold, that it gets tokenized, put on the Elrond blockchain. You're using their platform anyway. You don't even know it's happening. All that's happening is that essentially you're utilizing their services, and essentially they don't even need to own e-gold, because every transaction they make can be made by a relayer who's willing to accept that gold in exchange for paying your gas fee for you. So essentially, you just end up paying with that gold anyway. And that's sort of some of the infrastructure that is available on Elrond, that some of the small overlooked things that you wouldn't really take notice of, or, otherwise, but they're sort of very, very monumental for these sort of institutions to be able to come and use the chain.
Exactly. And all these elements of value points are really just due with like what we talk about when we're looking at like business adoption. It's just to reduce friction, reduce friction to the both the value coming onto the network and as well as like the end user. And that's where like it blows me away how undervalued Elrond is because of this element, because it's like the most important element. Like again, the that idea of like how difficult it is to create the really seamless user experience. They're trying to build a super app with Meyer, and it's like that thing has taken a long time to perfect, and then all the integrations on the back end with the hero tags and stuff like that, the end user doesn't care, but they do care that it's easy and simple. And so like, yeah, all these elements of the architecture when it comes to like institutional, is that like institutions are going to come to say Elrond because they going to have, in my opinion, the highest amount of user interaction. that we've seen. I mean, it's mind blowing to think about when people actually download the Myra app, like the feedback. I've never heard it sort of negative, like, wow, this is amazing. Like I've used everything within the space and there's nothing close to this, you know? And so the fact that they are going to integrate so much, like the NFTs, and like, that's what people are going to care about the most. Like the people who do not care about anything, when everyone rushed to Ethereum in 2017 for the crypto kitties, it wasn't like they were like, oh, blockchain decentralization, like, you know, like, oh, what's which chain, you know, like they just cared about the crypto kitties. And so like, if you get an app like that's so powerful and really difficult to replicate, like in terms of integrating with blockchain technology and all the back end with the API and all these elements that, you know, you and I don't care about. What we do care about is that like, that's the big reason of why Elrond is so unique, is that they will demand institutional adoption, because like they're going to attract so many users, so many people, and not only users, but people who are active users, right? Because like some of these chains, like I think Polygon now has like 70 million addresses in like the shortest period of time I've ever seen. It's like insane. But I don't think like the daily active users, they are higher than I think Ethereum, because like they have smaller transaction fees and so forth, but like they still don't have like tremendous amount of high daily active users in comparison to the addresses, because like it's still so difficult to interact with the ecosystem.
And right? It fails a lot too.
What was that?
It fails a lot, like the transactions.
Yeah. And that's the throughput. It can't handle the throughput. So it's like, people are like, you know, these things are not static. They interact, they're dynamic in terms of their assessment. And so like, you can't just look at, say, oh, a chain has low fees. Okay, it has low fees, but like, does it have like a super, you know, simple user interface? Does it, like the network, can it actually scale? Meaning the throughput can actually handle if you have like this massive wave of, you know, adoption or anything like that. And like the truth is, Elrond is the only architecture I'm aware of that has all of the elements that we're discussing that actually matter. Like the UX UI is not on Solana. Like they don't have no, you know, hero tags or DNS integration or like really a killer application that is going to matter. And that's because, you know, it is going to matter when you talk about active users, active integration, active people utilizing it. And then the more seamless that you make it, the better you keep total value locked, because people don't want to go anywhere else. And so like, you know, like ultimately, like I remember like, I just wanted to test out like the Myra application in terms of when they integrated Bitcoin. It's native. So it's like, it's real Bitcoin on the Bitcoin network, and it's just integrated in the application. Same thing with Ethereum. So we're still waiting for the liquidity, and then they'll have like Elrond standard digital tokens to where you can transact utilizing Bitcoin, like, you know, Bitcoin as an ESDT form, and you can use it using the architecture, that low latency, that low cost.
Yep.
And so like people will be able to, you have the best of both worlds. They can have both, you know, on the Bitcoin network, but then they can instantly swap it and use it in DeFi and use it all these things. And like, again, all these elements are value vectors that are contributing to the growth and the adoption from an institutional, because they'll attract a lot of total value yield. They'll attract a lot of actual daily active users, not just wallet addresses. And yeah, when you think about all these elements intertwined, and then from a regulatory standpoint, I know people like really concerned because of like obviously the way things are in the world today and so forth. But I think it's a complex topic because, and I tried to elaborate this a little bit in my paper, but like you have to think about it from the totality of everything, right? There's something called game theory, and you know, it's basically this idea that like not every country is in equal position. I would say the United States, you know, is like utilizing their leverage for so long in terms of like, I would say weaponizing the dollar, you know, and with respect to like how other countries are treated because of how they sort of utilize the dollar as a way of leveraging or getting advantage over other countries. And so like when you change this sort of like, and we've seen El Salvador adopt Bitcoin, but you know, other people like adopt, it sort of loses the leverage that they've had. And like ultimately, like at the end of the day, I think that's a very powerful thing for humanity as a whole, because it changes sort of the forces that we've seen in terms of on a country level impacting, and it creates more of this like unilateralization of of commonality and equitable access and equitable opportunity. And so this is like very, very powerful. And to speak to like regulators, like there's going to be, other countries that are going to adopt this because they're in far inferior positions. So it's like they're going to do whatever it can because like ultimately they are horrible position in the world. And like the blockchain technology allows for value among citizens and new models to be made. Like I guarantee that there will be governments formulated around blockchain and the model, and they will create transparency. I mean, you could get this idea where you would get like people, politicians getting paid in a locked smart contract, right? So like, and like if they pass legislation, they would be held accountable, right? Like think about like the changes of behavior. And I know Ben talks about like this, but like transparency is like, again, he says it's superpower for good, but he's really referring to this idea that like it changes human behavior, right? When you like are in an organizational structure and all of a sudden you have video cameras, like do you think your behavior is the same as if the boss left and there's no video cameras, no accountability? Like transparency changes human behavior, and that changes everything. And so like our political structures, our regulators, our government, they're so opaque right now that like the people in the inside that maybe even do want to do good and are good people don't really have the opportunity as easily. And the bad people sort of rise to the top because there's no transparency. And so the opaqueness ends up leveraging the power within their hands. But like, we're already seeing this as politicians within like United States government, right? It's like certain politicians are starting to take a stance on one element, right? So what is that element? They're looking at, saying like, wow, the people who vote me into office, right? Like they're really interested in this blockchain and crypto. I need to learn more about it because like, and this is very interesting because like traditionally how politics work is we work through lobbying, right? So this idea of lobbying is large organizations, they fund the campaigns of these politicians. But if in fact, blockchain and crypto are so significant, and I will say it is going to be so significant because it benefits the everyday person and they are going to demand it. You see like the activism around, this element, and it's so powerful because like politicians, they're going to ride this tightrope, right? Because if you do not support it, right, how many votes are you going to end up getting once people like really start to understand and grasp this technology and how it benefits them? And then the lobbying becomes less superior with how they fund the campaigns because these people have such vested interest in their own well-being, whereas like that wasn't possible before. And so like, these things are not static. And so like this idea around regulation is like there will be certain organizations, and we're already seeing it, that adopt it. And then it's, an arms race to figure out like, because like ultimately the market is going to shift, and we have platforms like this and, Twitter and like all these other platforms of education, and people can openly discuss these things and there's nowhere to hide. And that's why like the organizations that like, and crypto that I'm most invested in are also the ones that are most transparent, the ones working most with regulators, the ones that are doing all these elements, because these are such powerful value elements of what is going to unfold in terms of, governmental, country positioning, organizational, all these game theories sort of intertwining together. And like, like it would be like asking people like, would you use a calculator? Like I'm sure when it was first invented, people were like, oh, it's better to do it by hand. And like, but at the end of the day, the efficiencies and like the operational leverage and the value changes were so powerful, like you were forced to adopt it, right? And so like same thing with the internet, same thing with like blockchain, is like the technology is so powerful and so much better than the existing systems. It's not a matter of whether regulators are going to accept it or not. They're going to either slow it in some countries and lose value within their country and displace it to other countries, or they're going to recognize like, wow, like if we do not do something, our country will get left in a very bad position, and it's inevitable, right? It's not a matter of whether this technology will be adopted by others. It will be, and it's just whether or not they're going to let those other countries get ahead. And of course, some countries are going to say no, and they don't understand the technology and so forth, and put their citizens at risk. Other people will leave to those other countries, and it will still thrive, and they will become more valuable and more powerful in those countries because of the value that's able to be done through blockchain technology. So it's like, I don't know. No one knows. And the reason I talk about this framework of thinking is like, no one knows how things are going to unfold. Like maybe regulators do come in very, very harshly in the US or other places and try to slow it. it doesn't matter. Like even if they try to slow it, they can't stop it because these technologies, right, are unstoppable, right? Like, and other countries will have vested interest to adopt them, right? More so than the countries that are like maybe in positions of power today. And then the question just becomes is, are there politicians educated enough to how powerful this is and how fast it's going to change because of the internet and how message is spread and technology is adopted in networks. And that's why they're like already pushing regulation because they realize, I think some of the institutions like banks and stuff, they're feeling it. Like, and this is where I said, like, we've never seen this. We've never seen this in where a technology comes in after we have means of communication the way we do with the internet. The internet's like the nervous system and it's like neurons and it's able to communicate in that way. And so like when people realize that they're in horrible economic positions, they're in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and they're trying to find ways to make money and get out of this, and there's ways to make it through blockchain and crypto that you can't on other means, it changes everything. It changes everything, like even raising the minimum wage, like organizations that are now like competing for people because you can make more money playing a game, than you can. And so that forces people to be treated better. And this is why, like I'm saying, like blockchain has such a powerful impact. It's not just what the technology does, but what it changes as respect to the sort of game theory of how people act after other people act in terms of the value opportunity that blockchain brings in terms of changing models, changing elements. And so it's like, yeah, it's crazy to think about, and no one knows what's going to happen, but we know some of the framework of understanding, and hopefully that gives people insight as to like how I'm thinking about things, like why I'm concerned, like, but it's like, again, it's all just a matter of time, and inevitably maybe they try to slow it really significantly, but like other countries won't. And like ultimately, again, it's going to be so fast that I think that they'll backtrace, right? India came out and they said they were going to ban it, and then like I think like something, they're like, wow, all these other countries and organizations are adopting Bitcoin, all these things, they're like, wow, like what are we going to do? And if they start to see it in real time, they're going to have to retract on their policies, or they're going to be severely impacted.
Yeah, I think there's a fine balance of sort of implementing crypto into the current financial system as well, because at what point does that system collapse? Because you really don't want it to. You don't want either of them to, but you really don't want it to. Because obviously everyone today, me, you, everyone relies on that sort of technology. And really to be able to be like, okay, tomorrow everything's run on crypto, you'd need everything implemented into a system. Everything. And that's just impossible. You can't get every single person to agree on that. So I think there'll be definitely massive dynamic changes in certain companies of like, it's just not efficient to use this company anymore. I'm changing providers essentially. There's so much to go into on that sort of fine balance of, and no one really knows exactly how that'll pan out. No one knows, the plans of governments or of different chains or whatever it may be, CBDCs. But we do know that it will eventually and like inevitably help the entire system. And then obviously it's sort of, if you're not trying to use it as a complement to the current system, you're kind of doing it wrong, because the chaos you sort of bring within that is also can be super detrimental. So, that fine balance of implementing that and having it sort of be regulated properly, not just because you think it's good for you, but because it's actually good for everyone to be able to have it run. And that's basically a lot of what regulators are going to have to go through as well. It's not necessarily as simple as just flipping a switch, obviously.
And that's the nature of disruptive technology as a whole. Like the whole reason when I initially got into space, like you've been in it much longer than I have, but like the reason I got into the space was because I saw regulation coming. And so regulation from a disruptive technology cycle is actually a sign of asset maturity, right? It's actually, the technology is becoming mature and regulators can't ignore it any longer. And it's starting to become, large and integrated within the system. And they have to pay attention because it impacts the existing system. And like you said, I think like the worst thing, Cadman, obviously, is like where they sort of like clash, but I don't think that they will clash. I think, because the technology is the way, the people at the greatest risk, and like, in my opinion, like, are the organization structures, are the employees and the people that are like in those structures who don't have the ability to pivot. Because like, I promise you, some of these banks are going to pivot and they're going to be able to run whole financial organizational institutions like through one of these web wallet crypto apps, and they're going to have higher profitability than all of them because they're having to pay employees, they're having to pay overhead costs, they're having to pay. And so like that causes them to be forced to change in a way to adapt to the going market. So what they're likely to do is really downsize their organization. We won't see banks the way they are today. I don't see banks going away. I don't see these like elements like leaving, but what I do see is a complete change in organizational structures. And so like they'll end up having to like downsize and fire and like, you know.
Do you personally think that that'll sort of be a sudden thing, or do you think it'll like, will they be like, oh, we have this new system, we're gonna implement it, we've essentially tested it to some degree or whatever, but do you think that'll be sort of an instantaneous thing that CBDCs are here now and it's sort of everything's changed, or will it just be like a gradual, you know, like, oh, this is like an option you can take? I think that's probably the most sensible or the most likely route. But do you think it'll end up being just a massive rush? Is sort of what I mean, like everyone just sort of becoming, oh, you know, like this is now actually a thing. This is real. Like wake up today and holy, you know. Yeah, what's your take on that?
Yeah, I'll give you like my thoughts because I've thought about this long and hard, and like some of it concerns me because of the exact statement you said. You know, you don't necessarily want a collapse of the existing system, but knowing very deeply how banks work and also how our financial system is so highly leveraged and opaque, and there's so many what we consider off balance sheet items and dark pools within like trading and stuff like that. There is significant risk because the internet has been before blockchain and value transfer, is that, you know, COVID was like the first time we kind of seen this, right? Like where we were on this global lockdown, and you saw that instead of like this diversity of topics happening on the internet, you had this like isolation of topics. It was like COVID, politics, and then like, you know, maybe the debate around those things. And there was less diversity of topics. And so the degree of which things spread started to amplify. And like the first time we saw that exposure was like GameStop and AMC. And like, I was like, for the first time, I was like, wow, like people that never cared about finance, never cared about anything, like because of the degree of how this like conversation changed of isolating due to the dynamics of the, you know, shutdown and stuff, it accelerated this element of like communication means at which people could spread and the word. And because humans by nature are very emotionally driven, especially when it's related to like money. And I talk a lot of this on my Twitter, like do not chase things, do not like stay very disciplined with regards to like understanding, but like most people can't control that and they've never actually been exposed to these things. So like, why do you think Dogecoin got so much adoption? They got it through virality, which is different than like natural network effects and adoption. But because they saw other people making money and it like going up, like they all got in, right? And this concerns me right now is like, I do see that like crypto could have this like point of like a parabolic rise and like a lot of adoption. And like our banking system, like if we were to have like people all of a sudden like all recognizing this all at once, then yeah, it could destabilize things because you'd have bank runs and all sorts of things. And the interesting part is like part of the reason I think that some of this stuff is inevitable is because like I understand how the financial structure is today. The financial structure is like we've had this like declining interest rates from 1980, you know, from like 18% all the way to 0%. And we've accumulated because we went off the gold standard, like completely in the 70s. And then like all banks around the world, like are pretty much just printing fiat. Like there's no way out. Like, and you know, and this is just mathematics, like there is no way out at this point because, you know, you could go over the many different options. And so like with this integration of crypto, I wonder like if we will see maybe some instability within the system. And I think that's why regulators are starting to try to really start to pay attention and maybe accelerate some of this regulatory oversight. They don't really understand these things, you know, to the degree that, you know, maybe certain people who are, you know, analysts or experts within the technology side of things. But I definitely see it. And I see it from elements of how humans are emotional, how they're herd-like, how we are essentially, you know, in a global interconnected world, right? Like you're in Australia right now, I'm in Arizona, like the spread of these things can be pandemic-like. I think Benjamin has talked about, you know, these elements of adoption and as it relates. And so, you know, but the question just is because and there's been like fear and FUD within the markets about like the Fed raising interest rates and, tightening and how it affect crypto. And the answer is, yeah, it would affect crypto, but you got to kind of understand like the bigger, broader context of things. Like in 2008, 2009, the tools that they used were just printing, right, to get out of that crisis, right? And so like then COVID comes, they use these same tools, monetary policy, because there are no other tools, right? Like they even during like after 08, 09, like despite the economy is doing okay, like it depends on how you understand how the economy, it was growing, but it was like all be debt fueled. And then you realize that like they can't necessarily like raise interest rates because they now have like, we printed 40% of the money supply in the last 12 months, right? So it's like, and then you go back, we're like 89%. Like think about your own situation as like an individual or person, right? Let's say you had 100,000 in debt and you were struggling to make that monthly payment at like, I don't know, well, let's just say it was like 7%. Okay. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, like what I'm going to do is I'm just going to expand or spend more in this other area of my life, or I'm going to build a business or whatever, and I'm going to take out more debt. But the bank is going to work with me and they're going to drop that interest rate down to say 2%. But eventually with the idea that it'll go back up, right? In the mortgage crisis, this was called like adjustable rate mortgages, right? And that's where you saw the collapse, is like all these like no income, no job, no assets, and they were being approved for these large mortgages. People with $30,000 incomes were being approved for $800,000 $1 million mortgages with adjustable rate mortgages because the rates were so low. But when the rates went back up, do you think they could afford it? Well, take that and times it by 1,000, right? Like governments around the world are printing so much debt, there is no way out of this. So it's like, what they're doing, what they're saying and what they're doing are two different things. Like, so when you hear like government officials or like the Fed or like government, they're coming out like, oh, we're going to be, austerity or not austerity, but we're going to tighten and raise rates. Like, sure, they're probably going to tighten a little bit, but there's a limitation. They can't go reversing in the same way. Like an adjustable rate mortgage, if it went from if it went from like 1% to 7%, like it would collapse you. Think about that times magnitude of $100,000 in debt, like going to like, you now have 10 million in debt. You think that 7% rate could happen again? No.
And so like it becomes a massive almost repo of assets.
What was that?
I'll just say it becomes a massive almost repo of assets of like, if you can't pay off what you sort of have debt for, then what comes of the assets that you're borrowing for or borrowing against as well. Exactly. They end up just going up to the bigger players. So yeah,
exactly. And then you have the way in which they're handling this is like really what they're doing is they're talking to the market in a certain way to help control inflation. A lot of the Fed, like, just to be honest with you, like studying markets and economics, like they don't have any idea what's happening. Like they're just simply a medium or a mechanism to try to, influence the market. And so like these tools like that they're utilizing have become less and less effective. And they've had to like resort more and more to like liquidity pumping to plug all the holes, because like natural market forces are real natural market forces no matter what. And so like what they're trying to do is just control that. But it's like to me, I would make an analogy of almost like a drug addict, right? Like say, you're someone's doing like heroin and they're trying to say 2008, 2009, the heroin was, all of the low interest rates and the ability to do these like ninjas and so forth. And then someone pulled that out because of certain market mechanics that were natural market mechanics, and the fact that like these adjustable rates were happening. And then there was less demand for the home, so people couldn't sell or get out. And then it all collapsed. Like these same mechanisms are at play. And so you have to recognize that like these things don't exist within a vacuum. And so like, yes, they're going to talk about these things from the standpoint of like establishing control in terms of saying, okay, we're going to, possibly, raise rates. But it's like, I think Ray Dalio, he's a really, really intelligent investor, very smart. He's had these conversations that we're like entering into this phase of market exploration that we've never experienced, because like social unrest is at its highest, and it's a lot to do with the Cantillon effect, it's to do with inflation and the tools at which they're utilizing. And then, politicians are like trying to communicate this narrative that like, oh, they're trying to help these people, but they're using these same tools that are actually making things worse. And so there's really no way out. And that's where crypto really is it's sort of like we've had financial resets through all of mankind and humanity, but like crypto is an exit ramp, right? And so that's a really different scenario. It's like usually you go through financial reset, you don't necessarily have an exit ramp. And so like this there's no way. There's been articles written by large players or analysts that like talk about like, yeah, we're probably are entering into a great financial reset, but like how that looks, what that plays out, I don't know. Like no one knows the exact details or how it is, but the way I'm looking at things is I'm looking at all these different factors of like how human psychology, human behavior, game theory, all these factors of like intertwined together, and like how regulators are influenced, you know, how our politicians influence, and how these mechanisms are changed and altered through, you know, really automation. I mean, blockchains really this allows for automation to occur even on a scale. I think you've touched on this, like how a lot of in the future bots will be utilizing these things, and it's true. It's like they're going to automate things, and so. But the importance of crypto is so powerful because we are moving more and more to technology dominance. And so like this idea, the reason politicians are selling this idea of universal base income is because there's social unrest. There's a greater disparity since, you know, the great Roman times with regards to wealth disparity, and people are feeling it. They may not understand it. They don't even understand like the basic, but they feel it, and it comes out in these like social elements, right? And so there's lots of protesting, there's lots of like these extremist groups and things like that. They're feeling it, and these elements are very significant, but they may not understand it's coming. I mean, the idea of inflation is like something that's even hard for most people to grasp, even that start to become educated, or like the contagion effect. So they don't understand these things at all. But crypto is forcing its hand through changing these interacting parts and mechanisms. And so like, that's where things are headed. But how it ends up happening, you know, will it all be a rush due to, you know, some of the mechanisms that are already in play? It could. It does concern me. You know, I hope it doesn't, just because, you know, you don't necessarily want a destabilization. But let's say you did get it, a destabilization of the existing system because of this. Likely you would have regulators have to step in and support the existing system through liquidity. And so they would just end up doing more money printing and more, and it's just, the cycle feeds on itself. It's like, it's not like they can just come out and like change the tools. Like, it's like they're in a rock and a hard place, but it's like that rock is so large and that hard place is so like, there's nowhere to go but one direction. And that's where like people ask me like, why are you bullish on crypto? It's like, it's because all these mechanisms, like it's all of these factors involved. It's not like just one. It's like, it's inevitable. It's just whether it happens in now or 5 years, 10 years, the system is completely unsustainable from a mathematical standpoint. It just is. And there's no way out. There's no way out.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure how much longer you want to continue.
Totally up to you. Whenever I'm good for whenever. It's totally up to, and I don't know how much engagement we're getting out of the audience, but yeah, it's totally up to you.
We're 2 hours 40 minutes at the moment. I'm live, but I mean, I'm fine to keep going. Like I could talk about this all day, honestly, especially with someone like you. For sure, we could talk for quite a while.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't have anything, so I'm happy to continue if you're good. And
yeah, sure.
At any point you want to jump off, just because it's probably time. Maybe if you would go to bed or anything, I'm happy to pick it up.
Midnight's not too bad. I think that the interview last time went till probably like 2 a.m. So, but yeah, it was a good one. It's a good one. I remember. Well, I mean, one thing about the sort of upcoming Maya exchange, I think that we haven't seen that we will see is the tokenomics behind MEX. Yeah. And I mentioned it earlier before you came on the stream of just the fact that, you know, there's 600 million getting airdropped to eGold holders, not including obviously team tokens and exchange tokens don't get that, so it's community driven. But those tokens, you know, basically can't be sold. And the 250 million MEX that goes into liquidity initially also eventually get burnt as soon as the ecosystem is up to scratch of being sort of relatively stable with total value locked, you know, remaining relatively stable for a period of time. Then that liquidity just ends up getting burnt, which means that there's even less supply for, you know, to be bought up. But then, you know, if that supply gets burnt up, then where really does the tradable supply come from? And really the answer to that is the rewards that you get. So essentially, and obviously there's also 80 million that get airdropped to Uni, Sushi, and and Unisushi and pancake holders, cake holders, yeah. So and that's what they can initially sell that if they like, but obviously those people are sort of in the liquidity space anyway, so they'll be definitely wanting to sort of look at it to some degree at least. But yeah, I think those tokenomics are just incredibly powerful. I think that the supply shock even within that, and then within eGold when that comes as well, is just it's phenomenal to see what can actually, or what has been built, and what will come from that when obviously in this testnet event and stuff like that, the everyone sort of gets some max airdrop to them and stuff like that, but no one like only a few people really. I mean, obviously the people who are most likely to use the exchange, I guess, are the early holders. That those people are the people who get the token, and then they're forced to use it as liquidity. So they're forced not to sell it, and then obviously using it as liquidity, it can be bought and sold then, but it can't initially be dumped. So essentially, you just end up providing this massive pool of what essentially ends up being untradable, only not cash outable, I suppose, funds. And I think it's just absolutely genius. And after when we had that little discussion after the live stream we did with Benjamin recently, I said to him, that's genius, the tokenomics behind that. I think we're going to see some big things come of that. And he just kind of smiled and nodded and said, yeah, it should be fun to watch, sort of thing. Yeah, I'm sort of really waiting to watch sort of it unfold, and their plans behind what tokens get released and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that's going to be.
They have done just an amazing job. I mean, I really understand economics really well just because of my background, and some of the economics of some of these and tokenomics of these projects, I'm just like, I definitely question why they're so behind in terms of where Elrond is thinking about these things, because Elrond is thinking about them from just light years ahead.
Oh, and I don't understand with a lot of projects in the space. They don't really they don't understand that tokenomics is almost the most important thing.
Correct.
It really is. Like your project can be as good as you want it to be, but it can have awful tokenomics, and then it's going to be pretty much useless. So having that, and in the same thing, we haven't seen if whether they Benjamin has at some point in one of the interviews, I can't remember which one, but he mentioned that they have something compelling coming for identity solutions. And something like that, an identity solution, that rewards you for coming in, or even to the degree of basic income is widely talked about within economics these days. Of it started off with sort of dole bludgers or whatever, but
yeah, and that's the unique element, right? Is that crypto can be this sort of healing component to the financial world. Right? Because universal base income, if done through just inflation, right, meaning just more money printing based on debt, it will actually create more of an issue, because it's going to create the same mechanisms that we're talking about that are accelerating wealth inequality, which is the Cantillon effect and inflation. And the reason that is if you think about how people consume things, right? They consume it. They have to have what? Food. They have to have water. They have to have shelter. They have to have gas, ability to move around. Everything that's non-technological based are considered inflationary goods. So that's the problem, is the wealth disparity could accelerate, and crypto can definitely be this healing mechanism to create universal base income because you can't fix it the other way. There's no way to fix it mathematically the other way by printing, right? And I think the people who have talked about universal base income, that in the most intelligent way, they've said we need to find a way to pay for it using technology. I think in the US, Andrew Yang talked about this for a while. He talked about utilizing big tech in a way that demanded us to get paid for our data and our ownership, identity and stuff like that. But the means to do that, the mechanisms are really in blockchain, right? Because that's where you first put that digital identity ownership.
And to be honest, you obviously you can print money in the fiat system, but you can do something much more efficiently and do pretty much the exact same thing within crypto. And you've sort of seen that as well. I mean, with the Uniswap airdrop to begin with, for example. Back then, all I was doing really at the time, within sort of the DeFi era, as soon as Uniswap started to become a sort of a big thing, was sort of when I went full time in crypto properly. Obviously, I knew a lot about it before then, but then at that point, like I was just using wallet after wallet after wallet because the fees then were cheap, and I was just going through and going like, oh, I need to test all this out and see what happens with different wallets and how they interact. So I ended up using like 8 or something different accounts on Uniswap, and then the amount $3,000 each for each wallet at from the launch price, and then that crashed down a whole bunch and then went back up, and it's just amazing to see that just using a platform. People value that. People value the governance in that, and you see it with like MetaMask. Recently have stated they're thinking of releasing a token. Well, Elrond's building, an extension, a browser extension, essentially the exact same thing as MetaMask, but they're building it without a token and for you to just access for free. Or there's multiple things that they're sort of doing with the marketplace where it'll be probably 0% fee for the actual platform unless there's something there for that benefits people. I'm not sure about the plans for that, but I'm doubting there's going to be a token behind that. And then also just taking away what it doesn't need to be monetized essentially, and then sort of like bringing those tools to people who can't afford them generally and stuff like that. So it's something you sort of don't see in it.
Yeah, so many things that can be done. I mean, I know Axie Infinity had done some things on that side with like doing grants and stuff, like that whole story that was on like the boy in the Philippines who had bought 2 homes because he had done those things. And I think there's so much potential with regards to philanthropic work that can be done leveraging blockchain distributed ledger technology. I mean, that's part of the reason why I'm so interested, and I know that's part of the reason you're interested in the space, is like these elements really allow you to provide things to people that could never have access to them and change their lives in ways that are really difficult. Like if you understand psychology and Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it's like really hard for people to get out of. And it's like almost like a circular loop. We have these like circular loops in nature and things that like they just feed on themselves, and they're like this mechanism that's very difficult to break. But like blockchain definitely gives a window of opportunity or a door, and that's why I'm such an advocate. And like obviously, I want our regulators, our politicians to do the right thing, because like if they don't, like ultimately they were designed to be hired for the people, and they've lost their way because our systems of centralization and opaqueness have bred essentially corruption, and it also has bred this distortion or disconnect with the people. Like I think most politicians don't understand how bad it actually is for people, and they can be so disconnected. And they can do so comfortably. And so like all of this like element of change can just provide things of opportunity. Yeah, like the relayer, right? Like you could just have like, or you could use like the funds, like say like you could distribute a fund to create grants or things like that for different applications to allow people who couldn't necessarily afford to get started, and teach them. And then then they can understand like the power of compound interest, and like this is a way to get people out of these mechanisms. And it may be they don't even understand finance, they could just understand a game, they can understand like all these elements. And then again, it forces this hand on the existing world. Like if they don't pay sufficient, right, then like those people aren't going to be interested in going to work for them because they don't get treated well. And then I've talked about the psychological elements of like self-determination theory, but like it's very powerful. Like these things are embedded in human psychology. So it's like, these are natural law. So it'd be like me saying like, oh, well, it's like, you can overcome a tsunami by somehow like fighting it. It's like, no, you're just going to be succumb. Like these are natural forces that are at play, in the same way the natural forces that got distorted during low interest rates in the early 2000s were eventually met with ruin, like through a financial collapse of the housing market, because they were unsustainable. And much of the policies and things within the existing financial are completely unsustainable. And no existing really intelligent financial guy will tell you that it's sustainable. They're usually arguing that, the government will somehow fix it. I don't know why they're being so naive. They haven't fixed it, and they don't want to, because of the mechanism of how they get into power. Is they are designed to show the problems, talk about the problems, right? So that you will think that they will fix them. But then once they get in office, they really have no incentive to actually fix them, because they don't have the tools and the means to fix them. And so like all the tools that actually will fix these things are really through technology and industry. And that's how most things get fixed, right? It's like, the electric car with Elon was him, creating it and then taking all the risk as an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs usually have a lot of skin in the game, whereas like institutions don't. And that's where like our financial system is so insulated with these things, is they have something called moral hazard, where they will get bailed out no matter what. That's why banks are like lobbying like politicians and so forth, because they're so comfortable, because they don't have to pay attention to the market forces, because they get all the reward, all the game, but they take none of the risk. And this is really, really toxic in terms of how things play out because of these mechanisms. And so it's just, and that's all of blockchain crypto has just been a side effect of these issues, right? It's almost like a result, a natural force of result. Whenever you take something to its extreme, somehow there's a way it flips into its opposite and goes the other way. And we've seen this, I think that this may be the first time that we start to see, the beginnings of what, Benjamin has talked about, like this post-scarcity world where, technology really has the ability, if we do it correctly, and if we design these things in terms of crypto, allowing this value distribution to be going to the edges instead of the center, we can really change a lot of things in a way that it's hard to understand today because we've never seen it in the same way. I'm sure if people were talking about the internet and how like you go onto Facebook or you go onto a platform like this and someone would be across the world and you'd have a conversation and you'd broadcast it to everyone else, like people would be like, okay, like they wouldn't be able to grasp it. Right. But it's second nature. Everything we do today is like through a digital interaction and force, and we don't think twice about it. And so humans initially resist things and they think that things can't change. But like if there's one constant, it is change,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's someone asked what's the difference between an SFT and an NFT? And essentially the difference is an NFT is verifiably unique and there's only one of it. Whereas an SFT is essentially almost like a normal ERC20 token with sort of the aspect of the data from an NFT as well. So it's almost like a combination of the two. They have sort of different use cases, which obviously NFTs end up being art, and then SFTs can be, as on Elrond, a share of liquidity pool. That sort of, the max supply of that token ends up being the liquidity, the value of the liquidity. So you can attach a value, a set value to almost like pegging like a stable coin almost to certain aspects of different things. So you can have that SFT's market cap essentially being the total value locked for, eGold Mex pool or something like that. So it sort of is more programmable and less unique, or essentially they could be really the same programmability, apart from the fact that you can't change the supply of the NFT, which obviously has more use cases, less use cases, but more sort of, SFTs can have that value tied to them, whereas NFTs still can for certain things. If you have an NFT that represents 1 gram of gold, for example, but it can't, you can't replicate that to have more of a supply of that thing. It would be a unique piece of gold that you owned, not just a general some gold from some pool somewhere. So it'd be like a unique coin.
Would you say that like one is scalable almost, like in the fact of its properties, like the SFT and the scarcity of NFTs?
You can say that
based on the mechanism of design.
I think they definitely have their own use cases, and they're both very useful. I don't think you can do one without the other on sort of a global financial scale. You sort of because of the properties of like I was saying, if you wanted to have a certain gold coin, you wouldn't really want that to be an SFT, because then you'd be saying, oh, there's a bigger supply of that coin. You could still have it be an SFT with just one supply, but essentially you're saying, I want that single gold coin, and this token represents that gold coin that's locked in that vault under the custody of this company or whatever. It also goes into the fact of like, if you want to buy a t-shirt, perhaps it's, there's a set of 100 t-shirts, so those SFTs there could be 100 of those SFTs that sort of end up being a token to verify that you're going to receive a package, and that, that can be tracked on a supply chain even. It ties into a lot of the sort of different technologies that can come of the efficiencies that blockchain brings on the entire global scale of supply chain tracking, or those 53 industries I was talking about. That there's so many use cases for NFTs, and I would argue almost within every single one of those 53 different use cases, there's some reason that NFTs can play a part, whether it's crucial or just fun or something. There's definitely use cases. NFTs honestly I don't think people have even scratched the surface of their understanding of how NFTs can be sort of incorporated into everything, and how they can hold value. And yeah, there's so much to it that I think people are sort of going to discover over time.
Curious, because you've done obviously some analysis on the different chains, and like we've obviously on Twitter talked about like data indexing and so forth. Maybe it would be good to like talk about this as it relates to, you know, Elrond in terms of its architecture being so efficient as it relates to data indexing versus Solana, where like there are certain use cases along supply chains and stuff like that, where you would want to need it to be indexed immediately, right? In order to maintain the provision, if it was like going from one area to another, and if the data from Solana is not able to be indexed from a provision standpoint, like it limits the use cases of maybe a lot of things, because that's one of the value factors of blockchain is this ability to track along those things. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's also very much the fact of like there's this data there that maybe like you bought this NFT or something like that. But out of that data, really, you only need like a specific potential like percentage of that data to actually maybe not necessarily know what happened, but maybe to just sort of be able to get the information that you need personally. So I can't really give a use off the top of my head, but like maybe, you know, I want to have something delivered to me, but and along the supply chain, you know, someone along that supply chain needs to know where, you know, the information needs to be like where that's going to go to which warehouse, but then that warehouse doesn't really care where it's going to go. You know, from there, they only really care it's going to go onto the airplane. So they need just that tiny portion of that data as well. So like having the ability to sort of run through that data will also, I think, sort of be important depending on how much data there actually is for those sort of companies, because that obviously that data, it costs money to run. Essentially, that's what gas fees end up being, is that data. But obviously, with the fixed transaction fees on Elrond, that's also mitigated quite a bit from a cost perspective, obviously, but then obviously from having like sort of an observer node to be able to see the transactions that are taking place, and for you to be able to apply that sort of software. I think the programmability within that, I think, is what really NFTs are sort of for. They sort of have that programmability for that, you know, knowing that provable uniqueness, not necessarily obviously, uniqueness within their own set almost to be able to be, you know, indexed for that sort of thing. And it's like, even just me discussing this now, it sounds like almost gibberish to myself, because it ends up being so complex to go into that sort of data analysis of like who needs the data and like what do they need it for, and then like how do they get the data that they want with it without getting the other jargon data that they don't need, and then obviously on the internet that's sort of already established pretty well, but you know, within blockchain that's sort of something that still needs some development, and especially within NFTs.
Yeah, the use cases I feel like are so broad when it comes to those elements, the provision as it relates to like the business and economics of the world, like, because right now, like, there's been like an overall trend in terms of young generations wanting to know where their products come from. You know, is it sustainable, and you know, how is it being sourced, and then quality assurance and stuff like that. So when you get this idea of integration with blockchain, where you can use a QR code that has to be scanned at every checkpoint that's tied to the blockchain, meaning that no one can go back, it's immutable. It changes the game, because then you can create like truly accountable systems where people are actually encouraged to do the right thing along these supply chains, and they're rewarded to do so. So
it essentially becomes like an extension of the existing internet infrastructure, obviously, because you know you need that internet to have almost the interface to sort of, you know, you can get that data and then have you know your own sort of software to be able to release that data to people in a way that they want. So even just the internet, you know, obviously connecting to the blockchain, but then using the internet to sort of provide that infrastructure, or not the infrastructure, the data access that you want to certain people and stuff like that. There'll be data providers for everything to do with that, and you know, obviously each company will have their own way of showing you that, and they'll, you know, like track it for you to a degree. So you'll be able to track it yourself, but then like they'll also present you the data in some way, and then does that bring up centralization concerns as well? And there's so much, so many different use cases of that can also become, a problem or not necessarily a problem, because, we already live in a world that has that sort of centralization anyway. So.
Correct. And that's, I mean, the beauty of some of this is like, it doesn't need everything to change everything, meaning you just need a portion to start to create new standards within a market and a marketplace that then demand those standards, So yeah, I mean, I think about it even from the standpoint of like retail and clothing, high-end elements, like there's so many ripoffs. And so like the industry would actually be really, like, especially the high-end industry would be highly encouraged to integrate like RFID within their clothing, and then be able to allow people, like say on their digital device through blockchain technology, to verify that it's actually the real product. And that would like be super powerful, because like there is so much fraud among high-end merchandise. And so like people getting Chanel or like, I don't know, any of these, like I'm not someone who's like in that market at all. I don't really care about the stuff, but from a business standpoint, organizational standpoint, they lose so much money because of that. And so like you'll see players within there like wanting to make sure that they prevent from that counterfeit. And this is a way of like really reducing it to a high level degree. And assurance is like using these RFID implementations into clothing or into things and making sure that the product is actually authentic. And that itself is like billion, probably
it goes so far beyond that, even to the perspective of anything to do with trust. Even AI, I discussed very briefly just an AI partner that humans.ai that Elrond recently released, but just the trust element of being able to have sort of an AI that we know we can sort of trust because of blockchain technology allows that sort of verification, that validation that humans sort of bring to this to what robots can't, and what essentially what I see is for AI to sort of progress, it almost needs blockchain to be integrated into it, so that it can have that sort of security and that privacy layer as well. And you'd be surprised at the things like I actually managed to test out, and you can yourself as well with an app, but test out GPT-3, which is made by it's Elon Musk, OpenAI, made by OpenAI, which is funded by Elon Musk, and that GPT-3 system, the abilities that it has is absolutely, like, it can create an article from 100 words that you write that will pretty much sum up how you've, it'll copy how you've written it and sum up everything like that, and even predict stock markets. It's so broad, it's ridiculous as to the capabilities it has, and I just don't think that necessarily should be in the hands of everyone either, because with great power comes great responsibility, and if everyone has the same access to be able to sort of manipulate almost, or like know what's coming with these certain markets and stuff like that, then everyone sort of it sort of changes how those markets work, and then the AI needs to learn from that, and then obviously it gives some people an unfair advantage if they're using that, and then some people obviously get a much left out completely, and then news articles can be spun up, and this system of validation and verification for all this sort of information that can come from these like fake articles that AI could just write up in 10 seconds as soon as something drops on the news, if it really wanted to. We need something to filter that out and to have that human element as well, that sort of verification that this is a human connected to the blockchain system, not a robot. It's essentially, but then obviously.
Yeah, to add to that point, not to interrupt, but that I think that based on where things are headed, that's why it's so necessary to have such a diversity of conversation and not have these centralized forces like the media or things like that controlling so much of essential. Because if you do get that in the wrong hands, right, then everyone's reacting to these things, and there's less balance within participation of human behavior. And so that's why it's really important to make sure that we don't have these centralized narratives that are so one-sided, because it's it has to have perspective and context, and then some degree of trust, because if you don't, then it's like, yeah, it's super dangerous. And like, we're already seeing it, like, to some degree, right? Like, all of the elements of how our society is currently set up is so centralized. And so like a lot of these media stations, because of when COVID happened, it centralized the topics, and it created a lot of craziness, like stuff we've never seen before. And a lot of it is dangerous for humanity, and I would just say that like some of the participants are just taking advantage of the sort of terrain. And so like, yeah, blockchain can change that through like decentralized networks of like media consumption, right? Where like you can't necessarily isolate the narrative down to like a few things, right? And like control it. And so like humans then, if they're interacting with like decentralized media, say like a decentralized social media platform or decentralized advertisement or TV, like there's less capacity to control a centralized narrative, and that gives perspective, and that gives a change in human behavior, because like you need a multitude of perspectives to arrive at the truth. Like if you just have one narrative, right, you don't actually understand anything, right? It's the ability to understand all vantage points and perspectives that lead to like intelligence and understanding and so forth. So yeah, I'm hopeful that based on way things are designed, if we can move into this more decentralized world, right, where these elements interact, I think we have less concern as we see it today, and how this like centralized world has created a lot of these technological problems. But it is important to be very conscientious in how we design these things, because you're correct. It's like, and some of that has been the result of social media problems today is because we didn't have blockchain, right? Like the fact that they're able to exploit humans for their data and not pay them anything is part of the reason we're in the problem that we're in today.
Yeah, well, for
so
sure.
Like, we didn't have the infrastructure to do it, but now that we do, if these players don't actually integrate that and start to participate, then other social media decentralized networks will rise. And it's just because human behavior will go towards where there's value, right? Like, why are humans going to play games that don't pay them versus games that do? It's just because like you're going to use your time towards something that's valuable. And if that means that one is going to pay you, you're going to ultimately be more incentivized to do it. So it's a matter of making sure that we're very conscientious in how we design these things and these structures, so that they don't end up becoming problematic down the road, and they are sustainable. And of course, like there's some of this stuff is all being determined based on innovation and growth within the sector. But it's a wild time to be alive, because so many technologies are emerging, and so many of them are exponential in their rise, because we already have this foundational internet component of communication. And what differentiates, I would say, humans from like robotics and is this like aspect of creativity that humans have. And we haven't really maybe leveraged it, or it hasn't been necessarily as valuable within societal means. And I think
I actually relatively disagree with that to an extent, because there actually are AI that are quite creative these days as well. And even just recently, that Humans.ai partnership was reiterating that, of like, basically what it was is you put up, whatever information or data you put up, it essentially becomes this AI entity. And this entity is like whatever data you put up there or whatever you've created. And essentially what happens is that you use other people's creations without sort of like in a way that the AI, you're like, I want my cartoon character or something to have like ears like a pig or something, and then there'll be a bunch of different ears that come up as like ears like a pig, and then you might choose which pig ears you want to put on that character, and it can sort of autonomously do that. Or you can sort of theorize and craft like a game theory for a game that could potentially be built by an AI as well. So I think the creativity aspect of, although we don't see it in our day-to-day lives, obviously, I think even just the fact of programming, there's definitely going to be more sort of AI that can program itself into the future. We've seen examples of that, I think, in certain situations, but not to a sort of incredibly productive extent necessarily, but sort of to novel extents that, like how back in the day we would see, the first human chess player, grandmaster, be beaten by an AI, 99% of the time, and that sort of thing just sort of keeps coming together more and more and more. And then obviously copyright laws and sort of Creative Commons licenses and stuff like that sort of become a relative issue within that of like, well, I mean, it doesn't become an issue if you can have a way to a system that's sort of like the AI itself or whatever, to be able to sort of police that within itself and reward you if you create those pig ears, and then that person creates content out of it and makes money, that essentially they get their value's worth, or just things like that. So yeah, I disagree with you to an extent.
Curious, as it relates to like the differentiation of humans being able to more understand spectrums than deterministic outputs, what would you say as it relates to AI within that respect? Like for instance, like most data, right? Like input output based, and it's like the idea of like maybe just like the idea like of decentralization, and the fact that like, how would you be able to model or map like some of these aspects that are somewhat spectrum oriented and not deterministic, meaning like of course like the data, the machine automation can learn from that data, but how much of it can it really employ this ability of relativity in terms of perceiving a spectrum more so than like this endpoint of output? What would you say like as it relates to those elements?
Yeah, it's very hard because it runs into the fact of like of mathematics, of like the fact that like what are the possibilities of mathematics, because us as humans don't even know that. There's simple equations in mathematics like like 3x plus 1, I think it is. Is that, yeah, something like that. But it's just such a simple equation, but then the outcome to it, that equation specifically ends up being a loop of basically 4 numbers that eventually every single number that we've ever calculated ends up in the same loop. And whether it gets there, some numbers get there within, even if they're trillions of numbers long, they get there within five different number sets. But then maybe not the number 19 or something ends up getting there within like 36 or 160 or something. It's just a random number that just ends up back in that same loop, but just longer. And then there's no way we can sort of prove that every number abides by that same loop law, that it ends up in this getting into that same loop, because there's an infinite number of numbers out there. So the amount of stuff that we sort of know about mathematics in general and what it can do, whether the whole universe is governed by mathematics, and whether our creativity is as well, or it's just a question that's just not really, I don't think, answerable at the moment to a degree of we know sort of what AI can do. And then obviously I'm not an AI expert. I actually have a friend who teaches at universities, or used to. He doesn't anymore. After COVID, he traveled to America and taught there, but was teaching AI. So he's a lot of the inspiration of sort of well, not necessarily inspiration, but sort of a lot of a discussion that we've had of where does it end with AI, because essentially no one really knows at this point, and we haven't really gotten to that point of being able to find that out. So really, yeah, it is input output, but what happens in between, we a lot of the time design something one way with an AI, but then it ends up just spitting out something completely different, and not necessarily what you would expect it to, but it still comes to the same conclusion. Or there's a lot of sort of factors to consider within things like that, of unexpected outcomes, and just how that relates to that sort of creativity or randomness, or we as humans, do we have that ability to even create new ideas, or do we sort of just learn from what we've already done and sort of just chuck things together randomly and hope for the best, and then there you go, it kind of just worked out, obviously in a more sort of structured way, but who had the first idea?
The implications of that are fascinating from the standpoint that I know Benjamin talks about like the entropy within a system, and like humans are just dissipators of entropy. And I would say like that concept is sort of probably somewhat relational to this element that like, you're putting, these randomness in a number, and whatever that output is the world right now, because of how humans understand it, or the lack thereof of understanding. Is that part of the reason why we've seen so much problems? And so are we moving more into a world that is more predictable and orderly than chaotic and full of entropy, because our deeper understanding of mathematics and the technologies that are coming out as a result of that? And will that bring maybe more positivity and certainty within humanity as it relates to the intellect, more so than it relates to like, because our brains, the way humans are wired, we're so wired for survival, like on a primitive level, but that's more emotional based. And that's like, I talk about a lot, like system one dominance. Whereas like technology doesn't have those emotions, right? So it's like, it's very deterministic. It doesn't have that as element. So it's, I'm sure it can learn all of those factors, and then like, behave in the ways like humans would behave from like artificial intelligence. But it's interesting from that element that, maybe some of this underlying technology is part of solutions to some of the things we are interacting with as humans that we just don't understand. And the mathematics and supercomputers and automation and artificial intelligence, all of it may help us get better insight in terms of like how we are creating, and do so in a way that's beneficial and not destructive. And yet, that's where I guess the guidance of the human emotional mind comes in, and the importance of like balanced perspective and not extremism. And like, yeah, I mean, there's so much to be theorized or discussed around these topics, but it is odd that how fast it's coming and how many different elements are all coming at the same time. It's very possible that in 10 years or so like a lot of what way we understand the world will be completely different, in the same way that like no one understands the world. Like if you go back pre-smartphone, iPhone, internet, like if you came in from like before those eras and you didn't know anything, you would be entering into a world of interaction and possibilities that are completely different. And that seemingly likely is just accelerating based on technology. And so, yeah, that's where I feel like the need though for blockchain, and then also the ways in which we design these systems to help the end point, because if we don't, we're going to just end up in a disaster. Like there's no point of return if you just keep centralizing value to like the center. Like even the people at the center no longer benefit any longer, right? Because like you have to have a balanced forces on both sides. So it's just inevitable that it flips to its opposite anyways. There's no way to continue if you've extracted so much from those and then they have less and less. Like how can you just, it doesn't work that way. Like you can't keep extracting from nothing.
Yeah, I like to think of how you were saying sort of all these technologies sort of joining together as well, and like how that relates. There's the theory of sort of singularity of like AI becomes omnipotent sort of thing, and like from then on we just have this sort of exponential growth curve, which you can argue we're already on this exponential growth curve as it is, which is obviously very true. Yeah, and I also like just think sort of referring to the adoption of cryptocurrency as almost a singularity of its own like a blockchain singularity of like, the world becomes so much more efficient within its operation of like, just becomes more convenient in every way. And there's a lot of jobs that you can sort of get rid of in the meantime that like sort of are just there almost as placeholders even now, or like, anything to do with security or data security or financial security, or just pretty much anything to do with security or verification and stuff like that, is sort of, it creates, some problems, but it also solves a lot of them. And like, it's, frees up human labor for other things that's needed, and, to put minds to solve, other problems. So like, institutions are often, you eventually will see almost the automation of this sort of institutional model, I think. And I think because of that, I think because of that, the minds that are in those spaces are just some of the most brilliant minds, mathematicians, and those people essentially just have desk jobs, basically doing nothing really. Of course they have a job, but it's something that can sort of not need to exist in a more automated system, and those minds go to work at creating new projects and new ideas and more wealth value for other people as well, because obviously businesses like Google or whatever are there because they provide value to people, whether it be through advertising or that's the reason they're worth so much, is that they've provided so much as well. And obviously some to lesser extent, if you're getting ripped off by a company or whatever, but depending on, but essentially their valuation comes from the value that they provide as well, which I think we'll see a lot more of in the future in the blockchain space as well, as it relates to,
we're already seeing it, right? The smartest minds are getting into at least on the design
Very
side,
much.
right? And then the implementation, the research, and then the creation side of all the projects. I mean, and I think that's part of the difficulty as like a retail investor is you get like in awe of the intelligence on some of these projects. And then like forget the other elements of like needing execution and then like, adoption and all those other things but by freeing up all of that for self-actualization, you create definitely a different dynamic as to how humans perform and behave, and as well as like bring value into the world. Because when you are directly aligned with that interest, like you're just going to be way more productive because like you see the value directly tied to what you are doing. And that's where like, when you free up all these, it's not even just freeing them up to do them, but it's also aligning to where there's like this shared interest that's congruent with the output of what they're doing, right? Like, because like think about an organizational structure in general, like, and this is where DAOs I think are going to be like the most valuable organizations, is because like, if you think about the fact that like if someone can directly participate and get equal value sharing to whatever they contributed, say monetarily, or like what they're saving in terms of earning by participating, you've now created like a dynamic that doesn't exist, right? Think about an organization. If you perform stronger, you might get a little bit of a bonus, but it's capped, right? You might get like a little bit of like an incentive to do X, Y, and Z, but like the majority of that value is just to like the top people within that organization who may not be providing really any value, but they have all the resources to do it. And that's not necessarily a good thing as it relates to like creating value within the world. And I think that is part of like it stagnates innovation, it stagnates progression. Whereas like with this, like, people, it'll be hard for people once they really fully grasp these concepts to not leave the traditional, hierarchical structure of, corporations that cannot equally treat people the way they can be treated in these DAO structures, where like even if you had to buy a portion or earn a portion to get in, like you ultimately have that aligned interest where everything you're contributing and the team, and you're encouraged to help people and collaborate rather than to like go against them and fight them. And so yeah, that's some of the thought processes like I think about like that are so powerful, even just from a human productivity. But yeah, it's bringing them out of this like sort of robotic, like maybe not utilizing all the capacities of what they have, and getting value back from that. Feedback value is very, very interesting how it affects human behavior.
Yeah, for sure. Who knew there could be so much involved with just value sharing in general, and trust. Value and trust are just, two massive things that, tie everything that, every social interaction essentially together. Are you getting value out of the conversations you're having, and, the people that you are around, or, whether that be emotional value or knowledge or whatever, you seek, and things like that. So, who knew that sort of this trusted system, this blockchain could have so many implications? Because essentially, everything is trust. Everything boils down to it. At the end of the day, you needed to.
It's the thread that weaves every part of civilization and progression together. Because when you lose that thread, you ultimately just get what we see now. Which is like this tremendous chaos, entropy, and then like inward fighting, and it's just like it's wild. Like there's no way for civilization to exist without the thread of trust. Like it's just impossible. And so like it is wild to think about like blockchain, like, and that's where like when you really fully understand the technology and the understanding behind it and grasp it, like you realize like this is like one of the biggest pivot points to all aspects of where things are headed, and it's 100% needed because like we're in this digital world where we need trust, and then the infrastructure is blockchain to sort of create that, and then also to allow for value distribution that we haven't seen, and that is necessary to promote a better organizational structure that would allow for higher levels of productivity, higher levels of progression. And there's so many factors that are unique because of the operational leverage. And then just like think about you and I, or like all the people that are collaborating within Elrond Network, like we're from all different aspects, but we have this sort of shared vision of what they're creating and what they're doing. And so the ability to create like-mindedness and also to create value from that standpoint is hard to estimate the power of that as well. Because like when you get everyone on a shared mission who are collaborative, I mean, you see what Elrond has done. That's essentially what it is. You know, it's like what they've achieved by doing all these factors is just what would be like almost unimaginable in such a short period of time, the amount of execution. And so it is crazy to see how you'll see these value vectors sort of come in and human behavior and so forth. And I think it will become less about money as it is today, like people like talking about money, but really value, like the value of exchange that you're talking about, like the knowledge, the interaction, the people. And then we don't really talk so much about these, like, because like money is just like a metric to show, like it was utilized as a way of like measuring value, but like now because it's not that kind of thing, it's so distorted that there's not really value. It's just manipulation, coercion, and extortion. Like that's essentially what's happening. And so when you reestablish that to value, and then like people like stop thinking about like how do I make money, and like a lot of people won't like have the integrity to like do it in the right way. So like they'll extort people, they'll exploit people, they'll manipulate people to do it. But you can't do that in a system that's trusted and that is more value oriented, because like the person isn't caring about trying to fix the number on the screen, you know, of like money. But because the way our economics is set up is that like everyone has to like focus on these factors in a way that like makes it, they have to focus on the value vectors as it relates to recognizing that I lost my train of thought because someone was coming in the room, but you know,
that's right.
All these elements, you know, sort of intertwine in our ability or capacity to see that change occur. And it's all based on that foundational structure of blockchain and trust and how it impacts humanity and how it impacts, you know, all our behaviors and how we interact on both organizational and value structure and humanity in general. And it's just that like, because the level of distortion of like people not having enough money, and we're really in such a scarce world as it relates to like economics and decentralization and so forth, if we can change it, we can go beyond that conversation. We can go beyond it. Then it becomes about real value and not necessarily about arbitrary numbers. Because like once you've met a certain need economically, you know, you stop focusing on that. You stop focusing on it, and but like when you're in that, you're in Maslow's hierarchy, you're like focusing on survival. Like we know IQ drops, we know like human behavior changes, we know people, like every aspect of like poor human behavior interaction can probably be boiled down to some degree of scarcity. And then the pathology that comes out of it in the external world. And that's a really, it's crazy.
So I got a question. What do I do for a job? I did answer at the start, but I'll just touch on it. Basically I ended up, I saw the opportunity a year ago in this space. I mean, I've always seen it, but I saw sort of the opportunity that was about to come, and I sort of always knew it was going to come again. So I basically went full time in crypto a bit over a year now, and I ended up getting involved initially just by myself, doing research, just actually full time, because I'd always done research, but actually full time. I ended up getting involved within the BitBoy crypto community, and then sort of got picked up from there to do a few things, and then just kept sort of working up and doing more in that sort of community, and to the point where I ended up becoming a trusted team member, where I now, that probably was a 3-month process or something. And then now I work on Bit Token, which is basically a community token that BitBoy Crypto sort of, our community sort of released. And then I also work on DexKit, which is sort of I'm kind of in the team of both of those, the corroboration between the two, which is sort of a DeFi aggregator. I do a lot of the community stuff. I manage the BitBoy Crypto Discord, and I also do research for BitBoy Crypto generally with a couple other people who, I think there's about 10 of us who all sort of do research for his live streams and things like that. So, I kind of do a bit of everything, and sometimes it's incredibly demanding, and it's very sometimes it's very not incredibly demanding, and it's very hit and miss, and kind of do whatever you can. And yeah, it's kind of all over the place. Sometimes there's strict hours, and sometimes there isn't. It's just all over the place at certain points and stuff like that. So yeah, but it's interesting. Keeps me on my toes, and I also have up until recently been involved with sort of a business within the construction industry as well. So I always sort of had that as well, but tried to keep it as sort of autonomous as I could, which at times gets hard. But now I'm pretty much out of that completely. So yeah, but yeah, been definitely full time in this space for over a year now. So.
And you're just like representation too of like the freelancing capacities of when you remove the middleman, right? And you start doing what you want to do. And
I'll admit that I basically don't even really get paid at this point. I don't really care to get paid at this point for doing what I am doing. And, I'm totally happy with that. And, I know, value, it's the value sharing that I'm more interested in anyway. And obviously, being in this space, I've known about Bitcoin since like 2010 or something. And, in 2011 or 2012 or something, I tried to get my mum to get Bitcoin on her credit card through Mt. Gox at the time. And I was like looking at what, like how self-custody works and things like that, just as like a curious teen, like, chuck some money in there, whatever. And that she didn't do that because she doesn't trust security stuff online. And yeah, so there's, a lot of missed opportunities, a lot of caught ones. Like a couple of years ago, my top pick was Lend, which turned into Aave and did some retarded amount of gains on that. And then, sort of Room from there. And, there's lots of different projects that I sort of picked up on. And, I'm not doing amazingly financially by any means, but I'm not amazingly financially by any means anyway. I'm not a big whale, but so.
Yeah, and I think, most of my life has been the same, like with regards to like, I think people don't realize that like ultimately, like if you are just focused on value and doing the things that you love and you're passionate, like eventually that value will accrue. And so because and that's why and again, unfortunately, our society is not really set up in an easy way to like allow it, but it's becoming more that way. And I think blockchain and crypto is going to accelerate that. And it will allow people to really try to find more of their value as it relates to like their passion and their purpose and their interest, rather than like waking up and thinking like, okay, what job do I have to go to make enough money to survive? And that way of thinking is very like restrictive, but it also doesn't really allow us to function very high. You're not going to be like energetic to get up in the morning and like do things like, all the content that I've created in crypto, like none of it I've been paid for like by anyone, but like the reason is a similar reason to you. It's just the value of exchange. And then also, for me, it really is like, I have studied this stuff like so much of my life, and like finance has been such a big part of really, because I understood like how it would create freedom for people, like, and how like investing would give the person the ability to actually do what they want to do, not like drive a Lambo or drive some sort of like it was the freedom element and the autonomy that it would give someone the ability to really get the value exchange that you and I are getting right now. And then also just like people in general, when they're doing something they're purposeful and passionate about and they're deriving that value, it's a whole different world, right? Like you don't think about working at that point like the way people think about working today, like, oh man, I'm off, I can't wait to be off. Like we're engaged in this because we enjoy it, right? And so like that is the difference with human productivity. And it's like when I finished at the university, I was teaching, and I had done so much in banking, and like I really understood the financial system, because when I did it, when I started teaching, I had to really understand it at a very deep level. But because I understood all the inner workings, I was like, wow, this system is so corrupt. Like part of it is just because of the way society has unfolded and the means and mechanisms for system design and structure. And then it's just the participants are then leveraging that because of the fallacies of humans. And so like, I don't think that like everyone in the financial world is like bad people. Like a lot of people are like super good people and they're wanting to do the good thing, but they have limitation, right? And this is in all of our systems, in like medicine as well. Like most of the systems are designed in the same way that like have these hierarchical structures where they try to extract. And so like the average physician stays with the patient for 7 minutes, but it's because it's designed in this way to get more and more profits out, and they're private sector oriented. And then you have the public sector, and then you have like, and then the biggest problem is like the way the banking system and stuff works is that the money supply is actually fundamental to every aspect of change. And that's why like I've been so passionate. I didn't think it could be disrupted, and I didn't think it could be changed until like I fully grasped blockchain and distributed ledger technology. And then I realized that like it not only is going to change, but it's inevitable. It's just a matter of the speed at which it changes, and then how that looks. Because like the technology is that profound that you can't just like, you don't just, in the same way, like I'm sure people were resistant to the iPhone or the smartphone, or they're resistant to the calculator. Like eventually though, it was so ingrained in society and societal factors that you had to be forced to adopt it and utilize it. And that's the pivot point. And that's why mass adoption is so important. That's why Benjamin and Elrond and the team focused on that element of, finding ways to not just create this system, but to create it for everyone and accessible to anyone, and that's because like that is the key. It's not like, this, and then he talks about this zero sum game. Like so many people like, like, look, the space outside is so much larger than the space in. And so like, go for it.
Oh, I was just going to say, sort of off topic, but I love that recently Benjamin posted up, it was probably a few months ago now, but he posted up a talk that the CEO of Epic Games sort of had about the infrastructure of sort of the upcoming sort of metaverse and digital economy and things like that, up to the degree of like, all these systems within gaming and within like the metaverse sort of education, even within, virtual reality and augmented reality. And I like, extended reality is one of my friends sort of calls himself an extended reality developer, but it's sort of this infrastructure that needs to be sort of built on blockchains that can handle the capacity for all these transactions that you could have in a metaverse as well, within a virtual reality sense of just like every little tiny thing you can do could become a microtransaction that you necessarily wouldn't care about, but if 100,000 people did that, then the person who had that microtransaction is going to start to care. And that sort of can't exist within the current financial system, especially within, obviously, as we said, like the trust system and the value that sort of creates for people, the opportunity and so like that he talks a lot. I'd recommend the talk, but he talks a lot about something having that infrastructure to be able to support that metaverse of trust of like all the different rules that like potentially if you're playing, I don't know, like something like Minecraft or something, but then you want to play as a character from like Call of Duty or something within this metaverse just to have fun, abiding by certain rules that, can apply to each game or something like that, this metaverse can sort of incorporate. The infrastructure for that can't exist within current technology in any way. That blockchains are necessary for that sort of system of trust, or for that, for those microtransactions and for all that sort of thing. It's too inefficient within the system we have today. And I think that's where a lot of sort of transactions will end up coming from, not just, AIs or people transacting value necessarily, but just with interactions with, the metaverse and with virtual realities, it starts to sort of become a big thing, because, it will, whether, it isn't today, but, at some point, when does the Star Trek holodeck become a reality sort of thing? So,
many possibilities. Yeah, it's just...
it's just one thing that came to my mind, but like, just a ridiculous amount of possibilities that come with everything like that. And, just the number, even just looking at things like the gaming industry within crypto at the moment, of how people are sort of not quite valuing things correctly in some cases, by overvaluing them, and then in other cases undervaluing them, because obviously these systems have an enormous potential to provide that ecosystem, but then like they don't have a product. But then you're speculating, obviously there's a lot of speculation, you're speculating on them releasing that product, and you don't really know what it's going to be like. And it could be a massive gamble and pay out, and it could be a massive gamble and the technology's there, and it's an awesome system, but just no users. So it's very much this whole aspect of gambling and things like that, is of all this sort of speculation of, I mean, not just video games, but just like protocols that won't work out, or that default, or that rug pull and things like that. There's so much risk involved that, there's sort of systems in place that will come to mitigate that. But it sort of brings this like whole cloud over the sort of investors within the space that don't really understand everything, and sort of see some news and think, oh, that's amazing, and then some people sell that news, and the markets in themselves are kind of very hard. Sort of, I just had a power flickage. I'm not sure if that's going to end up cutting.
Distorted too because of the lack of understanding. I think you mentioned that in your article too, that you wrote on Elrond. Is like, yeah, there's so much speculation, and it's natural. The speculation is so natural because that's just how disruptive technology is. The weird thing about blockchain is like, it's disruptive technology, but it's also disruptive for so many industries and use cases that it's like the level or degree of speculation. I think people are underestimating how long it could go on for, or for how many things. But the way in which markets start to remove speculation is when real utility and real use cases come about. And that's part of why I've discussed, like, I feel like this year and leading into next year is such a pivot point as it relates to the technology, because we're really starting to see real world use cases, right? And the technology being ready in terms of scalability. And I've talked about this more from like a financial investing. Like, I'm concerned that some people have like PTSD from prior portions of the cycle, right? Like, I wasn't in the space in 2017, but I hear about all the stories, and I already know what that feels like to be like a trader, because I 17 years of experience. So I've traded before. I've taken my account up to like crazy numbers and then blown them up, and then and I understand the unsustainability as it relates to that, but that's also as it relates to speculation. And so like in crypto, the reason it went the way it did, and I know that was probably people's first time, like with what I would consider like a market baptism, where it's like you realize that the prices aren't what matter, right? Like, what matters is the value in the use cases. And if there's real value in use cases, then it's going to be supported. And so you won't see these like massive speculative elements as much. And, you even think about like money couldn't be changed until you combine cryptography with the incentives that Bitcoin provided in terms of preventing the double spend and allowing that collaboration. So like gaming, right, could be that same thing where you combine the cryptography with gaming plus incentives. And it's like, wow, that changes that whole industry, right? Because like humans are now incentivized not only because I would say based on if they aren't like completely well-to-do at that point, meaning they're not financially or economically free, they're going to be more incentivized to go to where they are paid until they get to that point, and then they focus on whatever else is like that they're really interested. And so it's like this level of human psychology, and that's why like a lot of people are interested in crypto, because you see these insane gains and life-changing elements, but then you have to like look at it and make sure, like, that's part of the reason I've spent so much time trying to understand the space, and you have as well, as like, and then educate, is that like, because the project is stating something, and this is in investor presentations and so forth, but like just because they're saying something doesn't mean they've done that today, And that's the difference between what they are hypothesizing or theorizing or in versus versus they actually have live today. And that's the technological risk of these things. And then the execution, because there's so many variables and factors that go way beyond the technology, right? That are vital to the success of these elements. And so that's where there is tremendous risk in the space, tremendous distortion, tremendous arbitrage opportunities, which just amplifies the representation that okay, this space is not necessarily mature. People are getting in the space, and then they might feel comfortable with say Cardano, because Cardano has done such a really good job on many fronts of education. And that's really where Charles Hutchinson has shined, is he educates so well. And, he talks about these things and whiteboards, and he's out in front, and Cardano's brand has sort of been contingent on that. And I think so many of the retail, because the space is so dominated by retail, because of the lack of liquidity, the lack of major size, they've attracted such a large demographic. But I think that's where things get a little bit scary, and it's not their fault, but the distortion of valuation is really high right now. And it's sure, it might be valuable, but is it going to be as valuable as the other things that maybe aren't as well known and are happening, such as Elrond or other technologies in the space? And you're just if you understand disruptive technology in the cycle, when it really matters is when the utility starts to come in, because then you can no longer theorize and say, well, we're coming X, Y, and Z, and then the valuations start to get recorrected based on real value, because people in those elements, they leave to go to the real utility use cases of what they were selling maybe on or theorizing that are live today. And that's where, like, as an investor, you get scared, because I know how disruptive technology, how fast these cycles, once the utility starts to kick in, the deception isn't as able to be projected. And then like people really are like, oh, well, if this is live today and it has all this utility, I'm just going to go use it because I have the ability to get like, do what I originally probably were interested in the space was, which is financial freedom or economic in nature. And so like, yeah, that's why it's so key that, these projects also do have a timing factor related to, success that I think we're ignoring because no one's really brought as strong of use cases as we're starting to see in the space now.
Yeah, I think Cardano's done really well at bringing in like a lot of people from like new people from the space as well. And I was very surprised to see that obviously, a lot of people were saying we're expecting like the smart contract launch to be sort of a big event and stuff like that. Which obviously, like I was saying, in crypto, a lot of the time it's just sell the news event. That did happen, but I was quite amazed as to the extent as to how much it actually did happen, because really, you look at it and it didn't correct as much as you'd think it probably could have, which just goes to show that like communities in this space really do matter, because he has such a strong following as well. And whether they, some people are, think, I have people sometimes say to me, what do you think of Cardano and stuff like that, and like at the end of the day, I don't necessarily have anything against Cardano as a long-term project, because I think they do have the ability to work around any problems that they have in certain ways, and then also to be able to there's problems with sort of layer 2 solution. If you make a transaction on the base layer, essentially you've just lost 1,000 transactions per second on the second layer on Hydra, because each state channel requires like 1 TPS basically to be able to run. So if you have 200 TPS, while it can run 250 TPS, essentially the network can only do 50,000 TPS rather than 200,000 sort of thing. But things like, obviously you'd want more people to be using the layer 2, but you can't force them to. Essentially they'd want to be as well, but then just things like people will say to me, oh, but like a Cardano can scale as well, they can get that TPS, and although they like promise that they can, it hasn't been implemented yet either. So really they can get 250 TPS, and you're paying higher transaction fees than you are for Elrond, and you'll probably, people will probably start to see that as when DEXs start to come out, just right. I think the gas fee is like 20 cents on Cardano or something like that, or 40 cents. I think it's 1 ADA anyway, at a maximum or something. But essentially, that using enough transactions, you'll end up, it's not really competitive with something like Binance Smart Chain that people don't really care. It's centralized. It has an ecosystem there, and a lot of people have already used it, sort of thing. Yeah, I'm not sure how that one's going to play out. Essentially, for me personally, it's too high a risk to sort of continue investing. I did have a bag of it and sold it at like $1.20 or something like that. I was amazed at the run it did. But yeah,
that's the ability for markets, and that's I try to like making money in markets, and then like actually like sustaining like investing and wealth creation is like two different things. Like, and everyone I've ever known, like who participated in investing or financial markets, like anyone who's made like really fast money, be it through trading or be it through, if they didn't change entirely their strategy, or and they really practiced on doing that and like making money through that like speculative process, like they ultimately ended up in ruin or blowing up their accounts or like whatever. And it's like, it's not a matter of if, it's just when, because that strategy is non-ergodic. And so like, yeah, that, whether you sold at $1.20 or you sold at $3, like ultimately the real value is like nothing like underlying, because it's not ready. But of course it's the speculation, and they built all these things towards it. So of course, like, and the nature of how crypto is, the community, like I don't see Cardano like going away in the same way I don't see Ethereum going away. Like I don't see like these elements going away. But what I do see is like a shift in terms of like when real utility use cases are available, then people will possibly start to scratch their heads if something's not actually ready and executable, like, and have utility, then the question is like, does the friction of the space like prevent that from happening? And if it doesn't, then you could start to see larger transfers of value between chains in terms of like, because right now it's not very easy to bridge your Cardano assets to like some other chain. So you either sell it and then like go somewhere else. But like if there's seamless ability, right, where we're not worried about the underlying infrastructure and you have apps that are maybe leveraging these other platforms through interoperability, then it just becomes like what is live and like what is demanded as far as the technological architecture is concerned. And that's where, as an investor, also you're just thinking like, how can I be wrong? Like, what can I be wrong and how can I be wrong? And like, that's why like I do portfolio management and like risk management and all those factors, is because like, as much as we study and we spend endless time, like, knowing these things in detail, they're also just like things you can't account for. Like I could have never accounted for Dogecoin to go to 70 cents, but I could account for the fact that human behavior is very herd-like. When you start seeing something go up, people get in because that's the nature of human behavior. The weird thing about Elrond is like, it actually has those things built in implicitly based on its economic model, to where like you will see some of these like parabolic rises as we start to see the use cases on the chain because of its tokenomics. And so you could see like, Solana was a fairly parabolic rise, and you got so much attraction, so many people like interested because they were like, wow, they're making all this money. And that's why it's important. But Elrond's tokenomics are even superior. And they're also, the way price works in markets is like, it has to do with concentration of demand. That's what like a short squeeze is. Like the GameStop thing went up because you had shorts covering and then new buyers coming in, and it just, forces up the price to this insane. It doesn't mean that GameStop's now worth 15 billion in its business operations. There's nothing to do with it. But when you combine both the fundamentals and these elements that Elrond has done, it's like, I don't really know what to say, because like, it's very unique, because you're going to get all of this concentrated demand on the chain in a very short period of time. And the tokenomics are already set up in a very way that, if you were just a trader and you were looking and paying attention, you'd be like, I would like, this would be an all-in trade.
Yeah.
Term. And then it's like, so it's weird, like when the eyes come on this thing and things start to move, like I think we will see something we've never seen before, because you have all of these intertwining factors of both real world utility and use cases and fundamental demand driving it based on real value and utility in an organic way. And you have a strong community that's, also backing it. And we've never seen all of these pieces together within this space yet. And it's just because the technology is still in this like working mode of trying to become what we want it to become.
Yeah, I can't wait to see some of the integration that ends up happening with bigger players like Chainlink, who are already obviously partnered with Elrond, but sort of their sort of their rush to sort of come over to Elrond because of how compelling it's actually going to be when you take into account all these things of the actual technology, underlying technology, obviously, but then just the ethos of the team and like the way that they sort of attract the right people and go on by all these regulatory processes to keep to stay significant and up to date on all that sort of thing, and not release sort of have plans to release things and sort of go by the right legal framework to do it, like the Maya card, for example, that will eventually come. It's just lots, I think, more than we think. Going on behind the scenes is just regulatory hurdles.
Exactly. It's what it is. It's regulatory hurdles, and those hurdles, unfortunately, I know a lot of people get frustrated by them, but it's not something they can control, and ideally you want them to be doing that. And that's why, like, I guess I'm probably, and you are as well, just more patient, because I would rather see that happen as an investor than them trying to skip the steps. And the same way, like a DEX, right? Like someone could rush a DEX to market and they make horrible tokenomics, but they do really well. So they just are interested in making money, right? Like in the short term. And we've seen so many projects do this. But, when you combine that factor with Elrond in terms of like them not taking that approach, taking the longer term approach, and having the fastest execution to create these things in real world utility and value, it is interesting because like it combines both elements, and they've actually done it and executed on it as well. So it's not that we're speculating, right? We're not speculating that Elrond's going to do well. We're realizing that fundamental demand is coming simply because the utility is coming, And so plus, relative comparison of valuations across the market, no one's exactly where they are in terms of the intertwining factors. So like, then the question is like, where do you value them relative? If these other valuations are correct and Elrond has this, then they're clearly undervalued. And again, we don't know, like as an analyst, there's so many different ways of valuing these things, but like comparative analysis is just one. And I would just say that like comparatively, like, yeah, at the very least, they should be, within the top 10.
It's very hard to sort of analyze things a lot of the time with these sort of ecosystems that get announced. Like a lot of the time, their value goes up when total value lock goes up, obviously on their chain. And one trade I actually took recently was Solana's total value lock was going down and Avalanche's was going up. So I saw that and went, well, Avalanche is probably going to go up, and it did. So some simple metrics like that you can sort of take and run with that. And you don't even need to look at the chart at that point. And I think a lot of the time
that's fundamental analysis. That's fundamental investing, is like knowing where things are shifting in terms of value, because total value locked is just a representation of value being shown on that chain, and if it's going up, then ultimately price might not work in the short term, but it always works in the long term, So it's like, if you find the things that are actually fundamental in nature, then it will work itself in the long run, because it's like, ultimately, even if it doesn't catch up or it's distorted in the short term for a myriad of different reasons, especially in crypto, because of how nascent and early it is and how distorted the markets are, and whether or not you can buy something on one area versus another. That's just a representation of lack of market efficiency. There's a market efficiency hypothesis, which of course has been broken because of the distortion of central banking and, the way we've done things. But like in crypto, it's so far off. Like it's clearly obvious. That's why you can get arbitrage in the.
I mean, if it was up to just technology, like Bitcoin wouldn't be at number one, as much as the maximalists would say, things like that. And there's obviously Taproot coming and just small things that sort of are incorporating into it. And like at the end of the day, it's not going to be Lightning Network that scales Bitcoin, because it just can't handle it from like a fundamental perspective of how it actually works. You can't have a certain amount of Bitcoin actually on the network, and it's useful, but then at the end of the day, it has flaws. It has centralization issues as well, potentially, and at the end of the day, it's not really how Bitcoin's going to scale. I think it's going to be a lot more to do with how it ends up getting used in DeFi and getting brought over to chains like Elrond, which obviously, that if say, a lot of it did end up coming to Elrond, like 10% of Bitcoin or something, or whatever it is, then obviously that doesn't mean anything negative against Bitcoin, but it just ends up being positive for Elrond in that situation. And it's going to be the same thing, we see with a lot of other projects of like, well, this project's helping out this project now. So like, this project is enabling this project to do more, but they'll both increase in value because of that, not because, it's competing with it, but it's also sort of bringing an advantage to it as well. And maybe, there might just be, that system is just in general better. Why would you use the other one? Well, because the other one has different dApps on it potentially, or, it just also has, just like how Bitcoin does, it just has money already there. So it already has value, and that value obviously can go down, but as sort of interoperability sort of creates this unique situation within crypto that sort of almost, it's like it doesn't matter what bet you take, so long as it's a good bet, a relatively good bet, it's still going to rise with the rest of the market. Correct. Based on A, speculation, and B, just the ability for another project to come along and increase its value as well. So, with Ethereum, a layer 2 can come along and increase its ability. Or, I guess it's the same thing, a layer 2 for pretty much any chain if it get a layer 2 or anything like that. But then also just, wrapping tokens from one exchange to the other, and then having this DeFi sort of application layer to that sort of goes across any chain that can settle transactions wherever it needs to, or anything like that, and like put your money into another chain that you don't even really need to look at. It just sort of does it for you. And when you want your money back, it just sort of goes about the process of getting it back for you. So
exactly, and that's like the difference between just the interface and then the underlying technology capacities. And we, I think as consumers, we think they're one and the same, and there's so
I think the biggest thing for that for me as well is just the programmability. The more you can do with something, I think the more valuable it becomes, as far as a layer one especially, because that's obviously, the layer one that can do the most is probably going to end up at the end of the day with sort of more ability to do things, because at the end of the day, everyone's going to be copying everyone. There's going to be lots of different protocols doing essentially the same thing in different ways. Of course, there'll be more value in some things because of like the team or the code or certain things, but essentially you can replicate that code in maybe a programming language like Rust. And if you compare Rust to like Solidity or whatever, it just everything about it is pretty much just better. It's faster compile time, faster runtime, faster pretty much faster everything. You can't really go wrong with it. It's very, very performant language. So just having that as almost a base of like, you can sort of see it with Solana with how quickly they come to market with different products at times, just because of the fact that they use Rust, really, because at the end of the day, Rust is does have that efficiency, and the developers that already are incredibly attuned with it, whereas a lot of the dApps that are coming out in Ethereum are like Solidity developers that have been learning Solidity for like 6 months. And that's just really, not really mastering it. Whereas, other programming languages have masters and have these sort of, I suppose that's a lot what Haskell with Cardano is sort of trying to introduce as well, because a lot of scholars sort of use Haskell, whereas it's not really used widely anywhere else, but like scholars sort of use it. So they're kind of betting on these, old scholars to sort of kick up the ecosystem and come up with something new and stuff like that, and sort of providing that to them, which is interesting and a good way to go about it. But I think them not introducing WASM and only going with IELE, which essentially will do the same thing, just on a longer time frame, I think that's kind of a mistake, but something they can't backtrack on. And I've seen them say, these. I saw one interview with Charles Hoskin saying, it was something to do with the island and the ocean or something, but it was basically saying that like these. It's pretty much, at this point, it was pretty much false information of them saying that like these WASM smart programming languages, these WASM, virtual machines can't do what IELE can, but at the end of the day, they can. There's relatively pretty much no difference. And then, Elrond's implementing both anyway, so it's kind of like you kind of fighting a losing battle in the fact of just limiting yourself within something that back in 2015 wasn't even a thing for them to be able to implement, and then now that it is, they kind of can't implement it because they've already put what's there, and they can't really change the base layer anymore. So it's sort of
that's the interesting part is that that's the thing. I don't really have any thing against Cardano, but I feel like they're not thinking about things from like a creation standpoint. And you're talking about the coding languages, but I did some research around that as well, and looking at like what are the most popular languages, like what are the easiest to use as a developer. And obviously my twin brother is a developer, so I was talking to him, and he echoed everything you just said about Rust and it being the future. And and at the end of the day, like these are the developers, these are the people who are going to create the most value on the chain. So like you have to look at it from that standpoint. And academics, like as good, I've made like a couple posts on this on Twitter, but like as good as academics are at like analyzing what is, they're not really that great at creating new things. And that really comes from the entrepreneurial side of things. And so you have people who are both intelligent, obviously had a base layer of academics, but like they're also driven to create things from purpose and passion. And like, that's really what sums up like the whole Elrond team is like, they have all of those aspects, right? They're more interested in, and that's why the selling point of Cardano to me is just like interesting, because like they've sold this narrative, and like I think it's because the space is so hard to like understand and perceive, and Charles is such a good teacher that you really get this like false comfort that like he knows everything and he knows all aspects of what is happening. And it's like, but when you start reading and really try to create a more neutral standpoint of like analysis and understanding of all the projects exist, you realize Cardano doesn't have like anything unique per se that's like going to set them apart as it relates to like the longer term aspects. And that's what concerns me with where the valuation is. Doesn't mean the valuation can't 10x. A price means nothing. I mean, obviously, unit cost basis, so many other factors. But let's just say that the market does figure it out. Like, it coming down, 80% is justifiable, right? And you can't justify it the other way. But, it going up 10x and you have all these other chains that have far more utility and use cases, and then underlying technology is actually superior as it relates to certain things. And I think that they will have niche cases, but it's hard for me to see like how they are somehow a given for the market leader with how things are unfolding and how long it's going to take them to get to where they need to get to compete with these other chains that are whether it's Solana, whether it's Elrond, whether it's Polkadot. I understand what's going on with Polkadot. I've, read, and there's a couple guys I interact with. I don't have like an extraordinary grasp of layer zero. Maybe if you
it's sort of a hard one to not to, well, essentially all it really is I don't know if you know much about Cosmos itself, but it's basically just this this layer of being able to connect these different blockchains to communicate and essentially transact value like between each other really like quite easily. For you could create dexes that sort of communicate with each of these chains very easily and stuff like that. And essentially what Polkadot is being able to sort of connect all these different blockchains, but provide them with their security so that they're able to focus more on the decentralization and scalability of their own chains and stuff like that. But also just have different use cases so that all these different elements can sort of work together. But I think again, just the interface for that sort of thing just hasn't really been shown at all. And with Cosmos, you kind of can start to see it now. And I think I didn't really know what to expect myself from it to begin with, and you can kind of start seeing that now. And I think even Cosmos itself has sort of started to go up in value recently, just because I think people are starting to see that as well. And I think that's another one that even the Elrond team have implemented sort of a similar interoperability mechanism that Cosmos prides itself on, sort of thing, and it's built on, which is great because that's sort of being able to connect to other chains and have that sort of value layer communication that sort of, instead of just tying something to a smart contract with a trusted third party, you actually have this sort of decentralized layer, that this technology that allows for you to be able to transact that value without having to trust anyone, without having to have anything else in between, sort of thing. So it's just really a decentralization of these chains communications together, really. And
yeah. And that's interesting. Is that the user interface, they have not solved that at all on Polkadot. Like I've interacted, even tried like testing it a call out.
I even had trouble staking it myself at one point, like just to try it out. Like it's ridiculous, really.
It's horrible. I bet that's part of the interesting part is they've attracted really intelligent minds too. But like, my brother and I, we talked about this, like sometimes you get so lost in your world of intelligence that you forget like the everyday person, like, doesn't.
What they've done with like the tokenomics of DOT and how the parachain auctions work, like that I think was very much their most compelling thing, was the fact that like that sort of tokenomics just meant that it was, and it's sort of, you can sort of start to see it now with more like Kusama, with if you stake Kusama, you can sort of also, if you provide to the parachain auctions, which are, I won't go too much into detail, but basically you lend tokens to a platform so that they can have a spot on these as a parachain, as one of the chains that's connected to sort of Kusama or Polkadot. And then that essentially gives you access to their token, but it also locks your token for X amount of time until a revote happens as to whether they should stay as that parachain. So essentially it just creates a scarcity, and then also creates value to those people who stake. But then that scarcity is also from it getting locked for a year and a half, or whatever it is. that sort of, it becomes higher demand every time there's a new auction. Like it sort of requires less tokens, but those tokens are more valuable. And then so it's almost like a tokenomics play to me personally, because I see that same technology within both Cosmos. Without Cosmos doesn't have the security layer that Dot's providing, but essentially is really, to me, the same thing. And Elrond also has that as well. So it sort of brings into question, like what's the usefulness of the technology of all three of them, and maybe there's some oversight I'm looking at, but that I haven't seen. But I haven't seen it, so we'll have to wait until if that comes. But obviously, at the start of the year, Polkadot was a very big, anything with dot in the name of it was just skyrocketing. Before sort of like the sort of new retailer came into Binance Smart Chain and stuff like that. So
it is interesting.
It's crazy how you can create value, I suppose, out of that sort of thing, out of just the tokenomics behind it. And
that's the interesting thing. There's so many things that could play out, and it's just like, when I looked across the space and I studied all of the chains, I just like try to figure out like which one am I most cannot fall asleep at night knowing that I don't have enough exposure to. To be honest with you, Elrond's the only one, especially with how much they had and how distorted the valuation was, not where it was. Like, I was just like, wow, like I was actually concerned the market would figure it out, and it still hasn't figured it out.
I went through that at one point as well. I was kind of like, so should I just like I understand that it's undervalued. Is there going to be some point where people like it catches on, where like a media article like starts to mention it, and then people start to catch on to this? And I was like, should I have more? Should I not? And I was kind of like sort of trying to hedge myself and wondering what to do. And then like, obviously just, staying diverse, but then also just like sort of keeping that, ethos of just sort of like investing in technology that you think is actually going to change the world, which obviously I believe every blockchain will, has, stuff on it. So I do have, a significant holding in quite a few of them, but Cardano is one that I just pretty much hold. I hold a little bit just for sort of the ecosystem that comes up, if I can sort of go into that. But
utilize it, utility.
Yeah, essentially, I don't really own much Cardano anymore, just because I've made more than I expected to even make off of Cardano, and I didn't expect for what to happen. And it's the same thing with like Dogecoin, for example. No one really expected Dogecoin to do what it did either. So
and that's I think part of it is because unit cost basis is so powerful. Like when I was looking at Matic initially, that's where I was like, oh wow, like I have to have some exposure, because I knew Ethereum couldn't scale, and they were going to find a way, or someone was going to find a way, and they were just like the best team at actually creating adoption. And even though their tech to me is like not great tech, like by any stretch of the imagination, the team is like really good at communicating and collaborating and then onboarding projects. And then so I was like, oh, and that's why I only like did a small position of the portfolio, but it kind of checked all the boxes too. And part of it was just like they had a huge like India population and things like that, like where people were like, oh yeah, like what, and they don't know tech, right? They're just looking at it, and like that's where like I think he had initially where it like went up to like $2.68 so fast, was because like everyone who gets in the space thinks everything's going to Bitcoin level. So it's
it's like, oh, it's only $1, get in now, or it's $1, get in now, it's a sort of thing. Like, that mentality is not really the right way to go about it. And you can see that, Eagle's expensive, guys. It's like $230. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. It's $230. It's not like Bitcoin's 50 grand, and it's actually, you can make a comparison there compared to Cardano is never getting to $50,000. I can tell you that today. There's not enough money in the world.
Exactly. And that's the interesting element is like, there's so many things that like, I know people are like, oh, I just want to, obviously people are in this space to make money, but it's like from an analyst or someone like, discussing the space openly and someone in it for the long term, like I didn't want to like be recommending what I thought. Like there were many things that I thought like actually had happened, but I didn't necessarily invest in them, because like to me, it's not just about the money. It's about what the technology is going to do. And ultimately, I just see the money as sort of like this energy, encapsulation. And so like, I want to be directing that towards the projects that are actually executing on these elements that I want to see, and not just narrating or, projecting it, because I do think a lot of the blockchain space, like a lot of these, like you said, like technologies do want to do good, and they likely are going to contribute to change, but like it still requires execution, right? Like, and so like, yeah, it's interesting because like I think you have to really get into the nitty gritty and the devil's in the details with these things to understand who's going to be a long-term survivor. And then the question is, what is your margin of error as an investor? And like with the margin of error with Cardano, I feel like it's so high because like if these other things go to market and they capture so much more spirit, can you catch up, right? And or are you inferior to the point where like these players have executed on getting so much of the mass adoption that now you're less valuable? And based on the valuation, I felt like the margin of error was too high, meaning that based on all factors within the space, I knew it was going to perform. I knew it was going to do well. I didn't think it was going to perform the way it did, but it doesn't surprise me at all. Like based on human psychology and most of the retail space, like it's unit cost basis, and they were going to want to buy that, and they think that it's going to Bitcoin level. So of course, it's going to draw a lot of money, and they have done again extremely good job on marketing and education, and not just from a negative standpoint. They bring a lot of people into the space, and so like I definitely love what Cardano has done on that front. But on an execution front and a technological front, that's where Elrond shines. And then they also have, the educational elements, I think more of like community members and things like that. Like you and I and other people like are starting to fill that element. And then, you have all the synergy of all those components. And so the margin of error for Elrond was so high. Like I was like, wow, it's $1 billion. Like, I was like, I'm happy to keep accumulating as much. If the market wants to keep giving it to me at these valuations, I'm happy to keep taking them and for as long as I can, because like ultimately, because of the nature of crypto and the nature of human psychology, it seems to be more herd-like when the fundamental utility that is coming and going to drive demand no matter what, it's not based on speculation. It's just the need to utilize the platform. Then you could get that herd-like effect, and that's what we may see, in the next couple months or month or so is like, and then it's like, then people start looking into it the way we've looked at it. And then people are like, wow, why didn't I,
like oversight
or, like, because, it becomes self-evident when you start to really look at the grades.
Essentially the fact that Elrond hasn't really done any marketing, like I'm probably aware of like one or two things essentially that would have just probably been to do with the launch of Maya, the Maya wallet, and that's pretty much it. I've never seen any other marketing that's being done by them apart from anything paid anyway, like a couple of videos with some some people and stuff like that. But you see these other ecosystems that have sort of pumped money into marketing, like Avalanche has done recently, and then also with their total their DeFi incentives that they've sort of put onto their chain to be like, bring liquidity here, we'll reward you for it. And then Phantom's done that as well, and sort of Solana's done that, and every chain's sort of just done the rounds of seeing like it worked on Polygon. Why isn't it going to work here? Why it just does work. As soon as you start to incentivize people, they're going to come. Right. So it's a matter of providing that incentive, but doing it also in a way that is so compelling that you can't unsee it. You can't go, there's no amount of money you can even throw at it to be like, oh, here, come to this ecosystem, here's all this money. It's like, come to this ecosystem, here's all this utility. And I think that's really what the deciding factor of all this is going to be. And I don't think many of the other chains have that sort of deciding point of like, you can see it with Ethereum now that it has an ecosystem, but what was the point at which it happened for it? What was the point at which it happened for Solana, that all these sort of DApps have started to come up, and obviously a lot of them aren't running, but there's still some there that do. And then also the same thing with Polygon of, obviously it has some disadvantages too, and then it has some good sides to it. And then Avalanche also has some, everything's got sort of positives and negatives to it. But essentially none of them have had this sort of ecosystem that sort of is self-sufficient and complements itself in a way that I think Elrond have a very good chance of achieving with their partnerships, and with the way that they sort of attract people and attract sort of the type of people that are willing to work with other people and don't necessarily care about anything other than just the benefit that they're actually going to bring. Right. And I think that's incredibly powerful and important for the space in a way that will be valued highly by people who like just whales in general, I suppose, people who have more money, who have more vested interest in the space. And, yeah, they'll be getting, perhaps, $100 million of over the next year on Solana, but then that's nothing compared to the amount of adoption that can come from this sort of ecosystem that it is sort of on its way, that like this, you can't compete with so many minds working together to create something so phenomenal, really. So I really hope to see something like that with Elrond, that I know that to a degree is happening, but I don't know to what degree really no one really does, apart from obviously there'd be NDAs and stuff like that. So only the people who are actually working on it sort of do. So, but yeah, being part of the Binance Chain Alliance, and even I've noticed that they're part of the Industrial Internet collaboration, which is sort of this Web 3.0. I don't even know. It's not necessarily Web 3.0, but this sort of new internet sort of technology, I suppose, with blockchain and stuff like that. But with sort of new internet technologies that this, Google are involved in, and Facebook are involved in, and Apple are involved in to certain degrees, with loads of other businesses. There's probably 100 businesses involved, and the only crypto business involved in it is Elrond. And I think that in itself is, quite interesting. And then they also have I can't remember what it's called, but I'll just get it up. They also have another collaborative consortium here. Let me just grab it. Sorry. It's called GDAC, which is apparently a leading provider of emerging technology, and it's based in Dubai. And obviously, Seba had that interview recently with CryptoDiv, and he discussed that basically they have a base in a few different countries, and one of them being Dubai. So seeing Dubai as being something that they sort of focusing on, I think is a big deal, because of just the amount of money, but not just money, sort of the amount of happenings and sort of focus that Dubai can get at certain points of times, just because they go over and above on certain things, and they're sort of the first ones to implement that sort of technology. And they have the biggest buildings in the world and things like that, just because they implement that sort of technology, and they push the limits with the money they have, and the things that they sort of do as a themselves sort of thing. So yeah, it'd be really interesting to see sort of what comes of things like that. Even I discussed before a partnership called Feel Health that works with the European Union, and then Elrond is integrating. Well, they're integrating into Elrond to be able to provide healthcare to people through, obviously, through sort of the internet and stuff like that. So that partnership was in like mid 2019 or something like that. So that sort of relationship between them and the EU, secondary relationship, sort of has been there for a long time. And then seeing that recently with the Unfinished Festival, that they which is essentially just a collection of minds, of economic minds, and like the European Union obviously have a sort of foothold in that festival as well. So seeing that the pieces of the puzzle are sort of coming together for Elrond, and you can see it sort of with some other chains as well, but perhaps not to the same extent, or perhaps for different countries as well. So it's interesting to see that sort of stuff come together, and what could be possible with that sort of thing.
Exactly. It's the intersection of all those value vectors coming together in a synergy. And that's really what is the game changer. Because it's like when you're looking at something that's like a non-linear system like blockchain or networks, and you're analyzing them, you can't analyze them from a linear capacity. You have to analyze them from an intersection of components. And that's where, like, because we know there's trade-offs, right, with everything as it relates to technology and blockchain in particular, because the trilemma and elements. And yeah, when you take that into account, it is interesting because, yeah, I agree and share with your assessment based on the market is no one has the intersection of value vectors and components all lining up and at the valuation Elrond currently is. So, but what surprises me the most is, like, I mean, obviously we've done quite a bit of like discussion around them, but it's still like, it only encourages me the fact that like most people are still not paying attention, like at least like larger players, and then people within the space still can't figure out why Elrond. And it's like, okay, well, I'm happy that that's still the case, because like ultimately that means that people don't own it, and they aren't like actually valuing what they actually have. And so that just means that it's still significantly undervalued, versus on the other hand, everyone and their mom and grandma own a little bit of Cardano. So it's like, yeah, like, and so then the question is, like, if very little amount of people have actually participating in Elrond outside of a very strong community who actually know it, because once you know it, like you said, you can't unsee it. So then the question is, like, when those people do see it and they finally do a deep dive, they will, I'm confident they will come to a similar assessment conclusions.
Might be too late by then anyway.
Exactly. And so,
well, it's never really too late to when you like sort of analyze the coming sort of infrastructure in the DApp layer that's coming, that like anyone will eventually benefit from blockchain technology, from that sort of, just being able to get yield on your investment or anything like that. There was a comment that I'll just go over, because someone said, just started watching immediately. I'm the one who helped Bitboy shit on his viewers. I find that funny. Because I'd like help Bitboy with research and stuff like that. Obviously, I have nothing to do with like the partnerships behind the scenes and things like that. But then also, I know for a fact that like their team never, want to do anything like that, and they also very, very much more now cautious of taking partnerships and things like that, because of things that can happen to projects that you can't foresee and stuff like that. So, but yeah, like I'm not involved in that sense in any way. I'm more like a community sort of person, and I do believe in like the two projects that I work on. I'm there for a reason, because I think that they're good projects in their own right, and I don't have control over what happens with those projects necessarily, but I have a say there and things like that. So hopefully we can see them on Elrond as well. But one project that we recently mentioned as well, Chain Guardians, BitToken recently partnered with them, which I was pretty happy about, because that's one of the projects I'm working on, by the way. But I was pretty happy about that, because the guys at Chain Guardians, they were the dudes who built the first NFT bridge ever. That was from Ethereum to Binance Smart Chain, and then they also built one to Polygon, which was probably third or fourth one as well. Which those guys are just amazing with what they can do. And I don't think, the limit doesn't stop there. They're brilliant programmers and brilliant people as well. And just the amount of hate that Bitboy gets sometimes is quite hilarious. And I've seen it all before. But at the end of the day, I know myself that he's as genuine as he sort of can be in his position. And anytime you mention sort of a token, it ends up just being a pump and up, which is unfortunate. But yeah. I like to say that I'd prefer to be a smaller viewer audience for that not to ever be a problem, because that's that's something that I don't really want to be responsible for, like a pump and dump or something like that. So but I thought I'd just address that, because it's just sort of something that's unavoidable in sort of his situation as well, but something I don't necessarily agree with, but have your own opinion. It's totally fine.
Totally. So is there a way to share my screen if I click on
it? Sure. You should be able to, if I go, I'm not too sure of what you have on yours to be able to find it. For me, down the bottom, it's just it just says share.
Okay, let me see if I can do that real quick. One sec, let's.
Yeah, I don't see any option on my end to be able to allow that.
I think I found it. Let me just.
Cool. It should just be under share in sort of the software I'm using.
Yeah, I think there we go. So let's see. It might kick me off. Let me see. If not, I'll jump back on 1 second.
That's right. CGG 70% under all-time high, and they're completely revamping. The future is massive. Yeah, CGG is one I've sort of always been bullish on, simply because of the team. But then also knowing that they're partnered with Elrond, and that I saw a stream where they were sort of talking together as well. But yeah, I've seen that project for quite a while, ever since that sort of first NFT bridge as well. And yeah, the guys there, I just know that they can deliver whatever they're going to deliver or whatever they're planning to. I know that they can do it, so it's one I have a bit of faith on, just based on the team, if nothing else. Let's see if we have any other sort of comments.
Okay, it's going to boot me off, but I'm going to jump right back on.
Sure. There's one, what's the best estimate for the final max supply of e-gold when taking into consideration the anticipated transaction numbers? So we don't know what the anticipated transaction numbers are. Like, I can't tell you that, but there will be a point in time where there will be a lot of bot transactions, which is just relatively unavoidable, but also a good thing, because there's certain situations where those bots are just, providing value to different people, and obviously the people who are running the bots, but also, if it's an arbitrage bot, arbitrage isn't necessarily a bad thing. It obviously can be for people who are trading and stuff like that, but it's something that's also sort of just going to end up being necessary to a degree. Obviously, Elrond itself have sort of started to provision, I noticed, a way to sort of stop arbitrage, or sort of more a minor extractable value, like anything that encompasses minor extractable value. They sort of started to encompass something to sort of prevent that. And then also the Mire exchange itself has a prevention method in place for that too. So that definitely brings more opportunity to people to be able to do that sort of arbitrage sort of stuff. So yeah, that's always a good thing. Buying low and selling high is what you want to do, sort of thing. Does the exchange, so how would Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Binance held on Mire interact with the Mire exchange? Does the exchange automatically wrap non-ESDT tokens? 1 second, I'll just make sure I can get Wesley back in here, in case he should be able to anyway. But so yeah, as far as that's concerned, we can't really know what to expect as far as what bridges and what the scalability can bring or the interoperability, I should say, can bring for Elrond to sort of interoperate with sort of Ethereum and stuff like that. So Elrond has sort of this Ethereum compliance layer, which allows it to sort of make transactions between sort of Ethereum and it by signing, especially through the arbitrary message bridge, which I recently mentioned, but which is XDAI technology. That it basically means that you can send sort of a message to Ethereum that it understands, and within that you can sort of create almost some sort of scaling for certain tools and for certain things. So it remains to be seen exactly how that's going to happen, and that's just simply because it's not live today. We don't know. So yeah, it'll be very interesting to see. Yes, the exchange will obviously have wrapped tokens for like non-ESDT sort of things. As far as like something like Rune goes, where it doesn't have the wrap variant, whether Maya will be able to incorporate sort of native Bitcoin, it remains to be seen still. Like, I don't know. There's no reason that the technology doesn't allow it, because essentially the technology will eventually allow it to do that. And someone will build something to do that eventually, whether it's the Elrond team or whether they've already done it or not. That's something that they would know and I don't. So yeah, there's obviously a lot of possibilities within that sort of thing. Why don't you start making YouTube videos? You'd be really good at it. Oh, thanks, I guess I am today with Wesley. So yeah, it's good. Yeah, here's your screen. Oh, sorry, I don't know if you wanted me to share that yet. So
Yeah,
I'll just chuck that off. But that's
I was hoping that it would just show what's coming, but I'm guessing I'm gonna have to show my actual.
It should just be the actual screen that it's sort of showing. Whichever screen you have, it should just be that entire screen.
Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. This should work.
Yeah, so I can see it there.
Okay. So trying to see if I can. Is it coming up in full screen?
It's you'll have to probably it's coming up in full screen, so you probably have to full screen that if you can full screen the document you have there to make it sort of clearer, I suppose.
Okay.
But that's not too bad, really.
Big as I can get it, just because it's in. Yeah. It's actually a screen float on an application, but this right here is just like it's a literature study or research that was done on pulling like the most loved, most dreaded, and then like wanted like programming languages. And obviously, the beauty of Elrond is like it can do a lot. But when I was doing my initial research around Cardano, what concerned me is like you can see Haskell is like one of the lower ones, where Rust is like the highest, right?
Yeah.
And it reiterates what you've said. Obviously talking to my brother who's a software engineer, programmer, and stuff like that. And then if you come over here to the most dreaded languages, how to use, Rust is at the lowest. Let's see, which is like 13.9% out there. So it's the least dreaded, right? And then Haskell, you can see up here, it's 48%. So one of the most dreaded. So it's sort of like in between, but there's no part of it that like sort of sets it apart.
Yeah.
And so
I think even with that, Rust has been voted the most pretty much since sort of near its inception, where like, it sort of started to get, it was, I can't even remember who it was developed by, honestly, but it sort of started to get used and picked up by like Google and Facebook and things like that too. They actually pretty much ended up replacing a lot of Haskell stuff with it, interestingly enough, because essentially they're not necessarily the same type of language, but a lot of what you can do on Haskell, you can do on Rust anyway, and it becomes 30% more performant. So why would you not? So a lot of situations were just like, not necessarily only Haskell. Obviously, there's other languages you can sort of replace it with as well. But yeah, a lot of the time you end up replacing those sort of infrastructures with just Rust, as it being just more performant and stuff like that. But yeah, it being the most loved languages, it has been a pretty recurring theme for quite a while. So yeah, it's definitely something that it probably is giving Solana a little bit of an edge in some degree as well, because new developers entering the space because of the bull run is saying, oh, I can develop on Rust and I know Rust, and why would I not develop on Rust? I love developing on Rust, like sweet. So
yeah. And then it's just then the architecture is what also matters, right? Which is what you talked about with the layer 2. And then the thing that concerns me as well is that, like, based on the extended UTXO model as it relates to the scaling component, because it's not an account-based model, and of course there's trade-offs there that may be beneficial in terms of determinism, like as it relates to but a lot of those things can still be done the other way, but they can't do a lot of the things that account-based model can do, and that's a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and obviously, like you said, like the layer 2s can sort of mitigate whatever. And the thing about a layer 2 and Elrond as well is that, the way that I explained Cardano's scalability before is like you can't use the base layer a lot of the time because it ends up taking 1,000 TPS from the actual system. Whereas on Elrond, it just doesn't matter. So, that's a big deal, the fact that like you sort of need these multiple layers, not necessarily even 2, but potentially there's things that like design choices that are really would be called like you can't avoid them. They're just design choices. There's a choice between two different things. Which one are you going to implement and why? And then, you know, with these layer twos, you're like, well, I can just simply implement the other ones. And then that way I make up for any of the disadvantages. And then, you know, maybe there's another one that overlap in different ways as well. And like, you know, maybe a lot of the time they're not very big issues, but, you know, sometimes they are. And it ends up being this balance of what you want to use for what. And then, you know, at the end of the day, you don't really want to even think about that. So you kind of want this, you know, something to be able to interface with without having to even think about it too. So there's a lot sort of still even in that degree getting discovered in the space of, you know, there's no perfect system. So how do we sort of implement all these sort of different things to create this perfect system? Like, can we? What you know, can we provide all these layers together and sort of etch out these design choices and like have it not matter? And at the end of the day, you sort of can with sort of interoperability and stuff like that, but there's still a process. You know, it ends up taking longer to go through all these different processes to end up there. So that ends up being a disadvantage as well. And then, you know, it's at the end of the day, there's going to be something somewhere that, you know, someone gets peeved off because they're trying to do some really niche use case thing and it's taking them forever to do because it's like going across 5 different chains eventually. And like, you know, it just ends up somewhere in some system like failing, and then, you know, it has to tell the other system that it failed and then, you know, get relayed back eventually as well. And yeah, so it's a lot of these sort of small things that you can't really put your finger on yet that I think will end up showing up in the future in ways that sort of people won't really care about initially, but sort of that will be like, oh, can we find a solution to this as sort of the space evolves as well.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's why, you know, obviously there's going to be a multi-chain universe. The idea that we aren't is just you know, illogical. Yeah. But there will obviously be, you know, larger players who absorb most of the market share, and that's where like I really see Elrond, because of all of its unique intersection of value points. And when we just focus on the tech, like my brother was like, you know, he's like, I've never thought about like actually being serious about building on Ethereum, only because I know I can't scale. And it's like, you know, the limitations of solidity and, you know, all of that. But he's like, you know, at the end of the day, like all of the hype and all of that is eventually going to get washed away when utility starts to really come in and the technology is going to matter. And like what you can do with that technology is what matters. And then like, which one has the most value intersection of all those components is likely going to be like absorbing most of the value, just because like it's a trade-off, right? So you want to see the one who has like the least trade-offs and the most value intersection points, and then what can they offer that no one else can really offer? And when you take all of those things into account, particularly the UX UI, then you have like a really crazy thing. And that's why, like, I was honestly very hesitant to invest in a lot of the tech side because of more of my traditional investment background and the risk in the space. But when I understood and like I spent all the time to try to understand like whether there was anything worthy of investing in, and then I was like, wow, like when I saw that Elrond had done all these things and they had all these elements and they were at the valuation they were, I was like, wow, like even if I'm really wrong, I could still be really profitable and really right. And, you know, and then the deeper you realize that very few people are actually paying attention to it, then it's like, yeah, it's realize that we have a huge gap before things start to get priced in and the values start to really resemble what the technology actually is going to do in the long term in terms of use cases and things like that.
There's a question, does any other project offer 30% dev compensation or anything similar? I do remember seeing something. I can't remember what chain it was. But yeah, it's not 100% unique to Elrond, but I think the way that they do it at the protocol level is sort of is, because you can see something like OpenSea, you know, having that sort of, you know, creator gets, you know, a percentage of the sales of an NFT. But then you go to like another platform like Mintable. I feel like that's wrong, but I feel like it's right at the same time. So, but you go to another platform and you sell the NFT even privately, just off OpenSea, and then suddenly that creator is not getting that royalty. So having it at the protocol level is also important from that perspective.
I mean, part of trustlessness, right, of the design, like that's part of crypto as a whole. Like you can make design choices, but if you build it in the protocol, it becomes deterministic, and then there's no way of like retracting.
Yeah.
So it's powerful.
And you can sort of like you can test out if you go to the test net or the dev net on and log in with your account and stuff like that, you can sort of see what's coming with the interface of I don't know if you've tried it, Wesley, but like making an NFT or making an ESDT and how simple it is. It's literally like 6 buttons. You click a file, add it in. Like you can set your royalty fee for NFTs like 10%, 100% even. Like obviously that's ridiculous, but you can set whatever fees you want like straight away as soon as every time that NFT is transferred for value, then you get that guaranteed. So it's built into the protocol level, and then obviously that ease of use is just I haven't even seen that on any other chain of being able to just instantly create a token. It's crazy just how simple it actually is.
And it'll attract a lot more creativity, right? Just because like people I think are probably wanting to interact with this stuff, but if it's like a few $100s to start minting or doing things, then it's like there's less exploration, there's less like creativity in terms of trying different elements. So the barrier is higher, and that's powerful in its own right for allowing creators to test things and try things and do different strategies and stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, NFTs recently have just been going off in just the art sense. I don't know how many people like within Elrond and the ecosystem of viewers like have been involved with that, but personally, I haven't really made any money, but I'm having fun with it, and I think that's like a very big thing. Having fun with what you're doing, whether it be and having that sort of regardless whether I'm making money, I'm having fun, and that's really what value can run down to that as well. So I think that sort of thing is also a perspective you sort of need to take when you make risks like that. And there's a lot of hit and miss in the space, and you sort of need to understand whether you're willing to take that risk of that hit and miss of even just project IDOs of you don't know the team behind a project, or there's a meme token and you don't really know anything about it, and like if there's an IDO for it, you never know what just the possibilities of what's coming for the future for that, whether it's a rug pull or what it is. So it's definitely be careful with your money as to where you invest it and things like that, because you can never get the full perspective of what's going on with it, I suppose.
That's a key element, is there's a lot of hidden risk in a lot of these things within the space that people aren't aware of. Yeah,
and what's great is that there's insurance protocols that are doing things to combat that as well. And there's a couple of partners on Elrond also doing it, but there's there's not really any that sort of have the ability to function properly, just because of scalability issues, but also because they just don't have sort of the integration to other contracts and stuff like that. Mosquito that sort of is needed, that collaboration, because you can't obviously have one insurance protocol to cover everything. It has to cover maybe an exchange or like an NFT project or an IDO, or it can't encompass everything. Whereas even with Elrond, and to some degree, you can have an insurance protocol that covers everything to do with perhaps like the Maya launchpad, or everything to do with liquidity providing and token sales and stuff on the Maya exchange, which you'd think maybe could be a centralization element to a degree, but really isn't, because of the fact that it's community owned and community governed as well. So yeah, it's interesting to see sort of that Elrond is sort of wanting to have that exchange be from them, so that they can make sure that the ecosystem starts almost correctly to give it that value is something that I find very appealing myself.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, and that's where it also, like, for me, I feel a lot more comfortable sharing Elrond and Wire and the MEX exchange. Where, I mean, there's other exchanges that are out. I just am concerned because like they haven't taken the time to test the things and put it through the rigor that Elrond has. And so it's like, you know, I'm like, I don't want to go like recommending one of these protocols the first time they're in crypto, and then like all of a sudden they're rug pulled, and I'm trying to explain to them, well, it's because of this, this, and that. But it's, yeah. I mean,
yeah. I sort of lost my train of thought actually, but yeah. Essentially, like, the insurance side of things really needs to also be tailored towards institutions as well, which sort of need that protection and that guarantee to be able to come into the space. And I think that sort of thing is coming, and there's sort of compliance layers and different partners for Elrond that have these sort of institutions. Like I'll just bring up and mention a couple of them, like Zen Finance, for example, have a sort of C DeFi it's a sort of C DeFi startup that sort of enables traditional investors to make insured cash deposits for Elrond, and then it automatically converts sort of their assets into eGold, and the sort of any assets that's sort of connected to the Elrond ecosystem. So if they wanted to buy gold, they can sort of do that through this platform with insurance. And then there's also recently the cooperation with sorry, the name's slipping, Alliance Block, which is just basically their whole thing is a compliance layer for blockchains for different countries and the laws that they're likely to implement. That you can always stay compliant if you're in that country, and you can obviously have your identity, which would, I'm assuming eventually looks like we're turning to verified identity connected to you on blockchains to sort of have that at almost like a government level. So having the infrastructure to provide that's going to be important to some at some point. Perhaps in India you can't do the same things as in China or America or Australia or whatever it comes up. We've had systems in the past of capitalism and communism and things like that, and I think there's going to be things like that are going to end up happening, these sort of large scale experiments of different countries sort of economics when it comes to different legalities of different systems within blockchains and things like that. So I think it's very important to have that sort of compliance layer that connects everything as well, which there's also a couple other partners that also are just basically compliance layers, and it's incredibly important to have that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's very key. Very key. I mean,
I
because
think
the integration with the real world. I mean, it's a necessity, not a it has to happen in order for that to occur.
So someone said, what are all the flags or arguments for NFTs a creation means, like freeze, wipe, and so on? So essentially it gives the creator the ability to freeze tokens so they can never be moved again, or unfreeze them so they can be moved, or wipe the balance of a wallet if they have the wipe function enabled and things like that. So really it makes it basically just a very easy way to see if there's certain elements of a rug pull that you can see within a sort of a token. So you can say, oh, this token has freeze balances available, so they could potentially just freeze all my money, which is obviously like a centralization thing. Or maybe, oh, this project isn't finished because they still have an open, upgradable smart contracts open, so the project's still getting developed. Whereas, recently we saw, I think it was, SafeMoon, that meme token that basically had this exploit, but the contract owners renounced the ownership to the contract. So essentially, SafeMoon became UnSafeMoon because they could never stop this flaw that basically made it so that someone who wasn't holding the token can still sell the token, and that's still ongoing and happening even today, while the price is still going up and down, and there's still people who believe in the project and things like that. So it's it sort of just brings clarity to those sorts of things of can this contract ever get upgraded again? And that can be a good and a bad thing. If it works, it's great. If it doesn't, then you've just screwed yourself, really. What
ESDT is going to be so key. I mean, that's essentially what you're describing. It's just the ability to know what you're looking at or what you're participating in is exactly what it is. And it's what it changes the whole risk profile of everything, because if you don't know what you don't know, and it's some degree of opaqueness there, then it could end in a really bad situation. And big money is always going to go towards transparency.
Yes.
And that's just the nature, because it's more about protecting capital than it is about getting 100x or 1000x or.
Yeah, exactly. So what ESDTs are you interested in? Personally, none specifically, because essentially I mean the main things I'm interested in is the launch pad. But yeah, I'm not interested in sort of any of the ESDTs flying around too much, just because they just there's nothing sort of there yet. So when there is, I'll be more interested in it for sure. And as projects sort of launch and start to get liquidity on my exchange, I'm happy to discuss those projects. But until then, I can discuss some projects, but not to the degree of endorsing something I know nothing about, really. So I don't know about for you, if there's any sort of partners or anything that you're specifically interested in.
I mean, it's more maybe established players that are going to I did end up initiating a new position yesterday, I think, or the day before, Chain Guardian, just based on the research. You kind of covered it already, answering the question. I think someone asked about it. I had similar reasoning as to why it was the team, but also the integration of the protocol, as you can transfer NFTs, from Polygon to Binance Smart Chain to Ethereum. And that stuff takes a lot of time and integration, and so that creates what an investor would consider a higher barrier to entry, meaning they have sort of the lead on doing these things, and then it creates a momentum, and then they have unique factors within the ecosystem, like the IDO gamified with the gameplay, and the graphics are very unique. Anime is a very growing market. And anytime I do these types of projects where they're still I feel like they're getting closer to turning, I'll do up to a 1.5% allocation, but I'm not going to go in heavy unless they've really progressed. And that's why Elrond or Celsius, which those two products that have had higher capital outlay, is because they've shown execution for a while, and then these things take time. And so a lot of times tokens will pump, but it doesn't mean that they're pumping because the value is there. It's just speculation. And so there's a big distinction there. And that's why you don't see me, advocating for a ton of projects, because I haven't seen enough to either initiate coverage or to feel comfortable, putting out a sizable capital outlay. And so that's why, I mean, again, but there's tremendous amount of opportunity. And of course, people can make money on, buying tokens that.
I would certainly say that within the sort of partners that Elrond have, they're partners for a reason. If you go and you read sort of the blogs that are released within the sort of elrondpartners.com, sort of look there, look at the partners that are released and read the blog. And if you like what you hear, then there's nothing stopping you from making your own informed decision of buying that token. I talked about a lot of the token, a few projects before. Not necessarily trying to shill their token or anything, but just talking about sort of the possibility of the technology there, and the fact there's those 53 industries that are going to be multiple players in each of those industries, or those sort of use cases that I can't say endorse fully being buy this token at all, because at the end of the day there's going to be competition there, and that's not necessarily at all a bad thing, and that competition can also be healthy, and they can both flourish. And right. At the end of the day, it's hard to say buy this token or whatever, but at the end of the day, being diverse and like putting small amounts in different things, and risking what you can afford to risk, and not putting in too much or too or like spreading yourself too thin or too widely as well, where you can't keep a track of things. And yeah, just managing everything to do with trading. Anything I ever teach anyone with trading, which I do on the Discord, is honestly just risk management. Everything is risk management.
Yeah, that's the whole point, is that what you're trying to do is just risk manage. I mean, that's the key.
Yeah.
And then, I think the way in which you can tell whether you're risk managing appropriately or your portfolio is like, are you constantly paranoid? Right? If you are,
or even are you ever paranoid? If I'm ever paranoid, like straight away, I can't sit in it if I'm paranoid. I have to, I reevaluate everything, and then until I get to a point where I'm not paranoid anymore, because even that, just those emotions just will eat you away when you go to do anything. So anytime there's especially in a market cycle, in a bullish sentiment or a bearish sentiment, like everyone got that bear trap at 29K, that last wick down past 29K, everyone got bear trapped there. And you saw it on Binance futures. I think in like 3 days, the price on futures went from like 39,000 like 800 or something to like 42,000 within, and it went from 30 or 44,000 to, or not 44, it was like 32,000 to 44,000 in like 5 seconds or something, just because the amount of liquidations that get cascaded from that. And the short squeeze from that. And it's just don't follow the herd, but also don't try to do that, because you also don't want to bet against it, but you don't want to follow it at the same time. You sort of want to calculate whether it's worth your risk to bet against it more so, and then that way you can bet against it. Whereas if you don't manage that risk and you make sure you're not you have sort of a backup plan, or like you're willing to lose the money if you're taking that risk, that you can't afford to bet against it, then don't. If you can, then, and you can like manage your risk and make it as small as you possibly can, then there's no reason why taking risk isn't going to make you money, because at the end of the day, that's exactly what's going to make you money. That's how financial markets work. It's just taking calculated risks.
Exactly. And it's looking at things from probabilistic outcomes rather than possibilities. And if we can distinguish or differentiate between the probability and possibility, then if you align the highest degree of probabilities based on all factors, then yeah, you're going to do very well. But if you're simply looking at it from a possibility standpoint, you can become like almost delusional idea or thinking, because the human mind has a really strong capacity to like, well, if it just goes from, this fraction of a penny up to 1 penny up, I'm a millionaire or a billionaire, right? Like, sure, that's a possibility, and sure, all those things are, but the probability of that occurring is very, very low. And so like you can see this across all spectrums of investing or speculation. Is like gambling on a slot machine or a lottery, right? Your probabilities are very low. Possibilities are endless, right? Like, of course, from the standpoint of like, sure, you could be that one that hits it and gets it, but it's like your probability of ever hitting that is very so low. And so you always want to align your probabilities in your favor and ignore the possibilities, and then being disciplined enough to distinguish between the two and not worry, because you're going to, especially in these types of markets, you're going to see things go up like 50x, 100x. You're like, oh, if I would have only bought it here and I've only sold it here, and just allow the mind to go crazy in terms of possibilities, you can't stay disciplined and actually create the wealth that you're looking to create. Plus, this space pays yield, so that yield pays you to wait, right? So it's better to find the probabilities and shift it in your favor, because you're already going to do well if in fact you found something that's not only is it everything that you're looking at, but it's also that it's the margin of error, meaning that if you're right in a huge way, but if you're wrong, you could still be profitable. And you always want to try to align in that manner, so that you're not exacerbating or taking excessive levels of risk in order to get some, because not all returns or not all making money is equivalent, right? Because if you make money taking high degrees of risk, in the long term, you're going to eventually take the other side and lose. and thus, it takes way more to make up for those losses than it does to, make money. And that's why I find, like, if you know these things, like when Elrond came down to 50, like 54, nothing changed with the team or the protocol or the technology. So it's like so easy for me, and I'm sure for you, like, just to go buy as much as possible, because like it's not like people get too much thought process or narrative around the price, and it's like it doesn't matter what happened day to day. What matters is like where it's going, and that's what investing is you're looking to look at where things are headed, not where things are today, and then making a calculated risk based on where the valuation, what are the factors coming that would change that.
I was incredibly lucky with sort of the entirety. Like I just with sort of the recent bull run, like I risk managed almost too well, because when everyone at 60K or whatever was calling, oh, we're going to 100K, there was a metric that had it was sort of the first metric that no one was looking at, but I knew that we sort of needed to pass to be able to continue the bull run, and that was the metric was pointing Bitcoin at like 67,700, 63,700, or I'm not sure where Bitcoin actually got to, but it went like $400 over it or $300 over it or something, and then that was the top, and that metric was my signal to get out, and that was when I got out. So I essentially pretty much got out at the top. So until from then on, it was like if Bitcoin passes, significantly, maybe like $5,000 over that target for me, that's when like I can say, okay, well, that metric's not valid anymore. So having that metric there, which I mean, it's on one of my Twitters somewhere, but having that metric there in front of me at the time was, something that was sort of a risk management strategy that I had to say, get out, and just sit on the sidelines for a little while, because there's no reason you can't if you think that the risk doesn't outweigh the reward anymore. And the amount of reward that had already come was just significant, like so significant.
Yeah, when you get to the more extremes in a market cycle, like, and that's where like Bitcoin has had all this time to digest the, that initial move. And like now we're in a very different point. But yeah, anytime you start getting to these more extremes, you have to always question, like, is it relative? Like, and that's why like Cardano, it could go to, I don't know, to $10, and that's great, but like it could also go the reverse, and you could be underwater a far more amount. And then, I always try to explain the mathematics behind these things, like 50%, right, loss in a position, you have it to go up 100% just to go back to even. So that's why risk management matters. That's why these things need to be taken into account, is because like, investing in the right thing at the wrong time is equally problematic, so like, let's say Cardano does do really, really well and it goes to $1 trillion. That's fantastic. But you could also possibly accumulate it at much lower valuations, because you realize that like the trajectory of what it's on compared to the rest of the players in the space, and them not really having as many things live, means that like, it's going to have a much more risk getting to those things without tremendous more speculation. And then the question is, how many people have already speculated on that? And, and they haven't speculated on things that maybe are outside of that. And that's just how you start thinking about these frameworks of understanding and making decisions. No one knows where the market is going. No one knows, like no one. And if they tell you they do, they're lying to you. It's just a matter of understanding the fundamental utility factors, and then understanding market cycles, market psychology, and then knowing like how to position yourself so that like, I think I made a post yesterday, like, why own Matic? I mean, I own Matic not because I think like, oh, it's like, it was simply done out of hedge as a way of like getting exposure to Ethereum and knowing that their biggest core problem was scalability. And then like the reason I don't just sell it and like maybe it goes back down, but like that's not the point. It's a risk management strategy from portfolio, because like what if Polygon, have a breakthrough in their tech or their cross composability, and do I see that happening? No, I think it's a possibility, not a probability. And so that's why like I am much more anchored in Elrond, where it's not a possibility. It is happening, and they have all those components. And so like it's certain today. It's just a matter of like them people building on and utilizing it. And that's a totally different risk strategy than the hope that somehow they're going to create cross composability among these layer 2 solutions or scaling solutions. When it may never be able. And yes, they may, but it's just like like, what are the trade-offs that you make to create that? And that's where it's like, that's a possibility, not a probability. And that's where you distinguish how to make a decision in terms of that.
So there's a couple of questions or sort of statements as well, but someone says, I think the Maya card is vastly underrated because it'll bring a lot of utility to eGold. Yeah, that's true even in ways that like most people aren't really thinking about. Whereas like liquidity is tradable on Elrond, so why couldn't you go to the store and sell your liquidity essentially? Because there's nothing really stopping you from being able to do that. It's a token with real value, and eventually with obviously seamlessly in the back end you can sell your liquidity for groceries at the store if you really wanted to. It's a possibility to implement things like that. So I think, yeah, definitely it's that sort of thing is very undervalued. Someone also says Holoride's an interesting real world application. Yeah, it is. It's VR is going to be a big space in the future, and entertainment in general, and then obviously gamification around that. The fact that it's partnered with like Ford and Audi, and just like Apple and Facebook's VR departments both have advisors for Holoride as well. So obviously like and any incremental increase in sort of that technology is also an increase in any sort of motion VR technology, or even just VR in general. It's just still going to be advancing the space in general. So it's definitely a good project, and I'm hoping also comes on the launchpad potentially, or something like that. Someone saying looking forward to all the DApps. A lot of Elrond's value, I suppose, is based on hope. And yeah, like the ecosystem will come. It's not really hope; it's more just patience that will bring that. Do you think the partnership with Alchemy could maybe lead to Maya? That's a Maya card that's different from everything else. Yeah, just I guess also that liquidity provision, stuff like that, but just being compliant. Compliance is big. Chain Guardians apparently just recently announced minutes ago their metaverse plans. So that's something you'll probably want to look at, Wesley. But yeah, they're sort of 3D metaverse plans coming out, which is really cool. And yeah, I definitely recommend checking that out too. What are our price predictions? See, I'm not going to really put a price prediction up there. I think eGold's too valuable to underprice, so I can't put a number on it.
Yeah, and I think, just to go back to say like Elrond is not based on hope, is that like, in the same way that like I would never say Cardano is worth zero. Like these things are sequential in their nature as a decentralization organization. So like you can't speed them up, right? No amount of money, like we talked about earlier, can come in and just do what they've done, because the centralization component is a function of time, right? The community is a function of time. And then having, all of the last year of people building with smart contracts and those players, it's a function of time. Just live today doesn't mean the value isn't accruing based on the function of time. It's actually a positive thing as it relates to price, even though, again, I don't really derive much I don't care if the price is going up or down. I care about the value. But what the price is going to do is, because of the nature of how they're launching everything at once, it has a ridiculous insanity as it relates to market mechanics when you have already scarcity. And that in itself is like going to be valuable. Like as a trader, if someone who didn't care and they were short-term sighted, they would care, simply because all that demand in a concentrated period of time is how you get parabolic rises. That's what a short squeeze is. It's parabolic demand, meaning the shorts covering, they have to buy to cover their position. And then also you have new buyers coming in either to speculate because they know they have to. And that's what a short squeeze is. It happened in VW, it happened in all these. So market mechanics are there, but it's like, the technology, right, that Elrond has, no one else has. So like, of course, you could say that about some other projects because of their design, but it's like, then the question just becomes like, can the things that Elrond have done, can they be easily replicated? The answer is no, right? Like the integration of the Maya app and all of those underlying fundamental elements, the reason that you don't see any other project do it is because it's so hard to do. And so it's like, and they already have done it. It's just waiting. So to me, it's like, it's a far more valuable position to be than not, even though they're not like launch or running things today. The value is that they've, battle tested this thing ongoing on a progressive period of time, which I like, because like as it relates to institution adoption, improvable security, and those elements is, that's what they're going to care about, so
Yeah.
so there's so much value there as it relates to where they are. And so, like, again, not to say that like I get that perspective. It's just a limited perspective in terms of how someone's viewing it, right? Just because something's not running, and again, they are going to run, and that's the thing. As an investor, you want to know that what is coming is about to happen, and how much have they created. It's like if I had a Tesla, in the driveway, right, and I wasn't using it, it doesn't make it not valuable. Right? I mean, I can still go into the Tesla. It's going to perform in that manner, right? And like, so like, it's what makes the other chains that aren't having activity on it not valuable is they don't have the community, they don't have the engagement, they don't have the ability to attract the liquidity because they don't have the UX UI, they don't have these components of like infinite scalability, all these things. So it's like, do I see them changing? And the question is like, I don't know where that changes. And so that's where speculation comes in, is you're hoping. Whereas with Elrond, I see where it changes, and they already have created it. It's just a matter of like starting the Tesla, and driving it. And like, then it's like, it's already there. And that's the beauty, is like, it's a very unique situation as an investor to be in this position, in my opinion, because like normally, like it would be like investing in Tesla, like, and I'm using Tesla again, but like in the early stages before they had created the technology, Elrond already has the technology, have all the components and pieces, and we're getting on it. And like what I would consider still this valuation's around the ground floor of where they're going. And we can actually see it. We test it, and we know where it's happening. Whereas like with a lot of these things, no one can tell you that Cardano is going to be fully functional anytime soon, right? Like 2024, whatever, maybe Ethereum 2.0, maybe 2023, 2024. Like, so we don't know where. With Elrond, we do know. It's just time, and it's just around the corner. And, so that's a very unique position to have an investment or trade, is to see it, right? And to know all of those factors that are intertwined as to what makes it valuable versus speculative.
Yeah, I think maybe we should start wrapping things up. Just because for me it's 2:20 in the morning, so
yes.
Yeah, not that I'm enjoying myself, and the discussions. Yeah, it's good.
It's time to get some rest and definitely get some
sleep.
sleep.
Yeah. I think we could go on for quite a while.
We'll have plenty of more opportunities to do these in the future.
Yes, of course. So thanks everyone for coming, and thank you as well, Wesley. I didn't really expect this to end up being a 5-hour and 20-minute stream, but I enjoyed every minute of talking to you. And
likewise, I really appreciate you, CryptoTex, and all of the. I feel like we have a very similar way of like approaching things, but you obviously have such a strong root in the tech side, and I just really value and appreciate everything that you bring to the space. I have not interacted with people who have both your psychology and as well as your intelligence as you approach. And so I just want to say thank you. I'm glad we finally got more time on the interview with Benjamin and stuff is coming out soon. I'm interested for people to get to use that, but we didn't get as much time to interact. And so I'm glad we're able to do this and look forward to doing more.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and the same goes for you with your financial background. And I don't think I'm gonna thank you too much, because honestly, I couldn't do as good a job as you just did. So thank you so much for coming. And same goes for the ethos you share, and like all the information, the amount of information you provided on Twitter. Like, I haven't gone and liked every post, but I've read it all, because honestly, liking all the posts is just like half of the time to actually read it as well by the end of it, when you're out and about on your phone or something like that. But yeah, like the amount of content you produce, and just like the value that provides as well is ridiculous. And coming from that financial background, it's insane to obviously see both of us end up in the same position from like sort of different perspectives of different ways we sort of gone about things. And like my education, formerly I was studying to basically initially biomedical engineering, which ended up basically just thrown out the window for for crypto pretty much, because I
Smart move.
enjoyed it more, I suppose, really. The opportunities there, I think, in everything, and I wanted to do genetics a bit as well, but I think I just ended up my interests being sort of here, so here I am, I suppose.
Well, you're bringing so much value to the space, and I'm just thankful and really enjoying the fact that we're able to collaborate and provide. We have similar ethos and very different strengths in terms of it's the merging of tech and economics and finance, and it's so fascinating.
Just everything, the emergence of every industry in the world to become this sort of system of trust is it's crazy. Thank you for coming so much.
Thank you, and appreciate it, and thank you everyone for tuning in. I appreciate that as well. And if you have questions or other things that you're interested in us doing in a future conversation, let us know.
Yeah, my DMs are open as well, so if anyone has questions or anything like that, on Twitter at CryptoTex, and then obviously Wesley as well, which is his is on the screen. Thanks everyone. Thanks for joining in, and enjoy the rest of your day, and I'm going to enjoy some rest.
Yes, enjoy.
Thanks.
Have a good one. Okay.